The story begins with the protagonist trapped amidst a swarm of dangerous beasts in a powerful formation. Desperate, he cries out for help with all his might. Just as he believes salvation is near, his beloved disciple arrives to aid him. However, in a shocking turn of events, instead of rescuing him, she passes her hand across his body and speaks with an unsettling calmness. "Master, it has been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? You have no idea how good it feels to be here today. After all the suffering you put me through, I can finally take my revenge." With those words, she mercilessly ends his life. As he breathes his last, memories flood his mind. He recalls that he does not truly belong to this realm. In reality, he was the young master of the esteemed Su family from the immortal god realm. People once called him the child of destiny, prophesizing that he would achieve unparalleled greatness. However, his path to glory was derailed when he fell in love with a demon saintess. Blinded by love, he betrayed the god realm. The betrayal did not go unpunished. The god realm deemed him a traitor and relentlessly pursued him. With no other choice, he fled to the lower realm and lived in hiding for years, taking on the identity of an elder in the Cloud Immortal sect. As his consciousness fades, he suddenly realizes something shocking. Wait a second, whose body am I in now? These memories, they aren't mine. Am I really going to die the moment I transmigrated? The next moment, his eyes snap open. He is alive. He quickly understands that he has transmigrated from the modern world into this body. Even more astonishingly, he has already received memories of the next 10 years of this body's life. Standing before him is none other than the disciple who would eventually kill him a decade from now. She looks at him with concern. "Master, you seem quite shaken. Did you have a nightmare? Do you need me to wipe your sweat?" As he observes her, he recalls her name, Fang Wangqing. In the future, she will rise to become a powerful and ruthless empress. But for now, she is merely his disciple. Trying to steady himself, he quickly replies, "No, I don't need help." Fang Wangqing, still puzzled, asks, "Master, you seem disturbed. Did I do something wrong? Why won't you even let me come near you?" The protagonist processes the memories of this body. He realizes that Fang Wangqing was treated as nothing more than a cultivation tool. The former owner of this body, Su Qingyi, had meticulously planned to drain her powers at the right moment. Until then, he had strictly forbidden her from interacting with anyone, ensuring she remained pure for his nefarious intentions. To enforce this, he kept her imprisoned and treated her cruelly. Just before the protagonist's arrival, Su Qingyi had caught Fang Wangqing sparring with someone from an opposing sect, exchanging cultivation techniques. Enraged, he reprimanded and punished her severely. The more the protagonist learns about Su Qingyi's actions, the more disgusted he feels. How could someone treat their disciple in such a vile manner, he thinks. At that moment, a mechanical voice interrupts his thoughts. It is the system, issuing a warning. "Host, Fang Wangqing is destined to be the greatest hero of the future. You have developed sympathy for her, but that is unacceptable. The super scumbag system has now been activated. To put it simply, you are the greatest villain of this world." A true villain does not feel sympathy. The system then assigns him his first mission. "Fang Wangqing has made a mistake. You must punish her within the next 3 minutes. Completing this task will earn you submission points and 10 breakthrough pills. However, failure will result in a deduction of 10 points, a 2-realm drop in cultivation, and even physical castration." It further informs him that he has been initially granted 100 points, and if he continues failing missions, his points will decrease. The moment his points reach 0, he will die. Hearing this, Su Qingyi mutters to himself, "This system is truly villainous. It wants me to become an absolute monster. I've never encountered such a terrifying system before." Meanwhile, Fang Wangqing, still unaware of his turmoil, speaks hesitantly, "Master, why are you so silent? What's wrong?" Analyzing his new situation, Su Qingyi realizes that despite being an elder's disciple, Fang Wangqing's cultivation remains weak. She has only reached the 9th stage of qi refinement, has no formidable techniques, and her martial skills are mediocre. The former Su Qingyi had deliberately kept her in this state, ensuring she remained vulnerable and easy to exploit. As the system coldly observes his hesitation, it urges him to make his decision quickly. Time is running out. If you keep wasting time thinking about good things, when will you become truly ruthless? Acknowledging the system, Su Qingyi responded, "All right, I'm working on it." Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch, sending Wangqing flying backward. As she struggled to recover, Su Qingyi stated firmly, "You made a mistake, and this is your punishment." With that, he tossed a Heaven-tier technique manual toward Wangqing. Our protagonist then remarked, "I understand why you fought that guy from the other sect. You were trying to learn his techniques by engaging in battle with him. As punishment, I am giving you the Heaven-tier technique." He continued, "I've kept this technique hidden for years. I hope you will take the time to master it." Shocked, Wangqing thought to herself, "A Heaven-tier technique? Our entire sect possesses only 2 of these. and Master is giving me one to learn. This doesn't feel like a punishment at all. It seems more like a reward. Su Qingyi then addressed her again. All right, Wang Qing, you may leave now. Just as she turned to go, the system chimed in once more. Host, you have successfully completed the task. As a reward, you receive 100 scumbag points and 10 breakthrough pills. Since this was your first mission, you are also granted a special reward, a skill card. With this card, you can become a powerful master for 1 hour each day, possessing an overwhelming aura capable of suppressing anyone in this realm. Su Qingyi mused. It seems the system has a bug. It can't seem to distinguish between rewards and punishments. As Wang Qing walked away, she reflected on her past experiences. Master has struck me many times before, but compared to those instances, today's attack was much lighter. In fact, his palm strike helped my body heal quickly. All my injuries have disappeared, and even my meridians are becoming clearer than before. I feel like I will soon reach the foundation building stage. She smiled to herself. Could it be that Master only pretends to be strict? In reality, he's secretly helping me grow. Bowing slightly, she whispered, Master, thank you. I will never forget your kindness. The system then notified Su Qingyi. Fang Wang Qing's affection for you has increased by 10 points. As a result, you receive an additional 10 scumbag points. Realizing this, Su Qingyi thought, I can gain points by increasing people's affection for me. This is actually quite beneficial. Curious, he checked Wang Qing's current affection level, only to be taken aback. It was at minus 99 points, with a corruption level of 29. Alarmed, he muttered, what, even after all this, her affection for me is still negative? This means she has despised me for 10 years. Confused, he wondered aloud, damn it, Su Qingyi, what did you do to make her hate you so much? Just then, the system interrupted. Host, you are about to receive 2 new missions. These missions will align with this world's storyline. The system explained, as the greatest villain of this world, it is your duty to monitor the progress of the male and female leads. If they advance, you must obstruct their growth and steal their fate points to ensure your continuous rise in power. Your hidden mission is to completely ruin Fang Wang Qing. Push her to the brink until she loses herself entirely. If you fail, you will lose your villain status and become a weak, insignificant person. Outraged, Su Qingyi shouted. Last time, Su Chenji made this mistake, and that's why he died. There's a famous saying, once bitten, twice shy, and now you expect me to walk on the same path. If you want me dead, just kill me outright instead of spouting nonsense. At that moment, he noticed the sect's barriers beginning to tremble. A surge of unease gripped him. Someone has forcefully entered the sect. Without wasting time, he rushed toward the sect's entrance. Upon reaching the gate, he spotted a young woman approaching. She seemed desperate, and as she neared, she exclaimed, the people of the Cloud Master's sect will surely save me and eliminate the demons. Su Qingyi confronted her. Why are you forcefully entering our sect? Do you not know the consequences of such an action? Panicked, the woman pleaded, Elder, I need your help. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Ji Lily, the chief disciple of the Snow family. She was currently in the early stages of the divine transformation realm. As she clung to Su Qingyi, she pleaded once more, Elder, please save me. As soon as Su Qingyi realized Ji's unusual behavior, he suspected that something was wrong. Upon further examination, he discovered that Ji had been poisoned with an enhancement toxin. If her meridians were not sealed in time, the poison would spread throughout her body. Without wasting any time, the hero temporarily sealed her meridians. Su Qingyi then muttered to himself. Noting that Ji's condition was critical, he understood that if he didn't intervene, she would certainly not survive. Meanwhile, as Ji was being taken away, an elder observed the scene. The elder confronted Su Qingyi, accusing him of being shameless. She sarcastically remarked that he had barely laid eyes on a woman before deciding to take her to his room. It was then revealed that this elder was Bai Yuchan, another significant figure in the Cloud Immortal sect. Su Qingyi brought Ji to his room and began treating her. The system then provided information about her, identifying her as Ji Lily, the chief disciple of the Ji family. The system also revealed that, in the future, she would become the secret lover of the world's main protagonist, Yi Fan. It further detailed how she would eventually sacrifice herself to save Yi Fan when they embarked on a secret mission together. Hearing this, Su Qingyi was taken aback. He questioned if Yi Fan was truly the protagonist of this world. He then wondered whether, by healing Ji, he was interfering with her destiny and potentially altering the storyline. Had he unknowingly made an enemy out of the world's main character? Soon after, Ji coughed violently, expelling the poison from her body. Looking up at Su Qingyi with gratitude, she expressed her deep appreciation for his help. She assured him that the Ji family would certainly repay his kindness in the future. However, Su Qingyi, maintaining his usual demeanor, dismissed her gratitude. stating that no repayment was necessary. Meanwhile, Ji found herself captivated by him. She marveled at how someone so young had already become a sect elder. She noted that his towering presence was matched only by his handsomeness. An unexpected thought crossed her mind. If he had suggested dual cultivation to heal her, she might not have refused. But before she could dwell on the thought further, she shook her head, questioning why she was even thinking about such things. Just then, the system notified Su Qingyi that Ji's affection for him had increased by 30 points, earning him 300 scumbag points as a reward. He mused that she was quite generous, as just a small act of kindness had earned him so many points. Ji, sensing she was imposing, politely excused herself, saying she didn't want to disturb him further. She promised to visit him again in the future. Su Qingyi, however, felt a strange unease in her presence. Something about her words made him sense an unusual undercurrent, though he couldn't quite place it. Before he could reflect further, a loud shout echoed from outside the sect. Someone bellowed in anger, addressing the members of the Cloud Immortal sect, accusing them of growing arrogant. The voice demanded to know where they had found the audacity to hide as prey within their sect. Ji, hearing this, went pale. Panic gripped her as she realized her fears had come true. She had never imagined they would arrive so soon. As the sect gates opened, other disciples gathered, their expressions wary. Murmurs spread among them as they identified the intruders as members of the Ghost Corps sect. Confusion arose among the disciples. Why would the Ghost Corps sect be interested in their sect? And more specifically, what did they want? Tension escalated further when they recognized the sect's ancestor among the intruders. A hushed fear spread through the group. Legends described this ancestor as both powerful and ruthless. Known for leaving trails of destruction in his wake, countless sects had been obliterated by his hands. The ancestor stepped forward, his voice dripping with menace. He commanded the Cloud Immortal sect to return what was his without delay. He warned them that if they refused, he would unleash a massacre, turning their sect into a river of blood. He vowed that not a single person would be spared. The system then chimed in, instructing Su Qingyi to defeat the ancestor and protect Ji. It assured him that doing so would earn him a significant number of scumbag points. However, there was one catch: it had to be done in style. The more stylish his victory, the greater his rewards. Su Qingyi couldn't believe what he was hearing. His heart pounded as he processed the situation. Here he was, faced with an immensely powerful opponent, and yet the system expected him to defeat him in style. He sighed, realizing that things had just taken a turn for the worse. As the scene unfolded, the remaining elders stepped forward, their expressions stern. Grand Elder Zhu addressed the ghost ancestor, stating that there was no enmity between them. Yet, despite this, the ghost ancestor had come to their sect and was causing trouble. He warned that if the ghost ancestor believed bullying them was easy, he was gravely mistaken. Pointing towards Su Qingyi, the ghost ancestor remarked that there was a girl standing behind him. That girl, he declared, was the one he wanted. He demanded that she should be handed over immediately, warning that he would not hesitate to beat everyone present if they refused. The second elder, her voice filled with contempt, accused the ghost ancestor of being audacious. She reminded him that he had trespassed into their sect and was now daring to threaten them. Even dogs appeared as lions in their own territory. However, they were cultivators, and he would not be able to harm a single hair on their heads within their own sect. She sarcastically suggested that if he wanted the girl, he could take her, but he should refrain from making baseless threats. The fourth elder, concerned about the situation, urged the second elder not to provoke the intruder. He acknowledged that their sect currently lacked the power to fight him and suggested that they return the girl and put an end to the conflict. The second elder, infuriated, shouted at him, calling him a coward. She accused him of trembling at the sight of an enemy. Despite the ghost ancestor's blatant arrogance, if he was so afraid, she told him, he should keep his mouth shut. The ghost ancestor, amused, expressed his admiration for the second elder's arrogance and declared that he wanted her as well. He proclaimed that both women would now become his dual cultivation partners. If they satisfied him, he would consider sparing the rest of the sect. Turning to the girl, he claimed he was offering her an excellent opportunity. Hearing this, the second elder became even angrier. She called the ghost ancestor an old fool and challenged his assumption that her family was insignificant. She warned that her family had many powerful masters, and if they learned that anything had happened to her, they would storm his sect and crush him. The fourth elder attempted to mediate, clarifying that no one doubted her family's strength. However, he urged everyone to remain calm, citing the wisdom of a great figure who had once said that unnecessary fights should be avoided. Ji then interjected, revealing that the ghost ancestor was at the mid-stage of the soul formation realm. She pointed out that no one in their sect was strong enough to match him. She admitted that he had come solely because of her, and to prevent further conflict, she decided to leave willingly so that he would follow her and depart from their sect. Su Qingyi observed the situation, He considered using his full power to crush the ghost ancestor like an insect. However, he was aware that most of his cultivation was sealed, and a bloodline within him had been restrained by powerful experts from the Su family. He realized that if he unsealed it, his location would be exposed, and the cultivators of the God realm would inevitably come for him. Nevertheless, he remembered that he had one more option, a hidden technique that could eliminate the threat. Turning to Ji, he reassured her that if he had intended to send her to her death, he would never have saved her in the first place. He remarked that the world perceived their sect as weak, but the truth was different. A powerful cultivator protected their sect, someone so formidable that even a soul formation expert was insignificant before him. He confidently declared that the ghost ancestor would soon be crushed like an insect. The ghost ancestor scoffed at Su Qingyi, accusing him of overestimating himself. He warned that reckless behavior would lead to dire consequences. He asserted that no mere nascent soul realm cultivator had the right to challenge him. He found immense pleasure in crushing those who dared to act beyond their capabilities. With those words, he launched an attack on Su Qingyi. At that moment, Su Qingyi activated a special reward from his trial. This ability allowed him to summon a powerful master for 1 hour. As soon as he activated it, a formidable entity from the God realm appeared. The ghost ancestor was taken aback, realizing the overwhelming strength of the summoned entity. The other elders, equally shocked, questioned what level of power they were witnessing. They recognized that this force was so immense that even soul formation cultivators would be as insignificant as ants before it. Suddenly, the newly arrived cultivator, a being made of pure energy, grabbed the ghost ancestor. The mere grip sent shockwaves of fear through him. The energy being, unfazed, declared that he was eager to see how the so-called mighty ghost ancestor would fare against the sect while he was present. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi was silently observing everything, thinking to himself that this system wasn't as bad as he had initially thought. The second elder, wide-eyed with amazement, confessed that she had no idea their sect was protected by such a powerful individual. Even the Grand Elder admitted he was unaware and speculated that the sect master must have arranged for this expert, foreseeing potential danger in his absence. Just then, the ancestor managed to break free from the mysterious cultivator's grip, but it took every ounce of his strength. He thought to himself how exhausting it had been just to escape that hold. How could he possibly hope to fight someone of that magnitude? Dropping to his knees, the ancestor pleaded with the mysterious cultivator. He explained he wasn't there to fight, only to retrieve what was rightfully his. As he slowly approached Ji, he insisted that he hoped there would be no interference. But just then, Su Qingyi stepped in front of Ji. He calmly declared that death was standing right before the ancestor, yet he was still chasing after a girl. He mocked the ghost ancestor for not thinking of running instead of attempting to take Ji. The fourth elder chuckled and said that Elder Su certainly knew how to show off at just the right moment. He admired how perfectly Su Qingyi had timed his entrance and added that with the powerful expert protecting the sect, this so-called ancestor wouldn't dare make a move. The ancestor growled in frustration, reminding Su Qingyi that he had told him before, he was far too weak to stand against him. He mocked Su Qingyi, asking if he kept his brain in his knees, questioning why he dared to confront him again. The mysterious cultivator beside Su Qingyi then summoned a barrier that rendered the ancestor helpless. Su Qingyi, now serious, said that he had given the ghost ancestor a chance, but he had squandered it. The mysterious cultivator unleashed a powerful strike that badly injured the ghost ancestor. Bowing down, the mysterious cultivator respectfully addressed Su Qingyi, saying, "Your Highness, I've suppressed his cultivation. If you wish to kill or spare him, the choice is yours." Su Qingyi acknowledged the effort and told him he could leave. The fourth elder, watching in awe, was stunned that someone so powerful bowed before Su Qingyi. He whispered that although Su Qingyi was young, he was destined to surpass all of them in the future. The elder sister playfully reminded him that he had just been mocking Su Qingyi for showing off. The fourth elder laughed awkwardly, denying he had ever said such a thing. Meanwhile, the defeated ghost ancestor clung to Su Qingyi's feet, begging for mercy. He admitted he had been blind and failed to recognize who stood before him. With tears in his eyes, he promised that no one from his sect would ever trouble theirs again, not even by accident. He even offered to serve Su Qingyi like a dog, if only he would be spared. Su Qingyi, with a smirk, said he was in a good mood today, so he would let him go. As the ghost ancestor scrambled to escape, Su Qingyi broke his promise. With a single attack, he ended the ghost ancestor's chapter for good. He coldly muttered that anyone who believed the words of someone from an evil sect was a fool. The ghost ancestor had received exactly what he deserved. Just then, the fourth elder ran up, excitedly praising Elder Su. He boasted that there wasn't a single person in the entire realm who could match his power. The elder sister teased again, reminding him that he was the one accusing Su Qingyi of being a show-off earlier. Embarrassed, the fourth elder insisted he'd never said anything like that about Master Su. In the background, Fang Wanqing had been watching the whole scene unfold. Deep in thought, she wondered how far ahead her master had gone. She questioned if she would ever be able to catch up to him. Just then, the system chimed in and announced, "Host, your display was incredible. As a reward, you have received 777 scumbag points. Additionally, G's affection level has increased by 30 points, now reaching a total of 75. She is now so emotionally attached to you that no other male has a chance in front of her. For your actions, you've also earned 500 scumbag points and 500 fate points." Su Qingyi was deep in thought when he suddenly remembered something important. Soon, a grand competition was going to be held between all the sects. He thought to himself that many powerful individuals would be participating, and even his disciple Wan Qing was going to take part in it. However, her cultivation level was still very low. He realized he needed to find a way to make her stronger, no matter what. The scene shifted to the following day. Wan Qing asked Su Qingyi why they had come to that remote place. Su Qingyi explained that he had a friend from the demon clan who lived there. Because of the sect master, she never visited their sect and instead lived hidden inside this mountain. He told Wan Qing that he brought her here so that his friend could help improve her cultivation. However, he wasn't sure why she was taking so long to show up. Just then, a half-dragon emerged from the water and placed a bubble over Su Qingyi's face. Annoyed, he asked her what enjoyment she found in doing that. The demon woman teasingly said that it seemed Su Qingyi had finally decided to leave with her to the demon realm. She told him that if he agreed to go with her, he would have a lot of fun, and perhaps even become the Dragon King of her clan. Su Qingyi responded skeptically, questioning how he could become a Dragon King if she was a snake. Surely, her clan must be full of snakes too. Offended, the demon woman insisted that she wasn't a snake, she was a dragon. Su Qingyi clarified that he hadn't come to chat idly. He explained that a grand competition was approaching, and his disciple's cultivation level was too low. The techniques he had taught her wouldn't be enough. He then politely asked Sister Yavlin if she could teach Wan Qing the Demon Dragon Clan's body refining technique, as it could make her significantly more powerful. Looking at Wan Qing, Yavlin commented that she hadn't realized Su Qingyi had such a preference in women. Transforming into her human form, she added that once she reached the Supreme Realm through a breakthrough, she too would be able to stay in human form permanently, and be even more beautiful than Su Qingyi's disciple. She then declared that Su Qingyi wouldn't be able to escape her grasp, and once she got what she wanted, she would do everything she desired with him. Flustered, Su Qingyi pleaded with her to stop joking. He said they could talk about those things later. Just then, Su Qingyi's system issued a new mission. He had to increase Yavlin's affection score to over 80 points. Additionally, he was instructed to assist her in achieving a breakthrough into the Supreme Realm. The system revealed that during her breakthrough, she would be at her weakest, and that would be the perfect opportunity to extract the demon dragon bloodline from her body, along with her dragon bone. If he completed the mission, he would be rewarded with 10,000 villain points and 100 fate points. But if he failed, those same points would be deducted as penalty. Su Qingyi wondered how the system could be so evil. In his past life, Yavlin had trusted him more than anyone else. In all of humanity, she had only placed her faith in Su Qingyi. That was why she had called him to assist her during her breakthrough, so he could protect her. But back then, Su Qingyi had taken advantage of her vulnerable state and extracted her dragon bone, stealing her bloodline as well. He reflected on how no one could have done something crueler than that. Trying to escape the situation, Su Qingyi told Yavlin that he was leaving his disciple in her care. He said he trusted her to make Wan Qing stronger. Turning to his disciple, he asked her to listen to everything Sister Yavlin said, even if just for a little while. He told her to consider Yavlin her master for the time being. Wan Qing then asked Yavlin what exactly she planned to do. Yavlin replied that since Su Qingyi trusted her, Wan Qing had no choice but to trust her as well. She told Wan Qing bluntly that if she remained weak, her master would abandon her. The strong were admired, weaklings were not. Yavlin then told her to quickly remove her clothes, explaining that practicing the body refining technique without clothing would yield better results. She reassured her that no men were around and that she herself was a woman, so Wan Qing shouldn't feel embarrassed. Blushing, Wan Qing thought to herself that she would become strong, only for her master. Yavlin then began the process of refining Wan Qing's body. The next scene shifts to the grand competition of the sect. People gathered from far and wide. Much more than in previous years, the fourth elder, surprised by the turnout, remarked that he couldn't believe his eyes. Every year, the sect held competitions, but never had such a massive crowd shown up. He noted that this year was different. People had come in droves. The Grand Elder explained why. The news had spread that a powerful cultivator was now protecting their sect. This cultivator's presence had drawn people, not out of respect for the sect itself, but due to Elder Su. The elder had recently gained immense popularity, and now everyone was trying to befriend the sect because of him. Meanwhile, Ji arrived with her family. She said the three major families of the northern region had also come to witness the competition. she urged her father and the other family heads to accompany her. The three major families were introduced: the Hong family, headed by Hong Mang Ming, the Bai family, led by Bai Tong, and the Ji family itself, whose head was Ji Langcheng. Ji Langcheng commented on how the Cloud Immortal sect had become incredibly popular. Just looking at the crowd made it clear how much demand there now was for the sect. He praised Lily's good fortune, saying she was lucky to have met Elder Su. He had heard that Elder Su was not only young but extremely talented. He then teasingly asked when Lily would introduce him to the elder. Blushing, Ji told her father to stop embarrassing her and pleaded with him not to say anything to the elders about her. Among the crowd, some people noticed that even members of the demon-slaying alliance had come to observe the competition. One of them was Wei Kuan, the vice leader of the alliance. Another person stood quietly in the crowd wearing a cloak. It was Holy Sun Yifan. Yifan muttered to himself that it had been a long time since he last saw Ji Lily, and he hoped she hadn't forgotten him, because he certainly hadn't forgotten her. He had been waiting for this moment to finally reveal his identity to her. Soon after, the grand competition of the Cloud Immortal sect officially began. One by one, the disciples entered the arena and began fighting. On one side, Li Hui kept winning every match. On the other, Wang Qing continued her winning streak. Both of them eventually made it to the final round, where they were to face each other. Su Chengyi observed from afar, thinking that Yavlin's body-enhancing fighting techniques had significantly boosted Wang Qing's potential. Even she hadn't expected Wang Qing to make it to the finals. In hindsight, it wasn't surprising. Despite losing everything in the future, she would eventually become the Empress, the most powerful cultivator in the world. Li Hui smiled and said, "So we meet again, junior sister. Last time we sparred, I taught you a lot, and now, here you are, using the very techniques I showed you. You must admit, my guidance was quite remarkable." Wang Qing silently fumed. She recalled how weak she used to be, and how Li Hui had taken advantage of her under the pretense of sparring. He had never truly guided her. Now, she finally had a chance to teach him a lesson. Li Hui continued arrogantly, "Junior sister, you should give up now. In terms of strength, you're no match for me. You're a sweet girl, and I don't want to hurt you. But if you have free time later, come find me. I can teach you some new techniques that will make you powerful very quickly." But as he spoke, Wang Qing launched an attack, snapping, "Stop your nonsense. I'll never go back to someone as disgusting as you." Wang Qing's strike cut across Li Hui's face, making him furious. He yelled, "You bitch, you dare attack me? Let me show you what real power is." He launched a dangerous attack, but Wang Qing blocked it and pushed him back, saying, "All you do is show off. If we talk about actual skill, you have none." The onlookers were stunned by her talent. Even Wei Kuan, watching quietly, picked up on something unusual. He sensed a demonic aura coming from her. Although faint, he was certain. His nose had never betrayed him before. He confirmed to himself that this girl had cultivated demon techniques. As the fight continued, Wei Kuan thought to himself that he would have to take action once the competition was over. Su Qingyi remarked that it seemed the elder had finally noticed that Wang Qing had been secretly practicing demonic techniques in that area a few days ago. He speculated that Wang's downfall might now be imminent. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder commented that the girl used to be quite weak, which is why no one in the sect paid her much attention. But in just a few days, she had become incredibly powerful. It seemed clear that Elder Su had been training their disciples intensively, given her sudden and dramatic progress. As the battle progressed, Wang Qing managed to land a powerful slash on Li Hui, causing blood to gush from his arm. Li Hui was stunned. He thought back then, she had been so weak he had easily exploited her. Despite his dirty tricks, she couldn't do anything. But now, her skills had improved immensely in such a short time. He reminded himself that losing here wasn't an option. Defeat would mean losing respect in the sect. With that thought, Li Hui charged forward, using his full strength. But Wang Qing skillfully countered his attack, handling it with ease. Watching Li Hui, Wang Qing grew suspicious. Something felt off. Then it hit her. He might be hiding another weapon. Just as she realized this, Li Hui threw a kunai, trying to catch her off guard. But Wang Qing deflected that too. As he got close, Li Hui confidently declared that she wouldn't be able to escape now. But Wang Qing flipped over gracefully, dodged the strike, and delivered a devastating kick right to Li Hui's lower body, knocking him out instantly. The spectators were in shock. They exclaimed in disbelief, wondering what kind of joke this was. How could a female disciple use such dangerous techniques on a fellow sect member? They started to whisper that this might be the end of Li Hui's family's influence, that he would never be able to carry his legacy forward. However, a few voices from the crowd spoke up in Wang Qing's defense, revealing that Li Hui had first used a hidden weapon, and thus, whatever Wang Qing did in response was completely justified. Suddenly, an announcement was made. The champion of this year's grand competition was none other than Fang Wang Qing. Wang Qing, overwhelmed with emotion, thought to herself, "Master, I hope you're watching. I didn't let you down." Su Qingyi, too, was impressed, reflecting that this girl had fought brilliantly. Just then, a portal opened in the sky, and from it emerged a colossal dragon. Riding on it was a man, who loudly proclaimed that the Cloud Immortal sect might have become popular, but its disciples still lacked martial ethics, resorting to tricks and dishonorable techniques in battle. He mocked the sect for attracting so many followers yet failing to teach them proper values. Then, he demanded that everyone hurry up and welcome him properly. As he introduced himself, Mu Daoyan, the crown prince of the demonic clan, the fourth elder gasped and confirmed that the intruder was indeed Mu Daoyan. The grand elder questioned what Daoyan was doing here. Meanwhile, the head of the Ji family explained that Mu Daoyan ranked third on the heavenly ranking list and was known for his ruthless nature. He warned that facing him in battle meant certain death. Daoyan would use any technique necessary to kill his opponents. Yi Fan, watching from a distance, was filled with anticipation. He had been waiting for Mu Daoyan to show up. Finally, the moment had come. Mu Daoyan looked around and declared that since the sect's grand competition was underway, there must be impressive prizes involved. He arrogantly stated that he, the great crown prince, was personally interested in those prizes and had come specifically to attend the competition. Despite the tension, the fourth elder urged everyone to stay calm. He insisted that the Cloud Immortal sect was not weak. He pointed out that the sect's mountain was protected by a powerful barrier that even the demonic prince couldn't possibly break. But to their horror, the dragon let out a roar and shattered the barrier effortlessly. Watching the barrier crumble, the fourth elder was terrified. His confidence and pride instantly evaporated. Mu Daoyan laughed mockingly, ridiculing them for calling such a fragile shield a barrier. He said that seeing their so-called strength made him laugh, and with that, he released an immense surge of power and landed on the ground. Wang Qing, looking at him, realized that this was indeed the crown prince of the demonic clan. Then, Mu Daoyan gave a terrifying warning. He told everyone that if they valued their lives, they should start running immediately. He would give them 10 seconds, and after that, no one should blame him for being merciless. As he finished speaking, he began his countdown. The system announced that the host had to defeat the crown prince in front of everyone. If he failed, Yi Fan will flex his abilities in front of everyone. Su Qingyi expressed his frustration, asking if they couldn't even let him rest for 2 minutes. The drama had just started, and already he was being told to jump into action. Mu Daoyan remarked that the given time was up. However, it seemed humans had lost all fear. No one was even trying to escape anymore. As the crowd began to flee, people muttered that they had only come to watch a fight. But now, somehow, a demon prince had appeared out of nowhere. The Grand Elder urgently instructed Elder Su to activate the sect's grand formation. Meanwhile, he and the others would try to hold back the crown prince. He hoped that if they all joined forces, they might be able to put up a fight. Su Qingyi interrupted, saying bluntly that they couldn't fight him. The fourth elder, visibly irritated, demanded what Su Qingyi meant. Was he calling them weak? Before the tension escalated, Grand Elder interjected, supporting Su Qingyi's words. He stated that even if they all teamed up, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the crown prince. It was better not to fight at all. At that moment, Daoyan's gaze fell on Wang Qing. He noticed the presence of aura within her. Recognizing an extraordinary bloodline, he realized that with proper training, Wang Qing could become so powerful that she might even defeat the armies alone. The crown prince, grabbing Wang Qing, said mockingly that her techniques resembled those of the demon clan. He claimed that staying here was a waste of her potential and suggested she join him instead. He added that perhaps in the future, she might even become a heavenly demoness. Wang Qing, startled, asked if he was serious about her going with him. But then she confidently rejected him, saying, "Sorry, but I won't go with you. You're far too ugly. Even the dust on my master's feet looks better than you." The crown prince was taken aback. In disbelief, he asked, "You think I'm ugly?" Then he arrogantly stated that he was the most handsome man in the entire demon realm. For her to say otherwise, her eyes must be defective. He reminded her that he had given her an incredible offer, which she had rejected. He warned her that if she ever tried to come back to him in the future, she wouldn't even get the chance. "Remember, you've rejected my love. Now you'll see my wrath, and you won't have to wait long for it." He declared that he had come there to kill many people and take everything they had. Cultivation techniques, treasures, spiritual veins, everything would belong to him. However, the crown prince said he would offer them all a chance to live. If they agreed to become his servants and obey his every command for the next 3 years, he would spare them. After 3 years, they would be free to go. Then, looking around, he asked who among them was willing to serve him for the next 3 years. The cowardly fourth elder mumbled that working for 3 years wasn't such a bad deal. In fact, 3 years would fly by quickly. He argued that the crown prince's proposal wasn't entirely unreasonable. They could protect the sect by making this sacrifice and even learn valuable insights about the demon clan that could help them in future battles. Just as he finished speaking, second elder suddenly struck him and scolded him for being so eager to become someone's servant. she sarcastically suggested that if he was so keen on servitude, he could start by working for her. She claimed she'd give him a better experience than the crown prince ever could. Furious, she reminded him that he was the fourth elder of the sect. How could he speak such nonsense? Amidst all the chaos, our hero stepped forward and addressed the crown prince directly. You gave my disciple an offer, and she clearly rejected it. So, I think it's time you stop bothering her, because if you continue to trouble her without any reason, things might not go well for you. Wang Qing, overjoyed, exclaimed, Master, you finally came for me. The crown prince, now attacking Su Qingyi, mocked him. You're just a low-ranked elder, yet you dare provoke the crown prince. Now, suffer the consequences of your arrogance. Su Qingyi calmly began preparing his counterattack, replying, let's see what you can actually do. As Su Qingyi activated his technique, everyone's swords started drifting away from them. No one could understand what was happening or why their weapons were moving on their own. At that moment, our hero gathered all the scattered swords and launched a powerful attack directly at the crown prince. The crown prince mocked Su Qingyi, saying he had witnessed countless attacks like this before. He taunted him, asking if the opponent truly believed using soul formation techniques alone would be enough to defeat him. He dismissed all such tactics as useless against him and pointed out that the enemy was operating on a much weaker spiritual realm, rendering him completely powerless in comparison. Su Qingyi responded calmly, saying the opponent couldn't begin to measure his strength. He admitted that until yesterday, he was still in the saint realm, but within a single day, he had achieved a breakthrough. He claimed that judging his power based on realm alone would be a grave mistake. Crown Prince's companion stood stunned, wondering how someone could break through in just one day. He also questioned when this mysterious figure had even caught up to him. Su Qingyi continued his thoughts, admitting that while his cultivation was being suppressed, the techniques he practiced were of divine grade, far beyond the comprehension of anyone in this realm. He explained that the people here could never master techniques of such a high level, and his physical body was far more powerful as well, being from the upper realm. Compared to that, everything in the lower realm was vastly inferior. With that, Su Qingyi launched a devastating attack using his immortal divine technique. The power of just that one strike left the crown prince heavily wounded. As the prince struggled to rise, Su Qingyi stepped on his face, warning him that if he tried to move, he'd snap his neck. He ordered him to stay down and take deep breaths, declaring that the very moment he dared consider himself equal, he would be killed. Just then, the system notified Su Qingyi with admiration. It praised him for completing the mission much faster than expected, for defeating the demon prince and robbing him of his chance to flex against Yifan. Su Qingyi was awarded 500 scumbag points and a whopping 1,000 fate points. The crown prince screamed in frustration, calling Elder Su a scoundrel. He accused him of hiding his true cultivation during the fight, which had caused him to fall for his trap. He insisted that if the battle had been fair, he would never have lost. All the onlookers were equally shocked. They couldn't believe Elder Su had taken down the third-ranked individual on the heavenly demon list with just a single attack. Yifan, too, was stunned. He hadn't expected someone from the Cloud sect to be this powerful. Still fuming, the crown prince shouted that Su Qingyi was a fraud and a coward. He demanded to be released, claiming that only then could they have a fair fight. He guaranteed that in a fair duel, Su Qingyi wouldn't even be able to touch him. Su Qingyi, slightly amused, stepped back and agreed to a fair fight if the prince truly believed the previous one wasn't fair. But internally, the crown prince panicked. He hadn't expected Su Qingyi to actually let him go. Trying to recover his pride, the prince complained that his clothes had been torn in the fight, making it impossible for him to battle properly. He demanded 2 heaven-grade techniques as compensation, promising that if Su Qingyi gave him those, he would act as though nothing had happened. Elder Su, however, wasn't buying it. He told the prince that no matter how hard he tried, his honor couldn't be salvaged. Everyone could see that he was just making excuses now, but the crown prince insisted. He claimed his outfit was a rare fashion item of the year, extremely expensive and practically unavailable for purchase. He said he was being generous by only asking for a couple of techniques. Otherwise, the price for damaging his clothes would be far higher. Suddenly, everyone gasped as Yifan launched a sneak attack, piercing straight through the prince's body. The crown prince screamed in fury, outraged that who had dared strike him like that. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi thought to himself, finally, you've revealed yourself. For the first time, the true hero and the true villain of this world were about to face off. Their encounter would determine who would survive in this world's future. On one side stood the greatest genius of the upper realm, destined to become a villain. On the other was a Jur Dragon Holy Lands, Holy Son, Yifan. The crown prince mocked Yifan, saying that while Elder Su was famous and strong enough to deserve his respect, someone like Yifan wouldn't even be able to scratch him. Yifan retorted that while the prince was good at talking nonsense, he was about to prove otherwise. Without hesitation, he pulled the crown prince toward him and landed a brutal kick. As Yifan removed his cloak, the crowd looked on in utter disbelief. Grand Elder expressed his surprise, stating that the person before them was Ifan, a candidate for becoming the holy son of the Azure Dragon Holy Land. He questioned why someone of such high status would appear in a place like this. The second and fourth elders stepped forward to greet Ifan respectfully. The heads of the other three major families also greeted him formally. Ifan, however, told them not to be so formal. The fourth elder explained that had they known a holy son candidate was visiting, they would have prepared a grand welcome. He then admitted that everyone was curious about what brought Ifan to their sect. Ifan clarified that, as a candidate for the Holy Son title, all contenders had been given a task to capture the Demon Crown Prince, Mu Daoyan. He revealed that he had come here because he suspected the Demon Crown Prince would appear in this area. Just then, the Crown Prince's dragon advanced toward Ifan in an attempt to attack him. However, with a single move, Ifan transformed the dragon into a snake, shocking everyone with his overwhelming power. Even the Crown Prince appeared visibly shaken. Ifan declared that taking the prince alive would be a waste of time and proposed killing him instead and taking only his head. Terrified, the Crown Prince pleaded for his life, promising to serve Ifan like a dog if he spared him. As Ifan was about to strike, the Elder Su intervened by throwing a stone that knocked his hand back, preventing the fatal blow. Ifan turned toward him and asked if the person who stopped him was the famous Elder Su, and why he had intervened. Ifan internally acknowledged that Elder Su must be powerful. He had managed to block his attack with just a pebble, indicating strength nearly equal to his own. Meanwhile, our hero received a secret mission to protect Mu Daoyan from Ifan and stop Ifan from becoming the Holy Son at any cost. If successful, the reward would be 500 scumbag points and 5,000 fate points. However, failure would result in a penalty of losing 500 scumbag points and a regression in cultivation level. Elder Su addressed Ifan directly, apologizing but firmly stating that he wouldn't allow the Crown Prince to be killed within their sect's territory. If Ifan killed him and left, the demon clan would surely seek revenge on their sect. Ifan agreed, admitting that Elder Su had a point. Killing the Crown Prince would indeed bring trouble to the sect, and he apologized for not considering that sooner. The Crown Prince thought to himself that Elder Su was clearly more powerful than Ifan, and since Su Qingyi had just saved his life, staying close to him would ensure his safety. He resolved to remain here no matter what and even began seeing Elder Su as his master. The Crown Prince then mocked Ifan, saying, "Ifan, you're so lucky that Elder Su injured me earlier. Otherwise, defeating someone like Ifan, a Holy Son candidate, would have been effortless for him." He claimed he would have crushed him in 2 minutes if Elder Su weren't around. Ifan glared angrily at him, and the Crown Prince quickly backed down, warning him not to try anything. He threatened that if Ifan killed him, the demon clan's higher-ups would investigate and retaliate, leaving no one alive. Ifan relented, saying the Crown Prince had survived this time. He admitted that killing him now was not an option, but warned him that once he left the sect, there would be no protection. He wouldn't be able to hide forever. With that, the matter of the Crown Prince was settled. However, Ifan pointed out something odd. He sensed a demonic aura within one of the sect's disciples. He suspected someone there had been practicing demonic techniques. The elders were shocked and immediately denied the claim, insisting that no one in their sect practiced such forbidden arts. Suddenly, Weikuin stepped forward and supported Ifan's claim. He stated that while the girl in question might be able to deceive ordinary people, she couldn't fool those from the Demon-Slaying Alliance, whose job it was to eliminate demons. Recognizing a demon cultivator was second nature to them. The audience murmured in agreement, acknowledging the Demon-Slaying Alliance's deadly reputation. Once they identified a demon, they never let them go. With both the Holy Son candidate Ifan and a member of the Demon-Slaying Alliance making the same accusation, the crowd began to believe it was true. They also questioned how Fang Wanqing, a previously unremarkable cultivator, had suddenly become so powerful. It confirmed their suspicion that something had indeed been wrong from the beginning. Weikuin said that by practicing demonic technique out of greed for power, she had made a grave mistake, and now, death was certain. At this moment, Su Qingyi began contemplating. He mentally asked the system, "Can I take action here? If I don't do anything now, the Fang Wanqing chapter will end here, and I'll definitely fail the mission." The system responded, "Host, what are you talking about? You're thinking of helping the female hero, but your primary quest is to turn her evil. She must never become a hero in the future. In this situation, you should remain silent." Su Qingyi scoffed and said to the system, "You're such a fool. Do you think I taught Wang Qing the demonic technique just out of kindness? Learning such a technique pushes her toward evil. If she dies now, everything ends. I won't be able to corrupt her anymore. That's why helping her is crucial." The system, realizing the logic, admitted, "I didn't think of it like that. If that's your motive, then you can proceed with whatever you need to do." Su Qingyi thought to himself, "What a fool, I've outsmarted her." The scene then shifted as Crown Prince stepped in front of Weikuin. Weikuin furiously asked, "Mu Daoyan, what are you doing here? How dare you stand in front of me?" The Crown Prince replied, "You're the real fool. Among everyone present, Elder Su is the most powerful, and you're talking about killing his disciple? Truthfully, you can't even lay a finger on her in front of him." He then thought to himself, "I'm doing the right thing, aren't I?" Meanwhile, Su Qingyi wondered why the Crown Prince was helping him. Weikuan shot back, "Elder Su himself is silent, so why are you interfering on his behalf?" At that moment, Su Qingyi began to release his aura and stepped forward. As Weikuan sensed the power of Elder Su, his confidence shattered. Wang Qing tearfully exclaimed, "Master finally came to save me." Su Qingyi grabbed Weikuan by the head and coldly said, "Just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean I gave you permission to touch my disciple. Truthfully, there's no one in this world who can harm her while I'm around, and if anyone tries, I won't even think twice before breaking their skull." Frightened, Weikuan stammered, "Elder Su, there's a misunderstanding. Who said I wanted to kill your disciple? I only meant that the demonic energy inside her needs to be purged." Su Qingyi calmly replied, "If I'm honest, this is my fault. Yesterday, while cultivating with demon dragon blood, a few drops accidentally spilled on her. I forgot to cleanse it. That's probably why there's confusion today." Just then, the Crown Prince began mercilessly beating Weikuan and shouted, "You fool, you had no idea what was going on and still tried to attack Elder Su's disciple? You deserve this beating." As he pounded Weikuan, he grinned and said, "I've been wanting to beat someone like this for a long time." Yifan then stepped in and said, "Elder Su, it seems all the misunderstandings are cleared now. Let's shake hands and make peace." Su Qingyi nodded and agreed, "Holy Son, you're absolutely right." He then turned to the Crown Prince and warned, "That's enough. If you keep hitting him, he'll definitely die." The Crown Prince let go of Weikuan and threw him aside, saying, "Get out of here." As Weikuan staggered away, he declared, "Su Qingyi, you've wronged me terribly today. I swear I'll take my revenge." The Grand Elder commented, "Well, this is good. All misunderstandings among us are resolved. Now we can properly welcome our guests." As this was happening, Yifan approached the head of the Ji family and greeted him. Shocked, the patriarch of the Ji family replied, "Holy Son, you're greeting me? I don't think I've done anything to deserve this." Yifan smiled and explained, "You may not remember, but years ago, your family helped a young boy. That boy was me, on a mission with a changed appearance. Because of your help, I'm still alive today, so it's only right that I greet you now." The Ji patriarch chuckled and said, "So that boy was you? I had no idea our family had done such a good deed." He then thought to himself, "Our luck must be great. The Holy Son is greeting me personally. It looks like our family's future is bright." Meanwhile, the other two families standing nearby began feeling insecure. They feared that with Yifan's support, the Ji family might rise to become the #1 family in the northern region. Soon after, Yifan walked toward Lily to greet her, but Lily's focus was entirely on Su Qingyi. Yifan quickly realized that the woman he had liked for years didn't feel the same way. Instead, she was clearly interested in Elder Su. At that moment, the head of the Ji family addressed Lily, asking why she was behaving so rudely. He reminded her that the Holy Son, Yifan, was speaking to her and that she should at least be respectful. But Lily calmly responded, saying, "Holy Son, I might have shown you some kindness in the past, but to be honest, I've already forgotten that incident. You should forget it too." After saying that, she walked straight to Su Qingyi and told him that her father wanted to meet him. Yifan, seeing all this, was burning with jealousy. Soon, Su Qingyi brought Lily's father to the tea room. Su Qingyi politely asked the head of the Ji family why he wanted to meet him in private. The Ji family head thought to himself that Lily had humiliated Yifan in public, and it was now certain that the Holy Son would no longer support them. Lily had clearly shown that she was fond of Su Qingyi. Now, with no backing from Yifan and possibly losing Su Qingyi as well, it would be a huge blow to their family. He had to secure Su Qingyi's support. No matter what, he expressed his gratitude to Su Qingyi, saying, "First of all, thank you. My daughter was nearly poisoned to death by those traitors. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have survived. Ever since she recovered, she hasn't returned home. She even invited us to this event just so I could speak with you. I believe you've already realized that Lily holds deep feelings for you." He then made a bold offer. "If you're interested in her, I can leave her here with you. She will serve and stay by your side forever." Then came his request, "Elder Su, I know you are a remarkable cultivator with vast knowledge. I humbly request your help in making a breakthrough to the Supreme Realm." Despite all this, Su Qingyi remained silent. The Ji family head could feel the rejection in Su Qingyi's silence. He realized that Su Qingyi had no intention of helping him. He thought to himself that Su Qingyi was truly dominant, someone not easily persuaded. Meanwhile, a scene transitioned to the mountain behind the sect. Wan Qing stood alone, taking in the view. She felt like she was in a dream, still in disbelief that she had ranked #1 in the grand competition. She acknowledged to herself that she could never have done it without Sister Yavlin's help and decided to personally thank her. Wan Qing admitted she had treated Yavlin rudely in the past, but now she realized that without her help, she wouldn't have achieved anything. Just then, Fan appeared before her. Wan Qing immediately questioned why he hadn't left yet. She thought her master had already cleared things up with him, so what was he still doing here? Fan addressed her calmly. Miss Wan Qing, there's no need to be hostile. I'm not here to cause trouble. Wan Qing dismissed him, saying she had no interest in speaking with him and started to leave, but Fan stopped her, asking her to wait. Fan asked, have you ever wondered why your master, such a powerful man, chose you, of all people, as his disciple? Your cultivation is weak, and you're not particularly talented in any area. Doesn't it seem strange? He then continued, let me tell you the truth. You possess the 9 Nether Emperor Phoenix body, one of the most powerful ancient bloodlines in existence. If you awaken this bloodline, you'll become so powerful that even the Divine Realm's prodigies will kneel before you. You hold the greatest power in the entire world. Fan claimed that her master had only chosen her to wait for the moment when her bloodline awakened, and when that moment arrived, he would steal it from her. He said, that man will take advantage of you and destroy your emperor body. I admit he's a genius with incredible abilities, but if he gets hold of your powers, no one in this world will be able to stand against him. Fan insisted that her master was only training her to make her stronger so he could eventually steal everything from her. He added, but you're lucky, you learned the truth before it was too late. I, Holy Son Fan, am offering you an incredible opportunity. Come with me to the Azure Dragon Holy Land. I swear on my title as the Holy Son, I'll help you awaken your bloodline. I'll never betray you. Trusting me will be the most beneficial decision you'll ever make. So tell me, Wan Qing, will you come with me? Wan Qing burst out laughing and replied with contempt, at first, I thought our holy son was a wise and intelligent man, but now I see you're the biggest fool on this entire continent. How could you even think I'd trust you? She continued, on one hand, there's my master, who's been working tirelessly to help me grow stronger, who has always had my back. And on the other hand, there's you, the one who tried to kill me not too long ago. She pointed out the irony in Fan praising her bloodline while accusing her master of wanting to steal it. She questioned his intentions, asking what made him so pure and righteous. For all she knew, this could just be another manipulation tactic. Wan Qing concluded, you know you can't touch me while I'm under my master's protection. That's why you're trying to drive a wedge between us. I'll admit, your plan was clever, but I'm not falling for it. I'm leaving now. Don't you ever come near me again. Fan was saying, he rejected my incredible offer. He looked visibly annoyed. Suddenly, an evil spirit emerges from within Fan. He scoffed and said, idiot, Fan. Didn't I already tell you there was no need to ask this girl? You should have just taken her directly. You were worried about your sex reputation. But now look, she's clearly rejected you. You have no other option left. If you want power, you'll have to take action. Becoming a hero won't make you powerful. Fan snapped back, telling her to shut her mouth and stay inside. He said there was no need for her to come out. Then scene shifted to Cloud Sect. Lily had just reached Su Qingyi and asked him nervously, what did my father say? Lord Su, Su Qingyi replied, your father told me that from now on, you are mine. So, tell me, now that you belong to me, what should we do next? Blushing, Lily softly said, to be honest, ever since you saved me, you've been my hero. You gave me a new life, and from that moment, my life has belonged to you. From now on, Lily will go nowhere else. I will always stay by your side and belong only to you. The system then notified Su Qingyi. Lily's affection level has increased by 5 points. Her total affection is now at 80 points. The host successfully prevented Fan from getting close to Lily. Because of this, Lily will never become Fan's heroine. The host is awarded 666 scumbag points. Additionally, for completely ruining Fan's fate, you've been rewarded with 2,000 fate points. Su Qingyi thought to himself, Fan, I feel a bit bad for you. This is the first time I've taken something from you, and it was something big. But if you want to blame someone for this, blame yourself. If you were truly capable, Lily would have liked you, but you just weren't good enough. Scene shifts to the mountain region again. Fan's spirit had started chasing after Wan Qing. The spirit shouted, stop running, girl, come with us quietly to the Azure Dragon Hall, or things will get very bad for you. I've existed in this world for 3,000 years as a fragment of an ancient divine weapon. I've seen countless powerful people. Those who used me became even stronger, but I've never seen anyone with your physique and bloodline. If you agree to come with me, I'll make you unbelievably powerful. I guarantee you could dominate the entire world. But for that, you have to come with me, so stop running. There's no escape. Wan Qing shouted back, I don't want to go with you. Stay away from me. You're a terrible person. No one will ever stand by your side. The divine weapon spirit frowned and said, I was trying to talk nicely, but you didn't listen. Now I'll have to use force, and don't blame me for it. You've left me with no choice. Wan Qing was completely cornered. She had no way out. Just when it seemed like the divine weapon was about to catch her, the crown prince arrived. He struck the divine weapon and shouted, you idiot, do you have a death wish? Don't you know she's Elder Su's disciple? He could destroy you in 2 seconds, and yet you dare touch his disciple? Wan Qing, stunned, recognized the figure and thought to herself, that's the demon crown prince. What is he doing here? The divine weapon, now angry, yelled, you bastard, crown prince, why haven't you left yet? He turned to Yifan and said, now you handle this pest. Yifan stepped forward and said coldly, Mu Daoyan, because of this sect, you're temporarily safe. You had a good chance to run, but you didn't. Seems like you've grown tired of living and are desperate to die by my hands. The crown prince, visibly shaken, thought, this guy is seriously dangerous. He hid behind Wan Qing and muttered, I just came to save Elder Su's disciple. I wasn't trying to pick a fight, but I wonder, how dare you go against Master Su? You're lucky his disciple wasn't hurt. If he'd come here in person, he would have torn you to shreds. Yifan, annoyed, warned Wang Qing not to be foolish. He reminded her that despite knowing everything about Su Qingyi, if she still chose to stay, she would be the biggest fool in the world. He asked her to think rationally. Why would someone as powerful as her master bother training such a useless disciple? Clearly, he said, Su Qingyi must have a hidden motive, which he had already explained to her before. Frustrated, Wang Qing snapped at Yifan, telling him to shut his mouth. She declared she would not tolerate another word against her master. She accused him of lying and refused to go with someone as worthless as him, stating clearly that she would never join him. At that moment, Su Qingyi appeared and sternly confronted Yifan. He said he had allowed him to stay as a guest, but now he was trying to turn his disciple against him. He declared that someone like Yifan was not welcome there. Just as he had entered silently, he should now leave quietly too. He added that people like Yifan were not needed there in any way. Then, Divine Weapon spoke up, accusing Su Qingyi of having no real interest in his own disciple and not training her personally. He questioned why he wouldn't just hand her over to them. Su Qingyi stepped forward and mocked the Divine Weapon, asking how it dared speak so arrogantly in front of him. With a single punch, he shattered it and warned that next time it thought of speaking before him, it should think 100 times. He added that it would now take years for the weapon to regain its form. Thanks to Su Qingyi's intervention, the divine weapon was reduced to a much smaller form. Su Qingyi scoffed, saying he had seen shameless people before, but none like Yifan. He remarked that even animals would have run away after being driven off so many times. He mocked Yifan's intelligence, saying even animals had more sense, which is why Yifan couldn't understand what he was trying to say. With that, Yifan finally left. The Crown Prince, delighted, praised Elder Su for his grand entrance and how he managed to drive the scoundrel away. However, Su Qingyi struck the Crown Prince and told him to leave as well, reminding him that he too had come uninvited. Looking toward Wang Qing, Su Qingyi told her to come along. He said he would now teach her something truly incredible. The scene shifted to Demon Slaying City, where the sect master of the Cloud Immortal sect, Jian Tianqing, was seen flying peacefully back to his sect. Suddenly, a group of assassins ambushed him. Shocked, the sect master realized they were all demon slayers. The scene cut to the assassins gathered around Wei Kuan. They reported that they had successfully killed the leader of the Cloud Immortal sect. Wei Kuan commended them on a job well done. He reminded Envoy Wei, as per the plan, their allies had slain Jian Tianqing. Now, the Cloud Immortal sect was left leaderless. He doubted the sect would pose any threat after such a loss. Besides, he added, no other sect had the power to challenge them. Pleased, Envoy Wei said, you did a pretty good job. Wei Kuan told his men to spread the news. Within the next 3 days, a secret realm would open in their region. He was certain that upon hearing this, the major sects would send their young disciples to Demon Slaying City to gain power through the secret realm. If the plan devised by their alliance succeeded, he claimed, the entire northern region would fall under their control. He added that their alliance would soon reign over everyone. His followers eagerly assured him they would carry out his orders. Inwardly, Envoy Wei had other plans. He thought to himself that he had no intention of sharing anything with them. Once the imperial princess was resurrected, he would turn on them and show them what real power looked like. Not only would they dominate the north, but soon, all 5 regions would be under their rule. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Immortal sect, the elders had gathered to discuss the tragic death of their sect master. Grand Elder expressed his outrage, saying the enemy had crossed all limits. Their sect had never offended anyone, especially the Demon Slaying sect. Yet, over a small dispute, their sect master had been assassinated. He condemned the actions of the assassins and said that if they were allowed to go unpunished, others would start taking their sect lightly. Elder Bai spoke firmly, saying that if she were being honest, she believed Wei Kuan was a coward. She doubted he could have orchestrated the sect master's murder on his own. However, she admitted that if someone powerful was backing him, it might be possible. According to her, Wei Kuan was not only a coward but also a fool. If someone dangled the temptation of power in front of him, he would be willing to do anything. She then brought up a critical point. In the next 3 days, A secret realm was about to open in demon-slaying city. The Alliance had already declared that major sects would be allowed to enter it. She suspected a connection between the timing of the sect master's death and the opening of this secret realm. It couldn't be just a coincidence. Fourth Elder agreed with Elder Bai's observation. He revealed that Wei Kun's father, who also happened to be the leader of their alliance, had recently emerged from seclusion. It was likely that he was now planning something against them. He added that the alliance know they had assassinated their sect master, and after such a blatant attack, it was impossible for them to remain silent. He warned that the secret realm might be a trap meant to lure them in. Once they entered it, they could easily be ambushed and killed. He turned to the Elder Su and asked what they should do next. Su Qingyi, calm and composed, had been silently observing the discussion. After considering everything, he spoke up. He said that, in truth, they didn't need to think twice. There was no reason or justification for their sect master's murder, and not avenging him was simply not an option. He admitted that demon-slaying city might indeed be setting a trap, but even so, he stated clearly that they must go. If they let fear hold them back now, then their enemies would win. He emphasized that no matter the risk, they could not allow the enemy to triumph. Su Qingyi explained that the opening of the secret realm might be a trap, but it was also an incredible opportunity. All disciples of their sect who were currently in the spiritual infant realm would enter the secret realm. He himself would accompany them, and he dared anyone to try touching his disciples while he was around. As for the demon-slaying alliance, he said he would personally deal with them. He would show them the consequences of killing someone without reason. The Grand Elder, reassured, said that now that the Elder Su had spoken, there was no reason to worry. He expressed his full confidence in Su Qingyi's strength. The Fourth Elder then raised another point. With the sect master gone, their sect now needed a new leader. In his opinion, Elder Su was not only famous but also immensely powerful. He said he would have no objection if Su Qingyi became the new sect master. Elder Bai also agreed with the Fourth Elder's suggestion. She stated that whether it was about responsibility, intelligence, or sheer strength, Elder Su was unmatched. His leadership would benefit the entire sect. The three elders unanimously stood and formally greeted Su Qingyi, acknowledging him as the new sect master. Su Qingyi thought to himself that whether one chose the path of righteousness or evil, the truth remained the same. If you had power, people would always gather around you. To them, you would always be important. The scene shifted, showing Su Qingyi returning quietly to his room. Su Qingyi was deep in thought, reflecting on how ever since he was reborn, he'd had access to a secret realm, one that now offered him his first major opportunity. He knew that many cultivators would be arriving at this place soon. Among them, he anticipated meeting both potential adversaries and allies, individuals who might become crucial to his journey later on. To prepare for what lay ahead, he decided to stay ready. With that in mind, he opened the system store and spent all his 10,000 fate points to purchase 2 golems. According to the system, both golems possessed supreme-level power. However, they lacked cultivation techniques and combat abilities. Su Qingyi knew that if he could train them properly, they could become incredibly powerful. He thought to himself that providing them with cultivation techniques would be easy for him. Saying this, he embedded the heaven-grade technique into both golems. He was confident in the technique's quality and effectiveness. As for their lack of combat experience, Su Qingyi had a solution. He planned to control them personally using his soul technique. That way, all the experience he had accumulated would be transferred to them. After transferring the technique, he began transforming the golems and proceeded to move forward with his plan. A spatial crack appeared in the sky as the divine space sect materialized. Su Qingyi observed it from afar, noting that it was located in the center of the continent, quite far from his northern region. He figured that even if he stirred up trouble here, it wouldn't cause any direct issues for him back home. Meanwhile, panic broke out within the divine space sect. Disciples and elders were alerted. "We're under attack," someone shouted. As everyone rushed out, the sect elder exclaimed in disbelief, "Who dares attack us? This person clearly doesn't value their life." Su Qingyi, observing them, thought to himself that he held no grudge against them. They had done nothing to him. He had only come here to practice his skills, and they just happened to be the perfect targets. You could say you're simply unlucky, he thought. On the other side of the sect, Lily entered Elder Su's chamber. At the same time, Su Qingyi began charging through the sect, defeating everyone in his path. The disciples panicked, realizing the enemy was far too powerful. "No matter what we try, we can't fight him. We must at least protect the formation. If he breaches it, no one will survive," they shouted. As Su Qingyi unleashed his demonic powers, cutting through everyone in his way, the sect members grew hopeless. "It's over, our sect is finished," they muttered. Soon, everyone in the sect was dead. Su Qingyi stood among the ruins and remarked to himself that for the first time, he felt like a true villain. He had destroyed an entire sect without any real reason. It's not fun to just call yourself a villain. If you're going to be one, you have to do the work too. he acknowledged that everyone here had been innocent, and he had killed them without cause. Still, in doing so, he felt he had upheld the reputation of his villain clan. After all, the duty of a villain is to do evil. There was a silver lining. His cultivation had improved tremendously from the experience, but soon, the consequences of his actions caught up to him. Because of the countless innocent lives he had taken, divine lightning began to descend upon him. "This is what I've been waiting for," Su Qingyi said with anticipation. He believed that enduring the lightning would further enhance his power. As lightning struck both of his golems as well, Su Qingyi noted how his body was strengthening even more. He could now feel a surge of power that made him believe he could crush entire armies with ease. "This lightning came to punish me, but it only made me stronger. If the heavens find out I used their powers for evil, they'll be furious." Meanwhile, back in the sect, Su Qingyi, now in his true form, was seen enjoying himself with Lily. Su Qingyi saw this and muttered, "While I was busy working, you took advantage of my body in my absence." With this, he quietly slipped into the depths of his passionate desires. 3 days later, the scene shifts to demon-slaying city, where the opening of the secret realm has attracted a huge number of young cultivators. Everyone believes that the secret realm holds great treasures and rewards, and there's even hope that entering it might make them significantly more powerful in a short time. As excitement builds, the crowd starts to murmur about the need to reach the secret realm before the Cloud and Portal sect, fearing that if that sect arrives first, there would be nothing left for them. Back at the sect, all the elders confront Weikuin. Elder Bai accuses him of killing their sect master without any valid reason and warns that their sect will never forgive him for that. Weikuin responds coldly, reminding them of what they had once done to him when he was in their sect. He says that people receive what they give, and after being bullied, "How could you guys think that I would leave your master? That was never going to happen." He then challenges their claim of innocence, questioning what the snake demon is doing with them if they were so righteous. He reveals that their former sect master was corrupt, harboring demon descendants within the sect. That was why Weikuin had no choice but to eliminate him. In his eyes, he did nothing wrong. He reminds everyone of the sect's name, the Demon-Slaying Alliance, whose primary mission is to eliminate demons. Elder Bai begins to reflect, realizing that ever since their current sect master took charge, the snake demon had started visiting them frequently. While she used to live on the nearby mountain, she never dared to come close, until now. It's all because of the sect master Su. And to make matters worse, he's so powerful that no one can even question him. Meanwhile, the protagonist warns Weikuin, saying that Miss Yavlin, though a demon to Weikuin, is an old friend to him. He threatens Weikuin, stating that if he even tries to hurt Yavlin, he will tear him apart. As for killing Weikuin, that too will happen either before entering the secret realm or after returning from it. Weikuin smirks, calling the Su Qingyi interesting. He admits that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. If Su Qingyi hadn't come looking for him, he would have come to his sect and killed him himself. He tells him to prepare his neck, because it's going to be sliced. Weikuin thinks to himself that the protagonist is a fool for thinking he could intimidate him. He realizes that Su Qingyi was already fallen into his trap, and once inside the secret realm, there would be no escape. Su Qingyi suspects that Weikuin is being backed by someone incredibly powerful. The way he speaks so confidently isn't like him. It's as if someone else is pulling the strings behind the scenes. At that moment, Envoy Wei declares that they've talked enough. He proceeds to open the secret realm. Weikuin explains that the secret realm opens in different locations each year, and this time, it's demon-slaying city's turn. He adds that technically, they could stop the Cloud Immortal sect from entering, but they're not the kind of people who steal opportunities from others. As the gate to the secret realm opens, everyone rushes forward, excited about the treasures, weapons, and legendary items they might find. Some hope that their entire lives might change after this journey. Yavlin, too, expresses her eagerness, saying that she believes she'll find something truly valuable. Wan Qing asks her master if she can go inside, and Su Qingyi nods, giving her permission. He advises her not to rush, to think carefully before picking anything, and if she ever feels that her life is in danger, she should prioritize survival over any item, because nothing is more important than her life. He reassures her that her master will be waiting for her outside. Meanwhile, Weikuin is surprised by how many people are entering but feels it's a good thing. The more people, the better for them. Watching Envoy Wei, Su Qingyi starts to get suspicious. He notes that Envoy Wei belongs to the Heavenly Demonic Clan, and ironically, Weikuin, who claims to be a demon slayer, is aligned with the most powerful demonic group. He suspects a major plan is in the works and decides that he must enter the secret realm himself to stop it. Su Qingyi transfers his soul into his golem and becomes the first person to enter the secret realm. He thinks to himself that no one can imagine the kind of power he truly possesses, and this time, he'll be the one to gain all the benefits of the realm. Inside the secret realm, many cultivators gather around a tower. They express excitement upon discovering a powerful artifact. One of them recalls the stories his master told him about it, the demon-suppressing pagoda, a spiritual weapon from the Heaven Gate. He believes that if he can claim it, he will become incredibly powerful. All he needs to do is declare, "I want to be your master," and the artifact will be his. He reflects that during the last secret realm opening, his senior brother tried but failed to claim it. This time, he's confident he won't fail. As more people step forward to claim the pagoda, chaos erupts. Everyone begins to compete fiercely for it. Suddenly, chains shoot out from the pagoda, binding everyone and draining their energy. Shocked and panicked, they realize the pagoda is absorbing their life force instead of granting them power. One cultivator tries to break free but fails. He explains that the chains have latched onto their energy, and as long as they still have energy in their bodies, they won't be able to escape. In other words, there's no way out. One by one, people began to die. Amid the chaos, a man cried out, begging for someone to save him. But just then, Su Chingy appeared and coldly said, "How can you even expect help here? If I save you now, you'll only become my rival someday, and I have no interest in rescuing future rivals." He went on, "You chose the path of a cultivator, the path toward immortality, and everyone knows how dangerous that path is. Let me tell you something. You were weak, you made a terrible choice in this life, and saving you now would be almost impossible, but what I can give you is a good death." He then explained that the pagoda's power was trying to absorb the man, causing him immense pain. "Let me free you from that pain in a second." And with that, Su Chingy ended the man's life on the spot. Reflecting on his actions, Su Chingy muttered to himself, "Sometimes I wonder, am I actually a good person? Whenever I get a chance to do something good, I do it. And look, I did a good deed. Now it's time to claim my reward." Just as he prepared for battle, the chains within the pagoda suddenly shot out and began wrapping around his golem. Surprised, Su Chingy thought, "How are these iron chains managing to bind me? I'm using so much force, and still, they're not breaking." He realized the chains must be made of some extremely powerful material. The chains began moving to attack the golem directly. Su Chingy growled, "I spent a fortune acquiring this golem. There's no way I'll let you break it so easily." Then, with a massive explosion, he destroyed all the chains around him. He commented, "Normally, I never use the techniques from the deity world, but thanks to this damned divine pagoda, I had no choice. Whatever shielding power this thing had before it was sealed must have been incredibly strong. That's the only explanation for its lingering strength." Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside the pagoda, "Cultivator, who are you? Reveal yourself immediately. It's been years since I encountered a supreme cultivator. I must see who you are." Inside the pagoda, a fox demon was trapped. The system notified Su Chingy, "Host, the demon in front of you belongs to the Nine-Tails Fox clan. If you break through Yulin Long's affection defense by 80 points, you'll receive 5,000 scumbag points and 1,000 fate points. But if you fail, your cultivation level will decrease drastically." Su Chingy chuckled to himself, "I knew it. I was expecting this kind of request eventually. This system of mine is such a pervert. Whenever it spots a beauty, it adds her to my affection list." He admitted that this demon girl was far more beautiful than the ones he had encountered before. Yulin Long addressed him seductively, "It seems you find me quite attractive, Supreme Expert. If you help me escape from this pagoda, I promise to do anything you ask." But Su Chingy responded with a smirk, "I can help you, but in return, you'll need to do something for me. For the next 1 year, you must serve my master and treat him as your own. His name is Su Chingy." Yulin Long was caught off guard. "1 whole year? I thought I'd be able to trap this guy using my beauty and manipulate him into doing my bidding." But he didn't fall for it at all. She thought about it more seriously. "It's been at least 100 years since I've been trapped in this pagoda. I've tried escaping countless times, but no one strong enough ever came. Every last one of them died by my hand. But this man, he withstood my attack and his power beyond any I've seen." Realizing her opportunity might never come again, she accepted the deal. "Serving someone for a year isn't that bad. It'll pass quickly. I have no choice but to agree." Yulin Long said aloud, "Fine, I'll serve your master for 1 year, but first, please get me out of here." Su Chingy replied confidently, "Just wait for 2 seconds. Destroying this pagoda is nothing for me." With that, he unleashed his Heaven Seal technique and shattered the pagoda, releasing Yulin Long. Stepping out after a century of imprisonment, she said, "Finally, after 100 years, I'm free." Then, eyeing Su Chingy curiously, she asked, "Before setting me free, did it ever cross your mind that I might try to escape the moment I got out? You freed me without hesitation, as if you were certain I'd stay with you." Su Chingy replied, "To be honest, I don't trust you at all, but the reality is, you've been imprisoned for so long, your powers have weakened. If you really want to run, you'll have to be faster and stronger than me. But right now, you're neither. If you were, you would have destroyed the seal yourself ages ago." He added, "Running away won't benefit you, but coming with me, that's in your best interest." Yu Linlong thought to herself, this man, he's not just powerful, he's smart, he clearly knows I'm at a disadvantage, and that escaping isn't an option for me right now. Su Qingyi said that he had already wasted too much time trying to save her. Now, if she wanted to come along, she would have to help him with the tasks ahead. After all, there were many things to obtain in the secret realm. Yu Linlong replied that she would help him, but made it clear that she didn't need to be ordered around. She would do things her own way, on her own terms. As she agreed, she thought to herself how she never imagined a day would come when she'd have to listen to a mere human. Once, she was the queen of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and people would kneel before her. Yet here she was, being talked down to by an ordinary man. Still, she accepted it for now, because she was currently too weak, but she vowed that the day wasn't far when she would regain her powers, and when that happened, he would be the one kneeling before her. If she didn't force his so-called master to bow before her, she didn't deserve to be called Yu Linlong. Su Qingyi, on the other hand, was thinking that this was exactly why he didn't like helping people. He had just saved this fox, and now she was already thinking about defying him. He could tell she thought she was clever, but he knew better. He understood the nature of foxes well enough to know that she'd betray him the moment it served her. Meanwhile, Elder Bai and the other disciples were advancing swiftly within the secret realm. Elder Bai explained that the realm consisted of the 9 heavens, each containing 10 palaces. Every one of those palaces held extraordinary rewards, and it was said that the most incredible treasures were hidden within the Heavenly Mirage Palace. She shared a rumor she had heard, that deep within that palace lay a divine-grade weapon. Over the years, many powerful cultivators had entered the secret realm, but not all had made it out alive. Their powerful artifacts and pills still remained within, untouched. The most remarkable part, she added, was that each palace held its own inheritance, and whoever obtained it could gain immense power, perhaps even advance far beyond the path of mortality. Yavlin agreed, saying that among all the palaces, Heavenly Mirage was considered the best. Those who had confidence in their abilities always aimed for that one, because everyone knew that its inheritance would be something extraordinary. There were also rumors of exceptional rewards. However, it was true that for over 100 years, no one had been able to break the barriers protecting that palace. Elder Bai reminded her that while the rewards might be great, possibly even granting immortality, it was foolish to assume it would be easy. If it were, then everyone would already be immortal. Yavlin teased her, asking why she always had to be so negative. She insisted that they should speak positively because sometimes the things they said ended up coming true. Who knew? Maybe the inheritance would come to her. Did Elder Bai really have to interrupt her every time? Elder Bai responded with a smirk, saying if thinking alone could get things done, then all the idle dreamers of the world would be the most powerful, not hard-working cultivators like themselves. Just then, they heard an urgent announcement. Someone shouted that the barrier to the Heavenly Mirage Palace had been broken, for the first time in 100 years. Apparently, a powerful expert had managed to shatter it. Soon, they would all discover what mysteries lay inside. The voice called out to anyone seeking the inheritance to head toward the palace immediately, as this was a rare opportunity to enter before anyone else. Yavlin, shocked and excited, admitted she had only just started thinking about the Heavenly Mirage Palace, and now it had really opened up. Maybe her words would come true after all. Elder Bai speculated that the demon-slaying alliance must have some extremely powerful backup, someone capable enough to break the barrier in one strike. She suspected Waikuin had come fully prepared and warned everyone to hurry. If they delayed, they might miss out or suffer major losses. As many cultivators rushed toward the Heavenly Mirage Palace, they declared themselves the luckiest in a century. For 100 years, the palace had remained sealed, but now that it was open, they hoped their fortunes would change. Perhaps they'd obtain a powerful item or treasure beyond imagination. Wan Qing, however, found something about the situation suspicious. She questioned how everyone had learned so quickly that the palace barrier was broken. Logically, the one who broke it would have entered first and quietly looted whatever they could, rather than spreading the news. If word had spread so fast, she reasoned, there had to be a greater scheme at play. She warned that it might all be a setup. These eager cultivators could just be pawns, unwitting tools in someone else's elaborate plan. Yavlin remarked that Wan Qing had a point. Even though you humans call us demons, the truth is, when it comes to being truly despicable, no one can compete with humans. Humans are capable of doing things so vile that even demons couldn't imagine them. Elder Bai added, you're right, it's possible that a trap has been set inside the Heavenly Mirage Palace. We all need to stay alert, because no one knows what lies ahead. She instructed everyone to remain silent while moving forward and to conceal their presence. The scene then shifted to the outside of the Heavenly Mirage Palace, where a large crowd had gathered. People in the crowd were amazed and impressed. The demon-slaying alliance has really done something incredible, someone said. What no one else could achieve in 100 years, they've managed to pull off. If I get any kind of reward inside the palace, I'll definitely support the alliance generously, another person added. The barrier has been broken, but I still can't find the entrance. Where is it? Meanwhile, Elder Bai and her group were watching from a distance. She noted how many people had already arrived. Yavlin observed, the breaking of the Heavenly Mirage Palace's seal is big news. After hearing about it, who wouldn't come? I'm pretty sure everyone in the entire region has gathered here, lured by the promise of treasures. Envoy Wei agreed. Most of them are here now. I think it's time we begin. Wei Kuan pointed out that members of the Cloud Immortal sect had arrived. Those fools think they're hiding, but they've already fallen into our trap. Concerned, Elder Bai asked, do they know about us? Suddenly, a group of robed figures appeared behind Elder Bai and her team. She quickly realized, we've been tricked. The robed figures trapped the entire group. Wei Kuan stepped forward and thanked everyone for coming. As you can see, we used our power to destroy the barrier, but we don't have enough strength to open the gate. That's why we called you here. If everyone combines their strength and attacks the gate, it will open. Only then will any of us gain access to the divine weapons and extraordinary treasures hidden inside. He continued, so, are you ready to change your future? All you need to do is exert your strength. Just once. The crowd cheered in excitement. Vice Leader Wei Kuan, thank you for this amazing opportunity. Don't worry about power, we'll give it everything we've got. Today, that gate won't just open, it'll shatter. Wei Kuan smiled. Good, then get ready. Suddenly, more robed figures emerged and surrounded the cultivators, forming a barrier around them. The crowd looked on in shock. What's going on? Someone said nervously. Something feels wrong. One of the robed men reassured them. Nothing is wrong. We told you we needed strength. Now, we're going to extract that strength from all of you. With that, they began to absorb energy directly from everyone's bodies. Wei Kuan laughed. Did you really think I'd share anything with you? This secret treasure is ours. And we're not giving you anything. You were just bait to power this gate, sacrificing yourselves for our cause. At that moment, 2 more men appeared, dragging captives behind them. Just like you said, Vice Leader, these people were spying from the shadows. We caught them easily thanks to your brilliant instructions. One of the captors added, thanks to the immortal binding rope, they can't use their energy now. They're just ordinary women, helpless. Wei Kuan looked amused. Su Qingyi is one lucky guy. He always has stunning women around him. Not only does he have beautiful, strong female elders, but he's also surrounded by divine-level charm. Looks like today will be a new experience for me. Furious, Yavlin shouted, you disgusting man, stay away from me. You're not even worthy of being in Su Qingyi's shadow. Don't you dare compare yourself to him. Wan Qing spat in disgust. You coward, if you had any guts, you would have tried this in front of my master. But back then, you were too afraid to act. And now, just because my master isn't here, you think you can humiliate us, even if you kill us. I promise you, my master will make sure you suffer a horrible death. Wei Kuan scoffed. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you think I'm going to kill you right away just because you're acting defiant? No, I'm not that stupid. First, I'll drain your energy completely so that you're powerless. He continued with a twisted grin. I've also prepared a special love potion for you. Once you drink it, we'll have a wonderful time together. I guarantee you'll enjoy it. In fact, once you spend some time with me, you'll forget Su Qingyi even existed. Elder Bai growled. I'm from the Bai family. If you touch me, my clan will never let you go. Yavlin stepped forward and challenged him. If you really have that much courage, then fight me one-on-one and see what happens. Wei Kuan sneered. You're so proud of your Bai family, aren't you? Sure, they're one of the top 3 clans. But let me tell you, my father is about to become a supreme master. After that, our clan will be the strongest. Do you think your Bai family would dare stand against us for your sake? They don't have the guts to defy a supreme master. He stepped closer to Elder Bai. Surrender now, or I'll do much worse to make you surrender. Elder Bai shouted in rage. You filthy scum, get away from me. But before Wei Kuan's hand could even reach her, a sudden attack landed on his arm. Startled and in pain, Wei Kuan shouted, who the hell just attacked me? Meanwhile, the girls, overjoyed, exclaimed, someone's finally come to help us. The 9-tailed fox smiled and said calmly, these guys are way too weak. I know you can handle them on your own, which is why I won't interfere. This is your fight. Su Qingyi smirked and replied, I don't need you to step in anyway. Every single one of these guys is my prey, and I like to take down my prey myself. Wei Kuan ordered, move forward and finish off that man in rags. Whoever kills him will receive a great reward from me. Motivated by the promise of a reward, the fighters stepped forward, saying that there was no way this ragged guy would survive today. Su Qingyi turned toward the girls and said with confidence, watch closely, and see how I deal with these bastards myself. Suddenly, one of the attackers charged at Su Qingyi using his full power, but his strike did no damage. Su Qingyi remarked that fighting such weaklings was a waste of time, and it would be better to finish them all at once. Saying this, he unleashed his eternal flame and burned them all down instantly. Onlookers trapped below stared in shock and began asking, who is this guy? He looks insanely powerful. These demon-slaying fighters can't even scratch him. They started hoping they might actually survive. Wei Kuan, looking troubled, asked Envoy Wei what they should do now. Envoy Wei replied that he knew just how weak the Demon Alliance was, and that he had never planned to rely entirely on them. That's why he had brought along a few trump cards of his own. He then summoned his 3 great guardians and commanded them to fight, saying, "Go and show them what true power looks like." Suddenly, 3 incredibly powerful experts appeared. Elder Bai recognized them immediately and explained, "All 3 of these fighters are half-step supreme experts. Now I understand how these 4 were able to set such a massive trap. They had incredibly powerful experts backing them." As the situation escalated, Su Qingyi calmly commented, 3 half-step supremes, defeating them will surely earn me a magnificent reward." The first master surrounded himself with a layer of ice and declared, "No matter what you do, you won't be able to break through this. I'm well known for my unbreakable ice barrier." But Su Qingyi shattered both the barrier and the master with a single punch. He sneered, "You're famous for this pathetic barrier. What do they even call you? Weak barrier guy." Meanwhile, the other 2 masters synchronized their energies and said, "Right now, we're at the half-supreme level, but once we merge our powers, we'll break through to the supreme realm. After that, you won't be able to touch us." Su Qingyi mocked them, asking, "So you're using a summoning technique now? Do you really think this pink skeleton can stop me? If I'm being honest, I'm pretty good at summoning too." He then summoned Inferno, saying, "Come on out, my dear Inferno, say hi to these fools." As soon as Inferno appeared, it incinerated the 2 masters completely. Watching his men get defeated one after another, Wei Kuan began to panic. Before he could escape, Su Qingyi's second golem blocked his path. Shocked, Wei Kuan stammered, "There were 2 golems." Trying to bargain, he pleaded, "Don't try to kill me. You don't know, my father is about to come out of seclusion. Once he's out, he'll have reached the supreme level. He'll be powerful enough to destroy you completely. If you let me go, I'll forget all about this. But if you kill me, he'll destroy your entire family." Despite the warning, Su Qingyi walked up and snapped his neck without hesitation. He said coldly, "This idiot should have been begging for mercy, but instead he dared to brag about his father. Even a good man would have killed him." As the barrier shattered, the cultivators inside began to regain their powers. Filled with gratitude, they shouted, "Great cultivator, thank you so much. Once we get out of here, these damned Demon Alliance members won't be spared. We'll tell our masters everything they tried to do." They then stepped forward and greeted Su Qingyi with deep respect. Elder Bai and the others joined in, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. The golem said, "Don't misunderstand, ladies. I haven't done anything heroic by saving you. I was simply following my master's orders. He instructed me to escort you safely to this place, and I'm just doing the task assigned to me." Wan Qing responded, asking, "Master, are you talking about my master Su Qingyi?" The golem confirmed, "Yes, I am referring to him. Our sect master even sent an order on your behalf. He mentioned that this location isn't safe to stay for long. Elder Bai, you're requested to assist the children so they can obtain some incredible treasures here. As for Nine-Tailed Fox." Just then, Yulin Wang reassured him. She said not to worry, as she had no intention of going anywhere. She admitted that she needed his help to regain her strength and added that she wouldn't be safe venturing out alone. She promised, "Even if it takes a day or a year, I'll wait for you." As Su Qingyi moved forward, he thought to himself that it was great she was smart enough to understand without needing everything spelled out. Then, Su Qingyi activated the Heavenly Mirage Palace. He said he had heard from legends that this palace didn't just hold its own power, but also the combined power of all other palaces. He warned them, "This place is like an alternate space. Once inside, I can't guarantee anyone's safety. If you're lucky, you might find treasures beyond imagination. But if not, you may end up losing everything, possibly even your lives. So, keep your wits about you. If you stop using your mind, you'll run into serious trouble." Yavlin and Wan Qing both nodded in agreement and assured him they understood. The 3 of them then entered the Heavenly Mirage Palace. As Wan Qing opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely different place and wondered where she had ended up. Meanwhile, Yavlin entered a dimension of her own. She said she had always dreamed of obtaining him, and now, finally, she had found the demon god skeleton. Su Qingyi, on the other hand, had arrived at the Crystal Palace, where he found the tomb of the Divine Queen in front of him. He commented that the place seemed quite intriguing. As Su Qingyi stepped forward, his spirit suddenly separated from his body and exited the golem. He realized there was a barrier that ordinary bodies couldn't pass through. It required a special body to move ahead. He thought things were about to get very interesting. He then saw a coffin and wondered what could possibly be inside. Upon opening it, he found a stunningly beautiful woman lying within. Embarrassed, Su Qingyi thought she was a heavenly beauty, unlike anything he had seen before. Though he had been surrounded by many beautiful women, this one had an almost crystalline aura and carried the air of an immortal. He couldn't believe someone so perfect could actually exist. Just then, he sensed something else approaching. An old man suddenly appeared and addressed him as "My king," he said. "You've finally returned. You have no idea. I've waited for you for 1,000 years. Not a single day passed without me longing for your return. During this wait, our queen fell into a deep slumber and hasn't opened her eyes for a millennium. She, too, waited only for you." Su Qingyi was bewildered. He thought, "King, this old man must have mistaken me for someone else." He recalled all the memories of the body he had possessed. The original Su Qingyi wasn't a king and didn't even belong to this place. The old man continued, "My king, please allow me to end our queen's long wait. I shall break the seal on the coffin and reunite the two of you after 1,000 years. Then, my duty will be complete, and I can finally rest in peace." He shattered the ice surrounding the coffin, bringing the queen out. With a satisfied smile, he said, "Now that you're together again, I can die peacefully. I hope your future life is filled with happiness." The queen slowly opened her eyes and, seeing Su Qingyi, called him her husband. Crying, she said she was finally able to see him again and that he didn't know just how happy she was. Su Qingyi, however, was feeling conflicted. He wondered why he felt so uneasy. He tried to control his emotions and reminded himself not to get overwhelmed. He noticed that the energy within the palace had become chaotic due to the broken seal. He feared the palace wouldn't be able to sustain itself for much longer and would soon collapse entirely. As she closed her eyes again, the queen said softly, "My love, I'll wait for you outside. I hope we can reunite soon." Meanwhile, Su Qingyi questioned what exactly was happening in this place. He noticed the structure was starting to crumble on its own, and he could sense a dangerous energy emanating from the surroundings. To his concern, Yavlan was nearby, directly within the range of that ominous force. Without wasting time, Su Qingyi rushed forward and entered his golem. At the same time, deep inside the demon hall, the demon god skeleton had awakened. Yavlan was still trapped in an illusion, completely unaware. Just as the demon god was about to attack her, Su Qingyi arrived and broke through the illusionary realm with sheer force. That disruption brought Yavlan back to consciousness. She opened her eyes to see Su Qingyi fiercely battling the demon god. Approaching her, Su Qingyi asked if she was okay. Yavlan replied that she had known all along it was him inside the golem, the same person who had been trying to act mysterious in front of everyone earlier. Su Qingyi reminded her of his promise. Whenever she needed help, he would be there, and he was not someone who went back on his word. Yavlan responded with a teasing smile, saying he had become quite the expert in sweet-talking lately. Regardless, she sincerely thanked him for his help. If not for him, the skeleton would have definitely killed her. She explained that the demon had tried to trap her in an illusion, but now she would destroy it with her own hands. With that declaration, Yavlan slammed the demon into the ground and extracted a crystal from his body. Holding the crystal, she claimed it as her own. Su Qingyi watched her, thinking how remarkable she was. Every time he imagined the kind of people he wanted by his side, he always pictured someone exactly like Yavlan, strong and dependable. Using the power of the crystal, Yavlan created a pet demon skeleton for herself. As she returned to Su Qingyi, she thanked him again and offered to reward him once they returned. Meanwhile, Wang Qing was wandering through a different palace. Suddenly, her phoenix appeared and brought her back to consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she realized she was inside the demon heavenly palace. A prince seated before her commented on her body, saying, "You possess the 9 Empress Phoenix body. No one else in the world has such a magnificent physique. You're the only one who could ever truly satisfy me." Wang Qing was alarmed. She wondered how he knew so much about her body and if she'd been trapped in his illusion since she entered the palace. Her phoenix had just rescued her from it. She was furious. During the illusion, this man had repeatedly harmed her. It was clear to her that his goal was to break her spirit and make her give up. The prince acknowledged her confusion. He explained that everything he'd done, all the illusions, all the pain, was to activate her phoenix body. He claimed to possess an inheritance meant for her, but if she wanted it, she would have to accept him as her master. If she agreed, everything in the demon heavenly palace would be hers. He admitted he'd been waiting a long time for someone worthy to carry on his legacy. Bowing respectfully, Wang Qing thanked him for awakening her bloodline. However, she made it clear that she couldn't accept him as her master. She already had one, and because of that, she also refused to join his palace. She said she would never betray her master or his teachings. The prince tried to persuade her, saying he knew she came from a lower realm, but even those from the divine realm were nothing before him. He argued that she had the greatest body in the world and that no one else was more qualified to train her. He asked her one final time, would she accept him as her master? Wang Qing resolutely said no. No matter what happened, she would never betray her master. Hearing this, the prince declared that if she was of no use to him, then there was no point in keeping her alive. Before she could grow to become the strongest among the 9 realms, he would have to eliminate her. With that, he launched an attack at her, but Wang Qing swiftly countered, splitting the attack into 2 with her bare hands. The prince was impressed. Noting that despite her relatively low cultivation, she had managed to stop his strike thanks to her Empress body, something even high-level cultivators had failed to do. Wan Qing tried to retreat, but the prince began using his gravity powers to suppress her. She told him that no matter what he did, she would never acknowledge him as her master. She thought to herself that his spiritual pressure was overwhelming. She couldn't even stand before him, let alone fight him. Just then, massive stones erupted from the ground and launched an attack on the prince. Enraged, he demanded to know who dared intrude into his palace. Su Qingyi appeared, declaring that Wan Qing had done enough and no longer needed to struggle. Her master had arrived. Wan Qing was overjoyed to see Su Qingyi. She knew that no matter how powerful the enemy, they would always fall before him. The prince, unfazed, began charging at Su Qingyi, ready to attack. The prince was declaring proudly that no one could ever dare to attack him. But just then, Su Qingyi lifted the prince effortlessly and flung him to the side. Su Qingyi scolded him, saying that mutts like him had become far too bold lately. He mocked the prince for thinking he could snatch his disciple away from him. With a warning tone, he told the prince to remember his place, or he'd remind him in a way that would leave him unable to even stand. The prince, now on the ground, recognized the spiritual energy coming from Su Qingyi. He was absolutely certain he could never mistake this energy for anything else. Then, in a surprising turn, the prince grabbed Su Qingyi's feet and, with a joyful expression, exclaimed that the divine immortal king had finally returned. Witnessing this, both Yavlin and Wan Qing were stunned. The same prince who, moments ago, was ready to fight Su Qingyi was now groveling at his feet. The prince admitted that if he had known Wan Qing was the disciple of the divine king, he never would have attempted to abduct him. He remarked that the divine king had taken quite a long time to return and expressed how truly glad he was to see him again. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi was trying to make sense of it all. He thought to himself that the title divine king had been used for him once before, back in the hall he'd visited. It seemed these people weren't mistaken in identifying him. Perhaps he really did resemble their divine king. The prince continued, explaining that during the last Great War, the divine king had left their divine queen in the heavenly Mirage Palace for her protection. Now that the king had returned, her long wait, thousands of years, could finally end. She had waited patiently all this time. Su Qingyi, still confused, asked the system what was going on. He admitted he had no memory of any of this, yet these people were treating him like their king. The system responded, saying that according to the origin records, Su Qingyi and the queen were not connected. However, by breaking through this space and entering the current body, he had triggered major changes in the timeline. Now, explaining any relationship between him and the queen would be extremely complicated. Su Qingyi was frustrated. He muttered to himself that this system was useless. It never seemed to know anything important. Then he stated that the queen had already left this place. Hearing this, the prince agreed and said they should all go too. Since the divine queen had revived, it was essential for them to be by her side. He explained that if he left, the divine beasts would relentlessly pursue him, so he would remain here for the next few years. Su Qingyi nodded and said that in that case, they would take their leave. He added that if the prince ever came out, he was welcome to visit him. With that, Su Qingyi and the others began to exit. As soon as they left, the prince fell to the ground, coughing up blood. He whispered to himself that the divine king must have forgotten many things. The last time the apocalypse occurred, it had destroyed all 9 realms, and the one who brought that destruction was none other than the king's beloved divine queen. No matter what, he had to find her before it was too late. Outside, Yavlin questioned where Su Qingyi's fox companion had come from, as she had never seen it near him before. Wan Qing speculated that it might be Su Qingyi's spiritual pet, but Elder Bai interjected, claiming it wasn't about the pet at all. She insisted that his master was a scoundrel who simply loved surrounding himself with beautiful women. Meanwhile, members from the demon-slaying sect and their rival faction stood face to face, tensions running high. The rival group accused the demon slayers of trying to kill them. In response, the demon slayers denied it, saying that the loss of their vice leader inside the ruins had already caused them great damage. They asked if a fight was still necessary. The opposing side coldly replied that whatever happened to their vice leader was well-deserved and they wouldn't be blamed for his death. The demon slayers warned that their leader would soon emerge from inside, and once he did, none of them would survive. They told them to act arrogant while they still could. Just then, a portal opened, and the divine queen emerged. Her stunning beauty left everyone speechless. Nobody could believe that such a divine presence could exist in their world. Some whispered among themselves, wondering if she was truly a queen or perhaps a celestial fairy sent from the heavens. The elders from the other factions speculated whether the queen had been resurrected from the secret realm. Her arrival in the real world could only mean that the hidden realm had been destroyed. They estimated that she had to be at least 1,000 years old and wondered how she could still be alive after so long. Now understanding the reason behind the creation of the secret realm, They realized it was likely designed to resurrect her. Surviving inside had been a struggle, and now they knew their efforts had been for her. As the queen opened her eyes, her gaze immediately fell on Su Qingyi, who was meditating in his formation, crying out, "Husband!" She flew straight toward him. The queen said, "Qingli missed you a lot." Meanwhile, all the men around were engaged in conversation. As soon as the queen arrived, she headed straight to Lord Su. Everyone agreed that Lord Su was incredibly lucky. He lacked nothing in terms of personality. Hearing all this, Wan Qing was visibly jealous. At the same time, Nine-Tailed Fox commented, "I have to admit, this man Su Qingyi, he's a complete playboy, always surrounded by beautiful women." Yavlin added, "Honestly, you should just accept it. Su Qingyi is not someone who will ever change for anyone." Just then, Su Qingyi emerged from the golem, returning to his real body. He stopped the queen and said, "Girl, you're misunderstanding something. I'm not your husband." The queen looked confused and replied, "Husband? What are you saying? I know you wouldn't say something so serious without a reason. There must be a deeper motive behind your words. But if I'm being honest, I can't bear to hear this from you. Please, just tell me the truth," Su Qingyi said. "All I can say is, you're living under a big misunderstanding." Suddenly, several men knelt before the queen and respectfully said, "Empress, welcome back. 1,000 years ago, because of you, our clan rose to great heights. The entire world feared our name, but after your departure, our clan grew weak, and now others want to destroy us. Please, save us." Without warning, the queen attacked them all. Shocked, the men cried out, "Queen, why are you attacking us?" Witnessing the queen's power, everyone was stunned. Those she struck down were powerful cultivators, yet none of them could withstand even a single blow from her. Some among the crowd murmured with excitement, 1,000 years ago, the queen was terrifying. Wherever she walked, corpses would follow. People feared her deeply, but now, this same queen has fallen in love with our Lord Su. That's why she's holding back. All the men started saying, "Lord Su, you're incredible." Su Qingyi thought to himself, "It's not just my aura. Even after seeing my face clearly, she's still calling me her husband. Am I truly the divine immortal king these people believe me to be? A person wouldn't make such a huge mistake again and again, right?" Just then, the system provided details. "The girl standing in front of you is Lu Qingli, the first goddess of the ancestral Lushan clan. She possesses the Tianji Empress bloodline. Her cultivation is at the peak of the transformation realm. Once she fully recovers, she will ascend to the saint realm. Her cultivation methods are at the god level. Her affection for you is currently at 99 points. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from the depths of the demon-slaying sect. The leader roared, "Which bastard laid a hand on my son?" Su Qingyi sensed the aura and thought, "Whoever this is, he's immensely powerful. No one in the Northern Directory ever possessed such strength. This presence, it must be someone of supreme power." A moment later, the leader of the demon sect, Wei Heito, appeared in front of everyone. The members of the demon sect were overjoyed. The leader has emerged from seclusion. He's now reached the supreme level. With him here, no one can touch us. They all bowed and said, "Welcome back, leader. With your return, this entire territory shall be ours again." One man stepped forward and pointed at Su Qingyi. "Leader, that's the one. He's the one who killed our young master. Please teach this bastard a lesson." Without a word, Wei Heito stepped forward and killed that man on the spot. He said coldly, "My son is dead, and you're still alive? That means you didn't even fight to protect him. You have no right to live either. But first, I'll deal with this Su Qingyi. None of you who went into the secret realm with my son, none of you who stood by as he died, deserve to live." Turning to Su Qingyi, he declared, "Accept your fate, Su Qingyi. The moment you killed my son, the god of death had already written your end." Su Qingyi stepped forward and shouted, "You bastard, you're acting like I wronged you, but you people started this war when you killed our leader. Today, I'll finally avenge him." The two of them clashed with a powerful punch. With just one blow, Heito's hand was fractured. Shocked, Heito thought to himself that despite Su Qingyi's youthful appearance, he had not only blocked his punch effortlessly but even broke his hand. He began to suspect that Su Qingyi might also be a supreme realm cultivator, just like him. Perhaps, picking a fight with Su Qingyi had been a huge mistake. Su Qingyi, analyzing the situation, realized he couldn't fully release his energy in this battle. Fighting such a powerful cultivator without using his full strength was going to be incredibly difficult. It seemed he might have to resort to some tricks. Su Qingyi then commanded his system to show what options were available to him. He picked a card that granted him the power of a supreme master. As the strength surged through him, he exclaimed that this was incredible. He now possessed overwhelming power for the next hour, more than enough to end this battle with ease. Just then, the enemy leader attacked Su Qingyi. However, Su Qingyi dodged the attack with perfect timing, forming his fist. He grinned and said it had been a long time since a fight felt this thrilling. He then unleashed his golden dragon fist on Leader Wei. Leader Wei used all his strength to resist the dragon, but Su Qingyi warned him that his efforts were in vain. He hadn't even used his full power yet. The slight release of Su Qingyi's strength was already overwhelming for Leader Wei, leaving him battered. Su Qingyi then declared he had played around enough. It was time to feed his dragon. As he spoke, he shut the dragon's jaws, slicing Leader Wei's body in half. The members of the demon-slaying alliance were in disbelief. Their leader had been defeated so easily. In response, members of the heavenly demon clan surrounded Su Qingyi. They whispered among themselves that Su Qingyi's power was growing dangerously fast. A man like him surviving could spell doom for them. Even their queen had refused to join them because Su Qingyi was present. Smiling, Su Qingyi took out another card and said he had recently purchased a new item from the system, and was looking for someone to test it on. Now that the Heavenly Demon Clan members had shown up, they were the perfect test subjects. Using the card, Su Qingyi cast a spell that placed their minds under his control. Addressing them coldly, Su Qingyi commanded, "From now on, you will follow my orders. Kill every last member of the demon-slaying alliance. Leave no survivors." Obeying his command, the Heavenly Demon Clan turned on the demon-slaying alliance and began slaughtering them. The members of the alliance were stunned, watching in horror as the very masters they had hired were now attacking them. Meanwhile, observing the chaos Su Qingyi had unleashed, the queen was distressed. She called out, wondering what her husband had become. But before she could intervene, her time in this world expired. A heavenly decree ordered her return. She could no longer stay. Before leaving, the queen looked back and whispered, "Husband, even if you don't recognize me now, I will return, and one day, you will remember me." After wiping out the alliance, Su Qingyi stood tall and declared, "Today, I officially announce the end of the demon-slaying alliance. From now on, only members of the Heavenly Demon Clan will reside in this city. I expect all of you to behave like decent people, but if anyone dares cause trouble, you know what happens. Su Qingyi will return." The remaining spectators cheered, calling Su Qingyi their incredible lord, a true hero who was fighting for everyone. From the sidelines, Yifan thought to himself that Su Qingyi was becoming more of a hero with each passing day. Meanwhile, Divine Spirit whispered that Su Qingyi probably didn't even realize what had happened at his home. While he was busy gaining fame, they had looted his place clean. He chuckled and guessed Su Qingyi would be completely shocked when he returned. Divine Spirit then turned to Yifang and said it was time to leave since they had already completed their mission. As they began to walk away, Su Qingyi muttered, "Did you really think I wouldn't figure out your little tricks?" Back in Tiandong City, Lily and the Crown Prince had been kidnapped and brought there by Yifang. As they stepped out, the Crown Prince shouted angrily, accusing Yifang of cowardice. He raged, saying, "You kidnapped us only because our lord wasn't with us. I've never seen a more pathetic man than you." In response, Yifang struck the Crown Prince and reminded him that his spiritual powers had already been sealed. He warned the prince to think 100 times before speaking another word, since he couldn't even scratch Yifang. But Yifang could destroy him. He explained that he hadn't killed them because he needed to take them somewhere, so value your lives while you still can, Yifang warned. Lily, confused and angry, asked what they had been brought there for. Yifang turned to her with a calm tone and said, "Lily, forgive me for my actions. To tell you the truth, you're a really good person. I hated watching you fall into Su Qingyi's manipulative trap. That's why I had to take such a drastic step and bring you here." He continued, "I told you before, and I'll say it again, Su Qingyi is a cunning scoundrel. One day, you'll understand what I was trying to tell you, but I just hope by the time you do, it's not too late." The Crown Prince scoffed, claiming that Yifang didn't have the strength to defeat his lord. Now that he had failed to defeat him, he was trying to slander them instead. "Please don't listen to a word the scumbag says," he told Lily. Yifang then announced that he had some business to take care of and would be stepping out, but he reassured them they were completely safe within the city. They were free to roam wherever they wanted, except escape was not an option. Divine Spirit noted that since the prisoners had no energy left, there was no way they could run even if they tried. Later, Lily and the Crown Prince found themselves in a lodge, annoyed and frustrated. The Crown Prince muttered, "I'm so furious at that bastard Yifang. Miss Lily, when you meet Lord Su Qingyi, please make sure to tell her everything this scumbag did to you after kidnapping you." Lily remarked that Yifang didn't have the courage to do anything to her. He could barely take Crown Prince along with him. As for Lord Su, she questioned why he would even save the Crown Prince, considering he wasn't his relative. Hearing this, the Crown Prince expressed his dismay. He said her words had broken his heart. They had both been kidnapped together and brought to this place, and he thought she would understand his pain. But after hearing such bitter words from her, he felt completely alienated. Just then young Master Zoe made an entrance. The girls nearby started whispering excitedly, saying he was the most handsome man in the entire Tiandong city. They considered themselves incredibly lucky to have seen him in person. Young Master Zoe's gaze fell on Lily. He approached her and said, "Sweet girl, I know this is our first meeting, but to be honest, just looking at you makes my heart race. That's why I think we should become friends. I'm the young master of Tiandong City." and if you wish, you can come with me to the auction at night. Lily replied sharply, saying her father had always told her not to talk to strangers, especially those who looked ugly like him. She told him to leave immediately because she wasn't interested in talking to him or going anywhere with a man like him. Young Master Zoe was stunned by her harsh rejection. The Crown Prince, amused, laughed and commented sarcastically, "Brother, looks like your charm isn't working today. You tried to flirt with the wrong girl. Maybe some average girls would entertain you, but top-tier beauties won't even give you a second glance." Infuriated, young Master Zoe struck the Crown Prince and shouted, "You beggar, who let you enter this lodge? If you say another word while you're in my territory, I won't hesitate to kill you." The Crown Prince, dazed, wondered how he had become so weak. When had weak bastard like this started threatening him? Then it hit him. He had no spiritual energy left. "Looks like I messed with the wrong person today." Zoe turned back to Lily and sneered, "Girls like you are just toys to me. I play with them as much as I want and then toss them aside. Just because I'm giving you attention doesn't mean you're special. You're nothing more than an expensive toy to me." Disgusted, Lily stepped back and said, "Stay away from me, you reek. Honestly, I've never met a more disgusting person than you." As Zoe moved to grab her, the Crown Prince caught his hand and said firmly, "Miss Lily already said no. Why are you still harassing her without reason?" Zoe looked at the Crown Prince, puzzled. This guy has no spiritual energy, and yet, he's still standing strong. Strange. Pulling out a dagger, Zoe threatened him, "If you speak again, I'll shove this dagger straight into your body." Just as he was about to attack, a stone suddenly hit his hand. Zoe turned around angrily, yelling, "Who's the lunatic with a death wish, throwing stones at me?" Suchingi, standing there, calm and composed, he addressed Zoe, "Young Master Zoe, you're quite arrogant. I've heard there's a Tianji auction happening today in your Tiandong city. With so many people visiting your city, and this is how you behave? You're tarnishing your city's reputation." Lily, relieved, said she knew he would come soon. The Crown Prince, overjoyed, added, "Lord Su, you have no idea how happy I am to see you. I knew I mattered enough for you to come help me, even just once." Su Qingyi looked at Zoe and said, "Since you haven't done anything yet, I'm willing to let this go. I'll give you one last chance to end this here, otherwise, things won't go well for you." Zoe could feel the immense pressure Su Qingyi exuded. This man has a completely different level of power. Just standing near him makes me feel weak. If he chooses to fight me, I'm dead for sure. I can't afford to pick a fight with someone like him. Backing off, Zoe muttered, "Fine, I'll forget this matter." Then he walked away. Lily rushed to Su Qingyi and hugged him, saying, "Finally, you're here. I was so scared I'd never see you again." The Crown Prince also stepped forward, saying he had been scared too and asked for a hug. Su Qingyi quickly stopped him and said, "You can show your joy from a distance. No need to come near me. By the way, I've unblocked your spiritual energy." That Yifang had left his divine weapon to keep an eye on them. "Now go and show that scoundrel his place." Re-energized, the Crown Prince charged forward and destroyed the divine weapon. He yelled, "You scumbag, acting all tough in front of me. I admit I'm nothing in front of Yifang, but compared to you, I'm way stronger. I've destroyed you just for talking too much." Then, bowing before Su Qingyi, he said with sincerity, "You've saved my life 3 or 4 times now. That's why I'm giving you this fragment of the divine weapon. That bastard Yifang is away right now, so I have a good chance to escape. I know for sure, you will take my revenge." Su Qingyi says, "Before you leave, do one last thing for me." He needed Lily to be safely escorted back to the sect. The Crown Prince responded, saying, "For you, I would gladly give my life." "This is just a small favor," Lily asked. "Su Qingyi, are you coming back with me?" Su Qingyi shook his head and explained that he had a lot of things to take care of today, and because of that, he wouldn't be able to return with her. He advised her to go home and get some rest. Later that night, the scene shifted to the Grand Tianji auction. The hall was bustling with people who had gathered to attend the event. Some of the attendees were seen chatting excitedly, saying things like, "A lot of rare and valuable items are going to be auctioned tonight. We came here to buy the top beauties captured from various clans we've destroyed. We're definitely going to get our hands on some exceptional ones tonight." Yifang, who was also present, observed the event silently and thought to himself, "In Tianji City, there are many such auctions where high-quality women are sold. Many of them have top-tier bloodlines and incredibly powerful physiques. I may not find someone with a perfect spiritual body here, but I might still find someone of high quality. If I bring them back to the sect, my achievements will increase significantly." He wondered how his luck would fare tonight and felt optimistic, thinking that Su Qingyi wasn't around to affect it. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi was watching everything unfold and thinking, "The people of this world are truly insane. I still don't understand how I ended up being the villain 10 years later. Look at all these vile things. Yifang is the one doing them. He's attending an auction I wouldn't even consider stepping into." These so-called immoral cultivators see ordinary people as nothing. The auction begins. The host took the stage and welcomed everyone, announcing, "Welcome to tonight's Tianji auction. We have brought high-grade obedient women for you. Whatever type you desire, you'll find them here. Start placing your bids and take home whoever you want." He pointed to a girl standing to the side and said, "Bidding for this beauty starts at 500,000 gold coins." As expected, the scummy guests began shouting out their bids, and the numbers started rising quickly. Yifang looked at the second girl and realized, "I'll need at least 200,000 gold coins to win her, and the third girl has already reached 300,000. Are these people insane? Why are they bidding so aggressively?" Even though Yifang was a holy sun cultivator, he felt oddly poor among these bidders. Just then, Su Qingyi calmly raised his hand and declared, "There are 3 girls in this auction. I'll take all 3, for a total of 3 million gold coins." The entire hall fell silent. Everyone was shocked by his offer. He continued, "Now, tell me, does anyone want to outbid me, or should today's bidding end here?" Some onlookers sneered and whispered among themselves, saying, "This guy's a fool, he's drawn everyone's attention. Sure, he may win the auction easily, but how will he leave the city? Even after spending 3 million, he's bound to go home empty-handed." Just then, young Master Zui approached Su Qingyi and said, "In our Tiandong city, auctions happen all the time, but no one has ever placed a bid this large, 3 million. While we don't doubt your capability, would you be willing to pay right now to put our doubts to rest?" Su Qingyi looked at him and replied coldly, "I'll pay, but in return, I'll take something from you." He paused, then added with a chilling tone, "I'm going to take your life." Zoe was instantly enraged. "What do you think we are, fools? You think you can come here and mess with our auction? For years, no one has dared disrupt peace in our city, and you think you'll just walk out of here unscathed? Show your face." But the moment he saw Su Qingyi's face, his expression changed. "It's you. We met just this morning." Before he could say another word, Su Qingyi attacked and killed him on the spot. Everyone in the hall recoiled in fear, gasping, "Who is this guy? Where did he come from?" Su Qingyi lied with a smirk and said, "I'm Su Xingmeng, from the Shura Palace." Immediately, the city's guards sprang into action, preparing to attack him. They shouted, "This is our auction, our pride. You can't just cause trouble here." But Su Qingyi summoned his golems to handle them. He stood confidently and said, "You insects aren't even worth my time. My soldiers are more than enough to deal with the likes of you." The 2 golems he summoned began attacking, easily overpowering the city guards. Yifang, watching all this chaos unfold, was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on here? No matter where I go lately, trouble seems to follow. But if I really think about it, I have nothing to do with this mess, so there's no point in sticking around." With that, he turned and quietly left the scene. As Su Qingyi stood before Yifang, Su Qingyi coldly declared, "Did I say you could leave?" With those words, Su Qingyi launched a powerful and dangerous attack on Yifang, but Yifang, using his sword, managed to block most of it. Internally, Yifang was amazed by Su Qingyi's aura. It was extraordinary. He finally understood why Su Qingyi had been acting so arrogantly. Steadying himself, Yifang addressed him respectfully, "Big brother, I think you've misunderstood me. I don't belong to this city, nor do I have any connection with its people. In fact, I have some valuable information for you." He continued, "You're a skilled martial artist, so I assume you're interested in women with exceptional physiques. In a nearby city, there's a girl named Fang Wanqing who possesses the rare 9 Empress Phoenix body, the best in the entire world. If you're interested, she can be yours. All you need to do is kill her vile master." But Su Qingyi responded coldly, "I have no interest in any kind of body right now. The only thing I want is to beat you up." With that, he released a powerful wave of energy. Yifang, preparing for battle, muttered, "I was trying to avoid a fight, but that doesn't mean I'm weak or incapable. Since you've chosen violence, you'll have to face the consequences." Both men charged forward, ready to clash. However, against Su Qingyi's fist attack, Yifang stood no chance. With just a single blow, Yifang was severely injured and thrown to the ground. Lying there, he wondered in disbelief how someone could possess such terrifying power. Standing over him, Su Qingyi scoffed, "If my luck was not increasing just because of you, I would have killed you by now, but you're still useful to me, so I'll spare your life." He then walked over and freed all the girls, saying, "In the 9 realms and the 3 worlds, every person has a spirit. These spirits are neither inherently good nor bad, they are just different. You've been told your whole life that you were born to be slaves, but I say otherwise. You don't have to accept that fate, because you've done nothing to deserve it." The rescued girls, filled with gratitude, said, "Your Highness, thank you so much for saving us. We don't have much, but we want to repay you however we can." Su Qingyi waved it off and replied, "That's not important right now. You're free now. Don't you want revenge? Think about what they did to you. Will you really forgive such evil people so easily? Show me how courageous you truly are, and don't worry, none of them will dare attack while I'm here." The 3 girls, anger burning in their eyes, stepped forward to confront their tormentors. The men, terrified, tried to flee, begging for forgiveness. "Please spare us. We promise never to participate in these cruel acts again. But apologies weren't enough to calm the girls' fury. One by one, they struck down every last man. Watching them, Su Chingyi smiled with pride and said, "You did well. Now tell me, would you like to work for me?" He continued, "There's only one rule: if you do, you're free to offend anyone in this world, but no one should be able to offend you and get away with it." The girls, beaming, replied, "Master, we are ready to do anything for you." Su Chingyi then summoned Ninetail's fox and instructed her, "Take them to the Shura Palace. Use their power to heal yourself." Ninetail's fox bowed and said, "Thank you, you truly are a man of your word." Su Chingyi, now filled with confidence, proclaimed, "From today, the Shura Palace will become famous. The entire world will tremble at its name." The scene shifted to a few days later. Fang Wanqing was shown calmly meditating and cultivating. When she finally opened her eyes, she was shocked to see the phoenix standing before her. Confused, Wanqing asked, "How did you appear outside my body?" The phoenix replied, "My name is Manhwa. I was once a guardian of the Empress Phoenix clan. You possess the phoenix body, which means you are the reincarnation of our 9 Empress." Manhwa continued, "If I awaken your memories, all the powers from your past life will return to you. After that, there might be nothing in this world you cannot accomplish." Wanqing gasped, "So, I'm truly going to become powerful. If that happens, I'll be more useful to Master. I know he doesn't like weak people, yet he still kept me by his side." Manhwa nodded, "But I have one condition. Once you gain your power, you cannot stay here. You must come with me to the Empress Phoenix Holy Land, the place you originally came from. Only there can your true potential be unlocked." Wanqing hesitated, lost in thought. "If I leave, and my body is filled with someone else's memories, what if I lose myself? I don't know why, but something inside me is telling me not to say yes." Phoenix told her, "I can activate your bloodline, I can awaken your memories, and once that happens, you'll soon become as powerful as the heavens. But even after knowing that, you're still hesitating over some useless master." She continued bluntly, "Honestly, if it were anyone else in your place, they wouldn't be overthinking this. They would have already said yes to me by now." Wanqing responded firmly. She said that if she were to absorb someone else's memories into her body, she'd eventually lose herself. She would just become a container, a vessel for someone else's memories, someone else's life, and she didn't want to live a life like that. "If it's about power, I'll grow powerful with time. I don't need to resort to these shortcuts." Phoenix smirked and replied, "You know, this body has been possessed by many before you, but I can say without a doubt, you're the worst Phoenix I've ever seen." Just then, Phoenix paused, sensing something. She muttered, "Someone's coming. Anyway, I've already said everything I had to. This body and this life, they're yours. Do whatever you want with them, but if you ever decide you want power, call me. Maybe then, I'll return to help you." Suddenly, a stranger appeared and casually said, "I was just passing by. Honestly, I didn't see any phoenix or anything. I saw nothing." Wanqing stepped forward, demanding to know who he was and how he dared enter their sacred grounds. The man responded calmly, telling her there was no need to overthink it. He claimed he had the ability to read people's destinies and added, "Whether it's yours or mine, perhaps fate itself brought us together here." He questioned why they should be rude to each other for no reason and asked, "Would you like to join me for some tea?" Wanqing dismissed him coldly, telling him to mind his own business. "I don't talk to strangers." The man, however, was thinking to himself that he hadn't expected someone with the Empress's body to be so adorable. As for that bastard Su Chingyi, he vowed not to let him destroy the Empress of their tribe. He was ready to do whatever it took to stop that from happening. Meanwhile, Su Chingyi was cultivating alone in his room when he suddenly sensed danger. Someone was trying to kill him. Just then, the system appeared and warned him, "Host, you're on the verge of failing. Fang Wanqing spoke with her phoenix today. If not today, then tomorrow, she will leave you for good. Once that happens, she'll grow too powerful, and your mission will be doomed." The system continued. Earlier, a man named Fang Yichen from the Phoenix clan met Wanqing. He possesses the power to predict the future. Once Wanqing awakens the power in her body, Fang Yichen will stay by her side to guide her through good and bad fortune. Over the next 10 years, he'll help her grow immensely strong. With him around, she'll learn everything, even your true intentions. The system warned that Fang Yichen posed a serious threat. Su Chingyi, processing this, thought to himself that if the man really had such powers, then eliminating him was crucial. The problem, however, was that Fang Yichen belonged to the Phoenix clan, one of the most powerful clans in Upper Realm. To defeat him, Su Chingyi realized he'd need an incredibly strong technique. Turning to the system, he asked if it had any powers from the Upper Realm. "If you do, give them to me now. I don't care about the cost. I'm ready to pay whatever it takes." The system responded cheerfully, "Actually, we have powers even greater than those. If you have enough points, you can buy everything from us." The scene shifted to Sister Yavlin, who was in the middle of her tribulation, attempting to break through. Just as she was about to succeed, the barrier surrounding her shattered. At that moment, Su Qingyi arrived to catch her. He reassured her, as long as I'm here, I won't let you fall. With me by your side, you'll become a supreme cultivator. Until that happens, I'll protect you. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yavlin smiled and told him, Su Qingyi, you truly are my best friend. You're the only one I can trust on this entire earth. Su Qingyi smirked and replied, well, I have to say, you picked the wrong person to trust. With those words, he drew a knife and stabbed her. Shocked, Yavlin asked, why are you doing this, Su Qingyi? Were we friends? Su Qingyi replied coldly, you want to know why? The truth is, I befriended you just for this moment. I stayed close to you so I could one day claim the dragon bone, and now, I'm finally about to get what I came here for. He thanked her mockingly. Thank you, Sister Yavlin, for helping me this far. You might die, but your dragon bone will help me grow. Your entire cultivation will now be mine. He added, I'll never forget you. You'll always be in my memories. But now, my dear little snake, just die already. I know you must hate me now, but hate me all you want in hell. Through her pain, Yavlin managed to say, what you've done is unforgivable. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, realizing it had all been a dream. Confused and shaken, Yavlin thought to herself, how could a dream feel this real? I could feel the pain. Everything looked so vivid. Was someone using illusion magic on me? Just then, Fan Yichen approached her. Alarmed, Yavlin demanded to know who he was and accused him of casting the illusion spell. Fan Yichen introduced himself and explained, what you saw wasn't just a dream, it was your future. I know it hurt, but it was meant as a warning, and it's not far away. It's going to become your reality soon. Yavlin stared at him, thinking, that token, he has the one from the Feng Shui masters. He must have used that to cast the illusion spell. She had to admit, his magic was extremely powerful. With a glare, she snapped at him, you jerk, you messed with me without my permission. Just then, Fan Yichen sensed an attack flying toward him. As he blocked it, Su Qingyi appeared behind him. Su Qingyi was furious. How dare you attack Miss Yavlin? Looks like you've grown far too bold. Meanwhile, Yichen was impressed, realizing, this guy's speed is insane. He was just in front of me, and now he's behind me too. Without warning, Su Qingyi delivered a deadly kick, hitting Yichen so hard that his condition visibly worsened in just one strike. Yichen gritted his teeth and said, now I see why you become such a threat to the world in the future. Even at this low level, your powers are terrifying. Despite being in the same realm as me, your one attack has left me this injured. As the fight continued, Su Qingyi smirked and remarked, you sure talk a lot. Yichen, unfazed, conjured a powerful barrier around himself. Approaching him, Su Qingyi taunted, coward, you don't have the guts to face me head on, do you? Hiding behind barriers so you can escape? Yichen responded coldly, don't worry, you won't be alive much longer. Su Qingyi was taken aback. Dad, are you high or something? Talking nonsense like this in the morning? Yichen replied with a smirk, take a look around you. You've already stepped into the death gate I created, and no one who enters it ever comes out alive. Suddenly, ropes made of energy wrapped around Su Qingyi. He thought, he doesn't look like someone who could create such formations. I underestimated him, and now, I've fallen into his trap. Yichen declared confidently, I've calculated your entire future, Su Qingyi, and I can say with certainty, this is where your journey ends. With that, he unleashed multiple sharp strikes on Su Qingyi, stabbing him mercilessly. Yavlin, watching in horror, called out, Su Qingyi, are you okay? But before she could help, Yichen trapped her inside a barrier to prevent her from interfering. Yichen continued, you know, my calculations tell me you still pose a threat. My instincts warn me I'm in danger, but the reality is completely different. You're on your knees, defeated. How could someone like you be a threat to me? Maybe I need to rework my calculations. Just then, Su Qingyi appeared behind him and said mockingly, your calculations were actually spot on. You're just too dumb to understand them. Shocked, Yichen turned around. How is this possible? You were on your knees right in front of me. How did you get behind me? Charging his next attack, Su Qingyi replied, did you really think killing me would be that easy? If it were, I'd have died 100 times by now. I've fought opponents far stronger than you, and none of them ever managed to break me. With a powerful punch to Yichen's face, Su Qingyi created a massive explosion under the water. He then used his powers to free Yavlin from the barrier and said with a smile, Sister Yavlin, you look scared. Was this weakling really powerful enough to frighten you? Irritated, Yavlin slapped him lightly and said, don't talk nonsense. I wasn't scared at all. Meanwhile, Yichen emerged from the water, visibly shaken. He muttered, I used illusion magic. How did you break out of it? Su Qingyi stepped on his face and said calmly, you're from the Phoenix clan. Because you come from the upper realm, people consider you great. You really think your illusions are flawless, that no one can break them? That's your biggest illusion. He continued, I've met thousands stronger than you who could create far superior illusions, yet none of them were as arrogant as you. Yichen thought to himself, he knows everything about my identity, even the name of my clan. There's no way he's from the lower realm. he must be from the upper world too. He then asked, wait, was it you who used illusion magic on me? So all this time when I thought I was beating you up, was that just your illusion? Su Qingyi replied with a smirk. The thing about dreams is, we never know exactly when they begin. Anyway, I think we've talked enough. You're good at predicting the future, right? Then you already know what's about to happen next. Without hesitation, Su Qingyi launched a massive attack at Ichen, causing a huge explosion underwater. But when the smoke cleared, Ichen appeared unharmed. Only his weapon had been destroyed. He thought, I'm a master of illusions, and he's just a cultivator. But still, his illusion technique far surpasses mine, and his cultivation, I can't even compare. Su Qingyi commented, you're clever. To save yourself, you sacrificed your magic. As Ichen retreated, he warned, wait for me. I may be leaving now, but I'll return soon, and when I do, you won't survive. Today I've discovered a lot about your secrets. I can say for certain, you're not from the lower realm, you're from the upper realm. I'll find out who you really are, and then, you'll be finished. Before he could escape, Su Qingyi shot a lightning arrow at him, but Ichen dodged swiftly. Thinking quickly, Ichen muttered, I need to get out of here fast. He won't hesitate to kill me. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi was deep in thought. He's figured out I'm from the upper realm. These people are great at predicting the future. What if they use that to discover my identity? And if the people from the upper realm find out I'm here, they might come after me again. If that happens, I'm doomed. As Yavlin approached Su Qingyi, she revealed something shocking. She told him, do you know what that guy said to me? He claimed that the only reason you're close to me is so that, when the time comes, you can extract the dragon bone from me, making all my cultivation yours. Su Qingyi was visibly stunned by this revelation. Yavlin continued, saying she wanted to know if what that man said was true. Was Su Qingyi really hiding such an intention? Su Qingyi responded calmly. He told her, you're my friend, and to me, friendship means living and dying together. If a stranger's words can shake our bond so easily, then maybe our friendship wasn't as pure as I believed. If you don't trust me now, then what's the point of pretending to be friends? It'd be better if we acted like we never even met. He paused for a moment and added, you probably still think I'm after your dragon bone. As long as I'm alive, I might be a threat to you. So, I'm giving you the chance. If you really doubt me, go ahead and kill me. At least that way, all your suspicions will be put to rest. I don't have any other way to prove myself. Yavlin, now embarrassed, tried to explain. She said, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant at all. I was just asking casually, nothing more. Please don't take it the wrong way. I know your feelings for me are genuine and pure. It's just, because of that jerk, Ichen, my thoughts got a little clouded. I promise, from today onwards, I'll never doubt you again. Su Qingyi, meanwhile, thought to himself, mission accomplished. I knew deceiving Yavlin wouldn't be all that difficult. Scene shifts. Su Qingyi had now arrived at the demon-slaying city, which had been renamed to Shura Palace. Looking around at the transformed city, Su Qingyi said, Nine-tailed fox, you've done an incredible job. You've turned this place into a perfect base for us. Honestly, I didn't expect you to pull it off so well. The task I gave you has been completed in the best way possible. The nine-tailed fox thanked him for the praise but added, you've done some pretty amazing work yourself. In the past few days, you've traveled through multiple cities and eliminated countless members of the Demon Alliance. You've created so much fear that now, across the entire country, people are terrified. Everyone knows one thing clearly now, fight whoever you want, but never mess with Shura Palace. In fact, people are desperate to join it, especially after the Emperor himself bowed before you. Nothing in this country happens without your influence anymore. She then informed him, as you requested, the Emperor has arranged a hero meeting. Representatives from all major and minor sects have arrived to participate in the Shura trials. Su Qingyi looked around at the crowd and was impressed. So many people showed up just because I announced a trial, he thought. Down below, the crowd was buzzing with curiosity. When are the Shura trials starting? We were told the trials would begin soon and that there would be amazing rewards. They even said that those who survive will get the chance to become disciples of the Lord Su. Just then, Su Qingyi appeared before everyone and announced, the wait is almost over, the Shura trials will begin shortly. The crowd erupted in excitement. Look, that's Lord Su in the sky. Someone pointed out, if only we can survive this trial and become disciples, we'll grow incredibly powerful. Su Qingyi addressed them all again, saying, before we begin, let me explain the rules. It's pretty simple. Once you enter, you can do whatever you want. The only thing that matters is survival. He continued, each floor of the tower offers incredible rewards. For example, reach the 16th floor and you'll obtain a heaven-level technique. On the 18th floor, there's a powerful emperor-level weapon. The difficulty increases as you climb, but so do the rewards. There are a total of 100 floors in the tower, and if any of you make it to the top, I can guarantee you'll emerge as a supreme being. You'll also be eligible to become a disciple of our Shura Palace. He added, And if you do become a disciple, the rewards you receive here won't just be one time, you'll get them every day. Heaven-grade techniques, high-tier weapons, whatever you need. We have no shortage of resources. What we do need are talented disciples. And that could be any one of you. Hearing about the rewards, the participants grew excited. They discussed amongst themselves, saying that the competition offered such incredible prizes that if anyone managed to become a disciple, their fortunes would surely change overnight. As the competition officially began, the door to the tower opened. Su Qingyi addressed the participants, expressing his hope that they would all perform well and emerge stronger than before. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox commented on Su Qingyi's rapid progress. She remarked that, in just a few days, he had risen from an ordinary sect elder to the emperor of the entire country. She confessed she had never seen such extraordinary growth before. Teasingly, she added that Su Qingyi had become so charming that even dual cultivation with him seemed like a possibility now. Su Qingyi, amused, responded by telling her that she always seemed to spot opportunities for profit everywhere. He jokingly suggested that perhaps, like him, she too was eager for rapid progress. The scene shifted to Cloud Immortal Sect, where a group of disciples were seen discussing the Shura Palace. Some of them mentioned that trials were currently ongoing inside Shura Palace, and that participants were being generously rewarded with high-level skills. They pointed out that those who had returned from the trials were now far stronger and carried rare treasures. One disciple lamented that the entire country's focus was now on Shura Palace, wishing that their sect would also allow them to participate in such competitions. They believed that if they had been allowed to enter, they too could have become powerful. Just then, Ichiyun appeared behind them. Annoyed, he scolded them for speaking nonsense, reminding them that their Cloud Immortal Sect was a righteous sect, the most powerful in the entire northern region. He reprimanded them for even discussing a place like Shura Palace, which he called a den of corruption, and declared that they would never step foot there. However, a disciple, irritated by Ichiyun's arrogance, suddenly attacked him. Another one sneered, calling Ichiyun a useless chick and blaming him and others like him for their inability to enter Shura Palace. They argued that, had they been given the chance, they would have earned marvelous rewards. Ichiyun, staying firm, argued that taking shortcuts was never the right path. As righteous cultivators, even discussing demonic cultivation was a grave sin. He accused them of openly indulging in sinful thoughts. At that moment, Wang Ai, another disciple, launched a brutal punch at Ichiyun. Wang Ai declared that he didn't care about the sect's principles. He was heading to Shura Palace regardless. He challenged Ichiyun to try and stop him if he could. As Wang Ai moved away, his body suddenly began to burn. Shocked, Ichiyun wondered aloud who had attacked Wang Ai. Soon, Elder Bai arrived. She extinguished the flames around Wang Ai's eye with a calm expression. She instructed others to treat Wang Ai's injuries and expel him from the sect, stating that there was no place among them for those willing to fall to such depths for power. Just then, another voice called out. A man mocked Elder Bai, saying he had expected her disciples to be disciplined, but instead, found them fighting among themselves. He taunted her, claiming she wasn't as capable as he had once thought. Recognizing the voice, Elder Bai's face stiffened. It was none other than Zhu Chen, the young master of the Zhu family, and her fiancé. Zhu Chen approached her with a sly smile, commenting that she was still as beautiful as ever. Without hesitation, Elder Bai, furious, attacked him. However, Zhu Chen easily blocked her strike and chided her for greeting him with violence after so many years instead of a simple hello. He reminded her that they were engaged and, according to their marriage contract, the time had come for them to marry. Elder Bai, clearly disgusted, retorted that she had no interest in entertaining such nonsense. She declared that she didn't believe in the worthless marriage contract he was talking about. In response, Zhu Chen shattered her sword effortlessly, leaving Elder Bai seething with rage. Elder Bai spoke sternly, warning that if the fight wasn't stopped immediately, she would kill them all without hesitation. Just then, Zhu Chen advanced rapidly and stood behind Elder Bai. Smirking, Zhu Chen admitted that Elder Bai's cultivation had indeed improved significantly, but still wasn't enough to match his level. He reminded her that their engagement had been arranged a long time ago. When the Zhu family invited her to finalize the marriage, she had outright refused. Zhu Chen confessed how deeply her rejection had hurt him, mentioning how her refusal had also caused great humiliation for the Zhu family. At the time, their cultivation levels had been nearly identical, so he hadn't taken any drastic action. But now, having become a master of the Supreme Realm, he had returned, determined to make her join the Zhu family. Zhu Chen arrogantly claimed that rejecting him would bring her nothing, whereas marrying him would grant her immense power. Elder Bai, seething with anger, retorted that their family's elders had arranged their marriage without even consulting her once. That was why she refused to trust any agreement made without her consent. Meanwhile, in the crowd, someone whispered whether they should step forward to help Elder Bai. Another voice scoffed at the idea, pointing out that if Elder Bai herself couldn't defeat Zhu Chen, what chance did they have? Their best option, they decided, was to summon the other elders. At that moment, Qian stepped forward and demanded that Zhu Chen release Elder Bai immediately. Enraged, Zhu Chen struck Qian with considerable force. Surprised, Zhu Chen thought to himself that an ordinary disciple was actually able to land an attack on him. Although Qian's cultivation level was low, his physical body was extraordinarily tough, even tougher than Zhu Chen's own. Zhu Chen mused that if Qian lacked such physical strength, he would never have managed even a single blow. He realized Qian possessed a rare and powerful body type, one that could become truly formidable if cultivated properly. Just as Zhu Chen's men rushed forward, only to be effortlessly struck down by a single powerful attack from a newcomer, Elder Bai's face lit up with relief as she exclaimed that Su Qingyi had finally arrived. Su Qingyi, standing tall, demanded to know which fool had dared to disrupt their sect and trouble their elder. He added coldly that it seemed the intruder had no regard for his own life. The crowd cheered, feeling reassured now that Master Su Qingyi was present. With him around, they knew no harm would come to their sect. Fuming, Zhu Chen accused Elder Bai of leaving him only for Su Qingyi's. He questioned if Su Qingyi was truly so special that his reputation and cultivation could outshine Zhu Chen's own. Blushing slightly, Elder Bai admitted she wasn't breaking her engagement for another man. Rather, she simply had no desire to marry Zhu Chen at all. In her eyes, he was nothing but a worthless person. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi observed the situation carefully, wondering what exactly was happening. Preparing to attack, Zhu Chen declared that if Su Qingyi was the reason Bai refused to join him, then he would eliminate Su Qingyi first, and then take Bai away without any further obstacles. With that, Zhu Chen launched an attack using his clone technique. However, to Zhu Chen's shock, Su Qingyi blocked all his attacks effortlessly with just one hand. Zhu Chen couldn't comprehend how someone could move at such incredible speed. Without missing a beat, Su Qingyi struck Zhu Chen with a powerful punch, knocking him back. Dusting off his hands disdainfully, Su Qingyi remarked that fighting weaklings like Zhu Chen was a waste of time. He wasn't even worthy of fighting him. Turning around, Su Qingyi addressed Qian, encouraging him to step forward and prove his potential by fighting Zhu Chen. Stunned, Qian asked hesitantly if Su Qingyi was truly speaking to him. Mocking, Zhu Chen sneered, saying that it seemed Su Qingyi underestimated him by sending a mere disciple to fight. He warned that Su Qingyi was making a huge mistake, claiming he could defeat Qian in a single second. But before Zhu Chen could finish speaking, Qian charged forward and attacked him fiercely. Qian declared that while he might be weak, he wasn't so weak as to lose to an insect like Zhu Chen. Preparing his counterattack, Zhu Chen gave Qian a final warning. If he stepped down now, he would be spared. Otherwise, fighting against him would only lead to a meaningless death. Qian refused to back down. He stated firmly that Master Su Qingyi had ordered him to fight, and as long as there was breath left in his body, he would continue to battle. Today, either Zhu Chen would fall, or he would. Their clash resulted in a massive explosion that rocked the entire arena. As Qian followed behind, Zhu Chen said, "I admit, you have impressive strength, but without speed, it's completely useless. No matter how hard you swing your attacks with all your might, if you can't even cut me, then what's the point?" Meanwhile, Qian thought to himself, did he just dodge my attack? No matter, he won't be able to dodge the next one. Determined, Qian launched another attack towards Zhu Chen. However, Zhu Chen easily blocked it using just a dagger. He commented, "Using the same move again won't guarantee your victory. If you're fighting an opponent far stronger than you, your defeat is inevitable." As he spoke, Zhu Chen slashed Qian across the body, leaving a deep wound. Zhu Chen continued, "Even after defeating you, there's no joy in this victory. Once I leave, everyone will say you fought bravely. Despite defeating you, my reputation has only worsened. Honestly, you impressed me, which is why I'm sparing your life. Remember this favor, and from now on, stay out of the matters between me and Bai." Su Qingyi then taunted, "You claim you've won, but looking at you, it doesn't seem like your opponent has admitted defeat." When Zhu Chen turned around, he was shocked to see Qian still standing. What's wrong with this kid? Even after being so badly injured, he's still getting back up, and even more surprising, his spiritual energy has grown much stronger than before. It's as if he's trading his life for power. As he thought this, Zhu Chen delivered a devastating kick to Qian, knocking him unconscious. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi spoke to the unconscious Qian. "When you first arrived, I noticed how passionate you were, but passion alone is useless without strength. Without power, you cannot rule this world. Do you now realize how desperately you need to become stronger?" When Qian regained consciousness, he humbly said, "Yes, Master, I understand now. If I were stronger, I would have won." Su Qingyi nodded and said, "I'm giving you one more chance. I have infused your body with my spiritual energy. Now, your body can operate at its full potential. Let's see what you can do now. If you defeat this opponent, I will officially take you as my disciple and teach you my best skills." Struggling to stand, Qian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. With this newfound strength, I don't think anyone can defeat me." Seeing Qian's determination, Zhu Chen was shocked. What are you doing, kid? Are you that eager to die? Don't you realize that by using this power, you're drastically shortening your lifespan? Have you lost your mind? Isn't he supposed to be your sex disciple? How could you do this to him? Every second he's using this power, his life is slipping away, and yet you let him fight. But Chiyun, undeterred, declared, life and death are matters of fate. If I get the chance to become powerful, I don't mind sacrificing half my life. At least then, I'll spend the rest of it with satisfaction. With those words, he launched a fierce attack on Juchen, one so intense that even Juchen struggled to block it. In retaliation, Juchen delivered a brutal kick to Chiyun. He coldly said, "You're responsible for your own death now. No one here can blame me." The impact of the kick shattered many of Chiyun's bones. Yet, holding himself together with sheer willpower, Chiyun muttered, "Today is not the day I lose." Juchen, stunned, thought, "Is this kid insane? His ribs should have shattered from that kick, and yet he's recovering so fast and preparing to attack again. Is he completely numb to pain now?" Infuriated, Juchen charged at him once again, both fighters unleashing their full strength. As their energies clashed, the shockwaves were felt by everyone around. When the dust finally settled, Chiyun was seen lying defeated on the ground. Looking at Chiyun, Su Qingyi commented that his entire body had shattered. If it wasn't treated quickly, he would soon become crippled. Zhu Chen, standing nearby, remarked that he had already warned Su Qingyi, using an egg to break a rock would only end up shattering the egg. He reminded Su Qingyi that he was speaking directly to him and shouldn't be ignored in front of everyone. However, Su Qingyi remained focused on checking Chiyun's body. Placing a hand on Su Qingyi's shoulder, Zhu Chen asked again if he had gone deaf, emphasizing that he was speaking to him. At that moment, Su Qingyi suddenly launched a deadly attack on Zhu Chen. With just one strike, Zhu Chen was severely injured. Elder Bai, observing the scene, noted that Zhu Chen had lost with just a single hit. It wasn't even a proper fight, it was a one-sided beating. Without wasting time, Su Qingyi picked up Chiyun and started walking away, ordering the others to clean up all the mess before he returned. He warned them that he didn't want to see a single piece of trash left when he came back. When Chiyun finally opened his eyes, he found himself resting in Su Qingyi's arms. Chiyun weakly asked if he was qualified to become Su Qingyi's disciple. Su Qingyi replied bluntly that Chiyun would have been qualified if he had won the battle. Then, without any hesitation, he threw Chiyun into a ditch, stating that weaklings like him had no place among them. As night fell, the scene shifted to Elder Bai, standing atop a nearby hill. Su Qingyi approached her, and Elder Bai explained that Zhu Chen had died from just one attack. When Zhu Chen's family learned that Su Qingyi was responsible, they did not cause any trouble. They understood they lacked the power to fight back. Representatives from the Zhu family had even come to apologize and promised they would never bother them again. Elder Bai urged Su Qingyi not to destroy the Zhu family, explaining that it was she who had convinced them to back off and that the remaining family members were innocent. Su Qingyi replied that he had actually held back during the attack and hadn't expected Zhu Chen to die from a single strike. Still, he added, it was fortunate. Now, no one from the Zhu family would dare to create problems. Hearing this, Elder Bai hugged Su Qingyi warmly, smiling. She said that she had wanted to break off her engagement anyway, and Su Qingyi had helped her tremendously. Then, teasing him, she asked if he intended to marry her. If that was the case, why hadn't he confessed earlier? Elder Bai admitted that at first, she had assumed Su Qingyi was nothing but a playboy, always surrounded by beautiful women, which made it difficult for her to understand his real intentions. Flustered, Su Qingyi quickly clarified that although there were many women around him, things were not as they appeared. He explained that Wan Qing was his disciple, Sister Yavlan was his best friend, and the nine-tailed fox was merely his servant. He assured her that he had no romantic ties with any of them. Skeptical, Elder Bai asked if he was telling the truth. Su Qingyi firmly confirmed that everything he said was honest. Hearing this, Elder Bai looked genuinely happy. She mentioned that after their recent battle, rumors had spread throughout the sect suggesting that Su Qingyi was deeply in love with her and that their marriage was inevitable. Thanks to him, those rumors would now come true. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi silently wondered if Elder Bai was truly this naive to believe his words so easily. Then, Elder Bai remembered something and asked about Chiyun, the disciple. She inquired what had happened to him. Su Qingyi explained that Chiyun had an intense desire to become powerful, but it was impossible for him to achieve real strength while staying within the sect. Therefore, Su Qingyi had sent him to a place where he could truly grow stronger. The scene shifted. Chiyun, who had survived a fall from a great height, however, due to severe weakness, he was unable to walk. Just then, Masked Man appeared in front of him. Masked Man spoke, saying that Chiyun's sect had used him and then discarded him like trash. He added that Chiyun must be feeling a deep sense of anger towards his sect. Offering an opportunity, Masked Man invited him to join the Shura Palace. He explained that in Shura Palace, there were no strict rules about good or evil. One could do whatever they wished in the pursuit of power. The scene changed again. They now saw Sister Yavlin, who was cultivating in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi thought to himself that he currently had no important tasks at hand and that overall, today had been a rather peaceful day. Just then, the system notified him that Yavlin was about to break through and would soon transform into a pure dragon. The system reminded him that he needed to extract the dragon bone from her body, and that this was the perfect time to do so. Irritated, Su Qingyi muttered that he had just been thinking about how peaceful his day was, and now the system had arrived to ruin it. Annoyed, he complained that the system was suggesting he kill Yavlin, all for the sake of obtaining a mere dragon bone. He reasoned that using the dragon bone would barely enhance his cultivation, whereas keeping Yavlin alive would be far more beneficial, as she could become a valuable ally. He knew that her survival would be much more profitable for him in the long run. Yet, despite this, the system kept urging him to kill her. The system, feeling a bit guilty, asked Su Qingyi to pull its cheeks more gently, saying it was hurting. Su Qingyi grumbled, wondering which fool had ever designed this system to be a villainous guide. Determined, Su Qingyi decided that he would help Yavlin complete her breakthrough instead. Once she succeeded, she would become significantly stronger, and her trust in him would deepen. He planned to eventually raise her affection towards him to 100 points, ensuring that she would stay loyal to him for a lifetime. Killing Yavlin offered no real profit, but keeping her alive certainly did. The system, feeling defeated, admitted that it didn't fully understand his logic but agreed to trust his judgment. It then updated his mission. Su Qingyi now had to assist Yavlin in successfully reaching the Supreme Realm. Furthermore, he needed to ensure that within the next 2 years, Yavlin would ascend to become an ancient emperor and rule over the entire demon realm as a demon dragon. The system added that once Yavlin became the demon emperor, Su Qingyi would gain tremendous influence and fortune. With that, he would be able to establish himself even further. As a reward for this mission, he would receive 100,000 scumbag points, and his luck would be significantly boosted. However, if he failed, he would be instantly killed. Thinking to himself, he found the situation amusing. It was surprisingly easy to deceive the system, otherwise, he would have been forced to kill Yavlin unnecessarily. All he truly wanted was to stop Yifang's prophecy from becoming reality, and now, he had set that plan in motion. The scene shifts to Yavlin, who is in the middle of a breakthrough. 3 observers watch her intently. One of them commented, "Big brother, you were absolutely right. Yavlin is making a breakthrough. I must admit, she's incredibly brave." They discussed how, according to their clan's rules, no one was allowed to cultivate outside their territory, but Yavlin never cared for such restrictions. Because of that, she had grown far more powerful than the rest. Now that she had reached such a high level, even the clan members who once criticized her were ready to forgive her past actions. Many wanted her to return and take up the position of clan leader, but one of them declared, "Brother Longding, as long as you're around, we won't let anyone else become our leader." Longding replied coldly, "You're absolutely right. I've struggled so much just to be in this position, and now that I finally have the perfect opportunity to become leader, I won't let Yavlin take it away. If she gets that position, even by mistake, I can guarantee the entire clan will be destroyed." Meanwhile, Yavlin was completely immersed in her breakthrough, releasing powerful energy. She told herself that no matter what, she had to succeed. She couldn't afford to fail at this crucial stage. One of Longding's companions whispered that the tribulation would begin soon, and once it did, Yavlin would fully transform into a dragon, preparing to attack. Longding muttered, "Not while I'm here," and without hesitation, he launched a devastating attack on her. Wounded, Yavlin looked up and asked, "Longding, how did you even know I was here? I've told you 1,000 times. I have no interest in becoming the clan leader. If you want, I'll even say it publicly in front of everyone." She continued, "Why would you attack me over something so trivial?" Longding snapped, "I didn't come here to beg for the position. The truth is, that leadership role was always meant to be mine. You're just an outsider who got in the way. That's why I need to eliminate you to claim what's rightfully mine." Yavlin thought bitterly, "He attacked me in the middle of a breakthrough. Now the tribulation energy has weakened significantly. If I don't break through today, I might not get another chance." She shouted, "You're a coward, Longding. What do you gain by stopping my breakthrough?" Longding smirked and said, "You're still living in a fantasy. I didn't just come to stop your breakthrough. I came here to kill you." Yavlin replied calmly, "What's the point in fighting me now? I'm already weak. If you kill me in this state, everyone will call you a coward who attacked a defenseless girl during her breakthrough." She added, "But if you attack me after I succeed, they'll call you a real man." Yavlin silently thought, "If I can just provoke this idiot a little more, I'll defeat him easily later." But Longding was no fool. He replied, "You think I'm stupid? If I let you complete your breakthrough, I won't have a chance to defeat you. Look, Yavlin, we grew up together, we trained side by side. You always broke the rules while I followed them. Still, everyone in the clan favored you." He continued bitterly, "No matter what I did, you always ended up more powerful. I never understood how. If we compare dedication and hard work, I've put in far more than you, yet when it comes to results, I'm always the one left behind. You mastered levels and techniques with ease, things that took me years of effort. Because of your talent and luck, you were always ahead of me. And now, when it's time to choose a leader, everyone wants you. Not a single person supports me. They say, even if you don't try, you'll still outshine me. And even after giving it my all, I'll never be able to surpass you in this life. Yavlin was saying not to take her words the wrong way, but she admitted that what others said about her wasn't entirely false. Despite all his efforts, Longting could never truly match her in cultivation. She pointed out that Longting had chosen to attack her only when she was weakened, clearly because he knew that if she were in her normal condition, she could have easily crushed him. Longting replied bluntly, agreeing with her. He admitted that was precisely why he had chosen this exact moment to strike. He declared that he wouldn't fall for her words and wouldn't let himself look like a fool. He was determined to kill her, believing that only through her death would people recognize his talent. As he said this, he launched a fierce attack at Yavlin with his spear. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi was watching everything unfold from behind the bushes. The system questioned him, reminding him that he had promised to help Yavlin. It asked why he was just standing there instead of stepping in. Su Qingyi casually responded that it seemed the system had never watched movies. He explained his plan. If he rescued Yavlin right now, it wouldn't feel like he'd done anything impressive. But if he waited until she was severely wounded and on the brink of death, his help would appear far more heroic. He confidently stated that such perfectly timed assistance would deeply move her and significantly increase her affection for him. The system scoffed, calling him a scoundrel. It admitted that at one point, it had believed he truly wanted to save Yavlin, but now it was clear that everything he did was only to gain more power. Soon, Yavlin was visibly badly injured. She thought to herself that she couldn't fight back in this condition. Her only option was to somehow trick Longting and escape. She launched a desperate and dangerous attack at him, but due to her weakened state, Longting effortlessly blocked it. Grabbing her by the tail, he began slamming her onto the ground. Longting taunted her, saying there was a time she used to be incredibly fast, but now she couldn't even touch him. He mocked her, saying it was satisfying to toss her around like a rag doll, something he'd never felt before. He acknowledged that they had grown up together and personally, he didn't bear any grudge against her. That was why, instead of killing her, he would just destroy her cultivation. Once she lost her cultivation, she'd never be able to match him again, effectively removing his only competitor. In defiance, Yavlin spat in his face and retorted that he had always been a jealous coward since childhood. She declared that no matter how powerful he became, he would never earn the respect he constantly begged others for. Longtung was enraged by her words. He said he had seen many fools in his life, but none like her. He had been ready to spare her life, but now it seemed she was desperate to die, so he would give her exactly what she wanted. Just as Longtung's fatal attack was about to land on Yavlin, Su Qingyi suddenly appeared and saved her in the nick of time. Longtung was stunned by his speed, wondering how someone could close the distance so fast. But before he could react further, Su Qingyi landed a single, powerful blow that sent Longtung flying. Su Qingyi apologized to Yavlin, admitting he had been late, but now that he was here, he promised she had nothing to worry about. He wouldn't let that scumbag lay another finger on her. Yavlin snapped back, asking why he couldn't have arrived 5 minutes earlier. Because of his delay, she'd taken quite a beating. Meanwhile, Longtung was in shock. He realized that even a normal-looking strike from Su Qingyi was dangerously powerful. He had just launched a full-force attack on Yavlin, yet Su Qingyi had blocked it with ease. Even a light flick from him had sent Longtung reeling backward. Trying to regain control, Longtung demanded to know how Su Qingyi had gotten past his guards, as he had specifically instructed them not to let anyone through. Su Qingyi calmly replied that he hadn't slipped past them. He had defeated them and then come here. Seeing his men defeated, Longtung was completely shaken. Stepping forward, he warned Su Qingyi that he wouldn't escape alive. Su Qingyi placed Yavlin on the ground gently and told her to wait. He'd finish off this insect quickly and return soon. Then, in a single strike, Su Qingyi destroyed Longtung's weapon. Longtung was horrified, questioning how his powerful weapon could be destroyed so easily. Using his artifact, Su Qingyi pinned Longtung to the ground. He declared that in his territory, it didn't matter whether someone was a dragon or a tiger, they all had to behave like dogs and cats before him. Anyone who failed to do so would have a collar placed around their neck. Su Qingyi turned to Yavlin, telling her that he had captured this scoundrel. If she gave the signal, he would finish him off right then and there. After all, killing him would only lighten their burden. Yavlin responded that Longtung would indeed die, but not just yet. She told Su Qingyi not to kill him until she broke through. Once she achieved her breakthrough, she would show Longtung the true difference between them. As she spoke, a tribulation began. Due to her already injured state, Yavlin found it increasingly difficult to endure the heavenly trial. Su Qingyi thought, What is Sister Yavlin even thinking? He shouted. Sister Yavlin, what foolishness are you doing? You know how dangerous tribulation can be, and to attempt it with an injured body, that's complete madness. He continued, even if you can't achieve a breakthrough today, it doesn't matter. There will be thousands of opportunities in the future. Don't risk your life like this. Yavlin responded calmly, you're absolutely right, there will be many chances in the future, but if I'm being honest, I've never failed in my life, and I'd rather die than fail now. I have to try, just once, to see if I can still do it. As she stepped forward, Su Qingyi grew more anxious. She's making a huge mistake. I even changed my mission just to protect her. If she dies trying to break through now, I'll be the one to blame. I have to protect her, no matter what. He quickly formed a barrier around her. Yavlin, surprised, asked, why are you taking on my tribulation? You know how dangerous it is to take someone else's tribulation upon yourself. And even if I do transform into a dragon, I won't instantly become that powerful. Su Qingyi replied firmly, nothing else matters to me right now except your life. Focus on transforming into a dragon. If you survive this, you'll become powerful. I promise you that, and I'll help you strengthen your foundation. But now's not the time for foolish decisions. Tears welled up in Yavlin's eyes as she said, you're such a good person, Su Qingyi. I hate myself for ever trusting that bastard instead of you. I thought you only wanted my dragon bones. But now I see you're the one doing everything to protect me. She added with resolve, I promise you, no matter what it takes, I'll survive. I won't die, not without doing some fun with you. Blushing, Su Qingyi muttered, who says things like that in the middle of all this? Just then, a powerful bolt of tribulation lightning struck down. Watching from afar, Longting thought, I thought this guy was smart, but he's a complete fool. He took on Yavlin's tribulation himself. There's no way he survived that. However, as the smoke cleared, he saw Yavlin standing, having successfully broken through. She had transformed into her human form. Without hesitation, Yavlin rushed over to Longtang and freed him from Su Qingyi's weapon. Longtang, stepping back in shock, said, so you actually managed to break through with the help of your friend. Just as I expected, you always get lucky. Even when you're about to fail, you somehow succeed. He added slyly, but you do know that since you didn't fully endure your tribulation, you're not as powerful as you should have been after a real breakthrough, and if you kill me now, everyone in the clan will say you abused your power. He smirked, so let me grow stronger too. Once I reach your level, we can have a fair fight. Yavlin launched an attack and retorted, didn't I say these exact words just a while ago? Did you care about fairness when you attacked me? Then why should I? Longting narrowly blocked her strike just in time. If I had delayed even 1 second, she would have taken my head off. Preparing for a counterattack, Longting sneered, you think just because you broke through, you're powerful now? No matter how strong you become, you're still just a girl. You'll never surpass me. Yavlin smiled coldly. Oh, let's find out who's stronger then. With that, she used her tail to bind Longting tightly. He struggled, realizing this transformation made her much stronger than before. No matter how hard I try, I can't break free. He protested. Yavlin, we're dragons, not snakes. Snakes wrap their prey like this, not dragons. Let me go if you want a fair fight. But Yavlin replied coldly, I'm not as foolish as you. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Saying that, she tore Longtang apart, killing him. Afterward, she reverted to her human form. Su Qingyi, witnessing it all, said somberly, you two trained together since childhood. I know you were rivals, but still, devouring your enemy feels excessively cruel. Yavlin answered coldly, our rivalry isn't like humans. For us dragons, rivalry only ends when one of us dies. If I hadn't killed Longtang, he would have killed me. I had no choice. She continued, I know this must sound strange to a human like you, but in the world of dragons and demons, this is completely normal. She walked up to Su Qingyi and said with a teasing smile, do you remember what I said earlier? Now that I've transformed back into human form, we can finally do some fun. She added playfully, thanks to the breakthrough, all my injuries are healed. There's no need to wait anymore. Su Qingyi hesitated. Already? Shouldn't we at least clean up first? There are 3 corpses lying here. But Yavlin didn't listen, and right there, between them, the sinking began. Afterward, Su Qingyi asked, now that you've broken through, what are your plans? You're not thinking of going back to Dragon Clan, are you? Besides, Longtang was already aiming to become the clan leader. Yavlin was speaking with frustration, asking, do you want me to just walk away like this? Is that what you're implying? Su Qingyi quickly responded, no, that's not what I meant. I was just asking what you're planning to do now. As they were having this conversation, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky. They looked up as Su Qingyi said, looks like quite a few members of your clan have gathered here. Let's ask them why they've come. You're not here to fight my dragons, are you? Whatever the case, show yourselves immediately. In response, all the members of the demon clan stepped forward. Dropping to their knees, they spoke in unison, leader, congratulations on transforming into a dragon. The moment it happened, We all acknowledged you as our master. Our entire dragon tribe is now ready to follow your command. It's been many years since someone from our tribe achieved a dragon transformation. It's truly a moment of great joy for us," Su Qingyi spoke. "So, they've come here to show their respect, and rightly so. You're their leader now, Sister Yavlin. What do you plan to do next? Will you establish your own sect like I did?" Yavlin replied calmly, "I have no interest in leading these people. Do you really think I just noticed their presence now? I sensed them long ago, back when I was fighting Longtang. They were hiding and observing our fight from the shadows, waiting to see who would survive, and then accept the winner as their leader. I have no desire to lead people who only value power. You can take care of them." The remaining tribe members began pleading, "Leader, this isn't our fault. There are always two contenders for the leadership position, and we only follow the one who wins. We're just ordinary people. We don't have the right to interfere in such battles," Su Qingyi said. "Well, I'm not going to lead them either. What use are they to me? If they stick around me, the people in my sect will be terrified." From the back, one of the demons pleaded, "Please don't abandon us. If you both refuse to lead, we'll be left without a leader. Then the other tribes will definitely suppress us." Su Qingyi responded, "Fine, Yavlin is your leader now, but you still can't stay here. I can guarantee that your presence will scare the children in my sect." Another demon added, "Our Lord Yavlin is allowed to stay here, but Lord Su is asking us to leave. It seems Lord Su just doesn't like men." A dragon chimed in, confused. "What are you implying? If he doesn't like men, what are we supposed to do?" Then one of the demons stepped closer to Su Qingyi and said with a sly smile, "Lord Su, if you allow me to stay, I'll do anything for you. I'll never refuse any of your requests." Approaching Su Qingyi even closer, he added, "You can ask me for any special contribution you want. I'll always say yes." Climbing down, Su Qingyi muttered in disgust, "What the hell is this guy even saying?" Without another word, he punched the demon and sent him flying. Then Su Qingyi said firmly, "You may visit occasionally, but living here permanently is out of the question." Meanwhile, Wan Qing was observing everything from a distance. She thought to herself, "My master values only those who are truly powerful. If I can't become strong, he'll leave me behind. If I want to stay by his side, I have to become powerful, determined." She said aloud, "Master, I'm leaving now, to become stronger." The scene shifted to Wanyang City, where the female city lord, Mu Qincheng, was seen warmly welcoming the arriving guests. She expressed her happiness, saying she was glad that everyone had come at her single invitation. Among the guests were Yifang and Li Ji, the holy son of the Qinlong Holy Land, as well as the third prince of the country, Prince Xuan Yuan. The prince praised Mu Qincheng, saying that despite holding immense power, she remained humble and polite with everyone. That quality was what made her such a special and respected city lord. Just then, members of the demon clan arrived. Demon clan Saintess remarked with irritation, questioning why Lord Mu kept inviting these useless humans. She said that these trash had no place in a prestigious gathering like the God Conference, and their presence only diminished its importance. The crown prince agreed with her, saying that she had a point. Xuan Yuan commented that demons clearly had no manners. Barely had the conference begun, and they were already stirring trouble. He then turned to the crown prince and added that he, of all people, had no right to speak. Xuan Yuan reminded him of how many times he'd spared his life, something crown prince was well aware of. Crown Prince, however, dismissed it, saying he didn't dwell on the past. At this point, City Lord Mu stepped in, urging everyone to stop fighting. She reminded them that the God Conference was a rare occasion where people from all three realms worked together. The divine pillar present today would bless all three realms equally, and they would all benefit from it. There was no need for conflict. Any unnecessary fighting could ruin the entire event. Yifang muttered that the only reason the demons were still alive was because of Lord Mu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared a single one of them. His comment enraged the Saintess, who immediately attacked Yifang with her whip. She shouted that she hadn't come here to listen to his nonsense. The only reason he was still alive was because of Lord Mu. Otherwise, she would have torn him apart. Just looking at his face was enough to drive her mad, but out of respect for the conference, she was holding herself back. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuan warned that these two wouldn't back down easily. One of the other guests added that it was better to stay far away from their fight rather than getting involved. The Saintess then lashed out again, saying she didn't care how many of her demon brothers Yifang had killed. Even though she had remained silent until now, his insults had pushed her over the edge. She screamed that he wouldn't be getting out of this alive. Yifang replied coldly that killing demons was his duty. According to him, creatures like her had no right to live. They only brought chaos. In his eyes, eliminating them was a noble act. The crown prince observed that both of them knew full well that they weren't allowed to continue the fight, yet they always ended up starting one anyway. At this point, Lord Mu released her energy and shouted that they were both completely out of control. Despite being warned every time, they still chose to fight. She used her energy to stop both of them, but the force accidentally caused a blast near the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was speaking, saying that he hadn't done anything, yet, just like every other time, he somehow ended up in trouble. Meanwhile, Yifang was thinking to himself that Lord Mu truly possessed terrifying powers. He and the Saintess had both launched a full-powered attack, but Lord Mu had effortlessly blocked it. Lord Mu then demonstrated why the God Conference was always held here. Zhuan Yuan explained that their Wangqing city was the most peaceful among the three realms. Fighting was strictly prohibited, and they were able to enforce that law because they possessed the most dangerous technique in all realms. No one could stand against their heavenly demon pillar. That's why anyone who dared fight here had to be an absolute fool. Lord Mu addressed the crowd, asking if everyone had finally calmed down so they could begin the God Conference. At that moment, the scene transitioned to the Cloud Immortal sect. There, Wan Qing was shown releasing a powerful surge of energy. Watching her, the demons whispered among themselves, clearly impressed. One of them remarked that although they had promised Lord Su not to harass anyone, a person with such incredible power was destined to become their prey. Another demon pointed out that Lord Su wasn't present at the moment, so, if they killed one of his disciples, it wouldn't really matter. As they said this, the group of demons surrounded Wan Qing. They sneered, saying she was incredibly foolish. Even after knowing demons were inside the sect, she had ventured out alone at night to release her energy. It was like their dinner had walked right up to them on its own. One demon declared loudly that he wanted her head. The rest could take whatever they wanted. But Wan Qing, calm and focused, thought to herself that everything was unfolding just as she had predicted. She had assumed that releasing energy alone at night would attract the demons, and within 5 minutes, they had arrived. She reflected that her master's warnings held no meaning for these creatures, which actually worked in her favor. The fools thought she was prey, but they had no idea that they'd all be dead soon. As the demons closed in, Wan Qing activated her formation. Shocked, the demons exclaimed that she had tricked them and trapped them inside a formation. One of them realized in horror that this formation was designed to absorb all their energy. They panicked, yelling for everyone to escape before it was too late. Just then, a phoenix appeared and blocked their escape. The phoenix told them mockingly that they thought it would be easy to leave. Entering was simple, but escaping was nearly impossible. She ordered Wan Qing to quickly eliminate these pests. Wan Qing released her sword, and within seconds, slaughtered all the demons. She then used her formation to collect their essence. She remarked that although she had killed so many, the profit was still insignificant since they were all weak. Phoenix then reported that after refining all the demons who had infiltrated the sect, their great demon pill was now 60% complete. She admitted that while 60% of the pill's power was still quite low compared to its full potential, it was enough for Wan Qing to head to Wangyang City. With this power, she would at least be able to face their opponents. However, Phoenix gave a final warning. The people living in Wangyang City were immensely powerful, and fighting them could prove to be a huge mistake. She reminded Wan Qing that once she entered Wangyang City, there would be no turning back. Wan Qing responded confidently, saying that if she wanted to become powerful quickly, she had to take risks, and if she hoped to one day rival her master in power, she was prepared to take any risk, even if it meant fighting people from the three realms. Determined, Wan Qing set out for Wangyang City. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi noticed her departure. Watching her leave, he thought to himself that the girl had truly gone mad. She was ready to do anything for power, completely unaware of the enormous risk she was taking. The scene shifted once again, now showing Wangyang City, where the God Conference had officially begun. Inside, Lord Mu was giving a speech to the assembled guests about peace. The Crown Prince was thinking to himself that, just like always, this conference was unbearably boring. He couldn't understand why they held such pointless meetings every single time. If Lord Mu weren't so powerful, he admitted he would never bother to attend. Just then, a dangerous and powerful attack struck the city's barrier. Lord Mu immediately announced that the barrier had been hit, adding that this was truly strange. Yifang commented that someone had dared to attack Wangyang City. Who could possibly have the guts to do such a thing? He said it looked like someone reckless had shown up just to die. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was in shock, wondering if their master's disciple, Wan Qing, was really the one responsible. What was she doing here? Yifang thought to himself that it hadn't even been a few months since he had last seen Wan Qing, yet her cultivation had advanced significantly in that short time. The barrier she was attempting to break was extremely powerful, but he could already see that she would likely shatter it within a few more strikes. The other attendees at the conference panicked and urged someone to stop her immediately, or else she would break through the barrier. Without hesitation, Wan Qing launched another ferocious attack against it. Lord Mu commanded everyone to step forward and stop the girl. From the looks of it, she was targeting the heavenly demon pillar. She reminded them all that beneath the pillar, countless spirits were sealed. If that seal were broken by mistake, every one of those spirits would be released, and once that happened, survival for anyone present would become nearly impossible. As Wan Qing continued her assault, the others surrounded her, demanding to know who she was and where she found the courage to attack Wangyang City. Wan Qing calmly told them she had not come to fight anyone, and she had nothing to gain from harming people. She warned them that it would be in their best interest not to get in her way, otherwise she would have no choice but to kill them. One of the men scoffed, accusing her of being insane. He pointed out that while she claimed not to want to hurt anyone, she was also trying to take the heavenly demon pillar. He reminded her that if the seal broke, the spirits would be unleashed and start killing everyone. He asked if she was willing to take responsibility for protecting them all. In response, Wan Qing released her energy and said it seemed no one was willing to listen to her calmly. She declared that while they might survive an attack from the abyssal spirits, they wouldn't survive an attack from her. With those words, she shattered the barrier and rushed toward the heavenly demon pillar. Lord Mu, stunned, said she had never seen anyone break her barrier before. No one had ever succeeded in doing that, until now. The Crown Prince approached Wan Qing and asked why she had come. He warned her that what she was planning was incredibly dangerous. Touching the heavenly demon pillar was no different from making enemies of everyone there. He advised her not to proceed, as everyone knew that breaking the seal would release countless spirits, making survival nearly impossible. He explained that this was why the people of Three Realm avoided fighting after coming here, and urged her to understand that, and not cause conflict. Wan Qing replied that she had said from the beginning she didn't want to hurt anyone. She asked him if he thought she was just saying that without meaning it. She claimed to have a unique and powerful sensibility, and insisted that there was actually nothing beneath the heavenly demon pillar. She acknowledged that he might think she was talking nonsense, but she explained that her master had taught her something important. People only believed in the version of history that was passed down to them. They had all trusted the story that abyssal spirits were sealed beneath the pillar. But, as her master once said, history is written by the victors, and being the victor doesn't necessarily mean being good. She went on to explain that, last time, it was the villains who had won and written history. The ones who lost and were imprisoned, they were actually the good ones. But history had painted them as evil because of who wrote it. The Crown Prince laughed and admitted that if Lord Su had said this, then it must be true. He told Wan Qing that he really liked what she had said. It was true that losers never write history, and victors weren't always the good guys. In fact, he said, because of that pillar, he had been attending these boring conferences for years. Every time, he wasted his time and left frustrated. But today, with her help, he declared that he would finally end this problem once and for all. No more pillar, no more conferences. Yifang spoke furiously, asking, Crown Prince, have you lost your mind? Are you seriously thinking of helping Wan Qing? The Crown Prince replied with a cold smirk. He said that helping her was just an excuse. The real reason he came was to teach Yifang a lesson. Now that he had such a great opportunity to fight him, he was willing to do anything for it. Yifang, burning with rage, shouted that sparing the Crown Prince's life had been a huge mistake. He said, they were right. A leopard can't change his spots. I should have killed you when we first met. As the Crown Prince advanced, he told Yifang that he respected the Lord Su because when he had defeated him, he did so fairly and effortlessly. But Yifang had never fought him fairly. Every time they faced off, Yifang used sneak attacks. That, the Crown Prince said, was what made Yifang the lowest kind of person in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lord Mu turned to Demon Saintess and urgently told her to stop the Crown Prince. She reminded her that if he started a fight with Yifang, the demon clan would become their eternal rival. The Saintess then clarified that although she controlled the other demons present, she had no authority over Mu Daotian. She explained that no matter what she said, he would never listen, so it was best not to consider him one of their own. Whatever Mu Daotian was doing, it was by his own will, and the demon clan had nothing to do with it. Back on the battlefield, Yifang thought to himself that the Crown Prince's cultivation had drastically improved. Their upcoming battle is nothing like their previous encounter. Still, Yifang believed the Crown Prince was weak in comparison and stood no chance against him. The Crown Prince then called out to Wan Qing, telling her that he was holding off this bastard and she needed to quickly retrieve the heavenly pillar before this bastard could get to it. As Wan Qing moved ahead, Li Ji stepped in to block her path. He scoffed, saying, do you really think you can just take the heavenly pillar from here while people like me are guarding it? But then, in a shocking move, Wan Qing separated her phoenix spirit from her body. Li Ji was stunned, exclaiming, what kind of joke is this? This girl, she has a phoenix spirit. Just as Wan Qing was preparing to cancel the heavenly seal, the Crown Prince flew in and bumped into her. Concerned, Wan Qing asked if he was alright. The Crown Prince, laughing, reassured her that it was just a few scratches. He was fine. But Wan Qing was stunned. Just moments ago, the Crown Prince had been full of confidence, making Yifang seem like nothing. Now, he couldn't even last a minute against him. Realizing she couldn't rely on him, she decided she had to act quickly and take matters into her own hands. Su Chengyi was watching all this happen. His system informed him of a new mission. The system explained that since Fang Wanqing had touched the heavenly demon pillar, a new task had begun, one unrelated to the origin world storyline. The new mission was this: Su Chengyi had to assist Wanqing, then take all the blame for stealing the heavenly demon pillar, making himself the villain in the eyes of every righteous sect present. This would earn him 200,000 scumbag points and 200,000 fate points. Su Chengyi grinned and said this was finally a mission he could enjoy. Back on the battlefield, Lord Mu appeared before Wanqing, intending to fight her. She said, "You may have entered alive, girl, but leaving in one piece, that's impossible now." She then used her whip to bind one of Wanqing's arms. Wanqing noticed other enemies approaching her from behind, but without hesitation, she yanked the whip, flinging Lord Mu aside. Shocked, Lord Mu commented that Wanqing wasn't just powerful, she was clever too. Unlike that fool of a crown prince, she concluded that defeating Wanqing would require activating a formation. As the formation began to materialize, Zhuan Yuan remarked that Wanqing had no chance now. He had heard of a legendary defensive array near Wangyang City, a formation so powerful that no one had ever survived it. Now that Saintess Lord Mu had activated it, Wanqing was surely doomed. As the formation took effect, Wanqing began to struggle. Her phoenix spirit warned her, saying that with such a weak body, she wouldn't be able to withstand an attack of this magnitude. She insisted that escaping was the only logical option, but Wanqing shouted in defiance. She said she couldn't run. What would her master think? He might consider replacing her with a better disciple. No matter what happened, she refused to bring shame upon him. Lord Mu, sneering, told Wanqing to open her eyes and accept that this was her end. She and her allies then launched a devastating attack using the formation. Wanqing was gravely injured. "Finish her now," ordered Lord Mu. "This is the perfect time to end her." But just then, Su Chengyi arrived and saved Wanqing. He calmly stated that under normal circumstances, if anyone had hurt his disciple like this, he would have buried them alive. But this time, the fault lay with them, so he suggested ending the matter here and now. It would be better for everyone involved. He warned that if they tried to escalate the situation further, the consequences wouldn't be in their favor. Turning to Wanqing, Su Chengyi scolded her, calling her a fool. He pointed out the huge mess she had created. As tears welled up in Wanqing's eyes, she thought to herself that she always believed her master didn't care about her at all, but seeing him stand against such powerful enemies just to protect her changed everything. Yifang, observing from the side, wondered what Su Chengyi was even doing there. He suspected Su Chengyi had been behind everything Wanqing had done, and if he was already there from the start, why had he allowed her to take such a beating? As the scene unfolded, the crown prince stepped forward and demanded, "I want a hug too." But before he could finish his sentence, Su Chengyi kicked him away without hesitation. An enraged Lord Mu shouted, demanding to know who Su Chengyi was and how he could think this matter would end just because he said so. She reminded him that it had been their side that started this conflict, but how it would end would be decided by her. She added that no one had ever dared to attack them before. If they didn't teach their enemies a lesson now, what would others say about them? Unfazed, Su Chengyi released his energy and remarked that this was the problem with people like them. When given a chance, they wouldn't take it, but when dying, they would beg for mercy. Personally, he quite enjoyed killing such people. Without warning, he created threads of energy that pierced through everyone's bodies. His enemies were shocked, asking what kind of technique that was. Su Chengyi warned them not to move even an inch. If they did, they would be crippled forever and lose the ability to use their special powers again. He then turned to Lord Mu and asked mockingly why she was hesitating. After all, wasn't she about to attack him? He urged her to go ahead. But before she could, Su Chengyi added a warning. If she attacked him, even by mistake, all her disciples would die. And if they died because of her own attack, it would ruin her reputation. Frustrated, Lord Mu snapped that Su Chengyi was a despicable man. Su Chengyi then questioned Wanqing directly. Why was she so obsessed with the heavenly demon pillar? Didn't she know a dangerous spirit was sealed beneath it? If released, it could cost her her life. Wanqing replied respectfully that she had been trying to explain the same thing to the others. She assured him that there was no longer any spirit under the pillar. She was confident nothing bad would happen even if the pillar was broken. Curious, Su Chengyi decided to verify it himself. Using his powers, he scanned the pillar and confirmed that Wanqing had been telling the truth. Beneath the pillar was an extraordinary spirit, one that, if released, could actually bring immense benefit to them. After completing his scan, Su Chengyi acknowledged that his disciple had been absolutely right, and now, he would help her break the pillar. Lord Mu was stunned. despite so many powerful warriors being present, Su Qingyi was doing whatever he pleased and saying whatever he liked. She exclaimed in disbelief that she had never encountered someone so arrogant in her entire life. Yifang then explained that the man was the leader of the Cloud Immortal sect. He added that although they didn't yet fully understand his strength, it was clear he was incredibly powerful. Yifang said he had already fought him once before and could confidently say that defeating him wouldn't be easy. Just then, Li Ji reassured Lord Mu, telling her not to worry. As a holy son, he promised that as long as he was around, nothing would go wrong. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi was speaking to Wan Qing. He told her that he was helping restore her spiritual energy and assured her that he would assist her with the mission she came here to complete. However, he reminded her to be careful during the upcoming battle. Wan Qing responded that she would indeed fight cautiously. Su Qingyi then suggested they proceed with completing their mission. As they moved ahead, Wan Qing explained that in order to unseal the pillar, she would need to gather a significant amount of energy, and doing so would take some time. She asked her master if he could assist her with it. As they advanced, Yifan addressed Lord Su, acknowledging that although they never got along in the past, they should at least remember that the Cloud Immortal sect was a righteous one. He implied that, as the sect master of a righteous sect, it was unbecoming of them to be involved in such actions. Just then, the Crown Prince attacked Yifang, saying that before reaching the Lord Su, he would first have to get through him. Infuriated, Yifang snapped back, saying he would end him right there and accused the prince of creating unnecessary trouble for him. The Crown Prince admitted that he had been afraid when his master Su wasn't around, but now that he was here, he felt confident. He believed that with his support, nothing bad would happen to him. Now, he could fight with his full power. Meanwhile, the demon saintess observed that the Crown Prince seemed to trust one particular person far more than he trusted his entire group. Attacking fiercely, the Crown Prince declared that they were now going to witness his true power. Elsewhere, Li Ji stepped forward to face Su Qingyi. He said he had heard a lot about Su Qingyi and admitted that just by looking at him, he could tell he was a tough opponent. He expressed excitement at the upcoming fight. Su Qingyi replied that perhaps Li Ji would enjoy the fight, but if he were being honest, Li Ji wasn't even qualified to fight him. He remarked that even his golem could defeat someone like him. Saying this, Su Qingyi sent his golem to fight on his behalf. However, Li Ji immediately destroyed the golem with a single strike. He reminded Su Qingyi that he had claimed Li Ji wasn't qualified, yet the golem he was so proud of didn't even last a minute. He pointed out that Su Qingyi seemed scared of fighting him and was only good at talking, not actually fighting. Suddenly, Su Qingyi's second golem appeared from behind and launched a powerful attack on Li Ji. Su Qingyi laughed and asked who said he had only sent one golem. He revealed that this wasn't a one-on-one fight, but a two-on-one. At that moment, Wan Qing completed her energy gathering. She announced that the time had come to destroy the pillar. With a single, devastating attack, she destroyed the heavenly demon pillar. Lord Mu watched in shock and said that the heavenly demon pillar, once the pride of their entire city, was now destroyed. Xuan Yuan added that it was true, and the evil spirit was about to emerge from within. He feared it would be so powerful that it could kill them all. Wan Qing confirmed that it wouldn't be long before it came out. As the energy began surging out from beneath the broken pillar, the Crown Prince stated that he wanted to see what kind of monster would emerge from below. Yifang looked on in dismay, saying that this was turning out to be worse than they had imagined. Suddenly, a scroll emerged from beneath the pillar. Lord Mu, recognizing it, exclaimed that it was the War Empress scroll. She explained that it was said an extremely powerful female warlord in ancient times had sealed all her inheritance inside a scroll, and this was that very scroll. She never imagined such a treasure would be hidden beneath the pillar. Overwhelmed with excitement, she said this was incredible. With this, she would be able to make a breakthrough and become far more powerful. She believed that this scroll was a blessing from the heavens. But just as she held the scroll, it suddenly burst apart in her hands. Shocked, Lord Mu cried out, wondering what had just happened. The scroll had exploded on its own, and all of its energy was flowing toward Wan Qing. Now, Wan Qing had begun absorbing all of that immense energy into herself. Su Qingyi explained that Wan Qing had been absolutely right. There was no spirit sealed beneath the pillar. The scroll seemed to know exactly who was going to free it, which is why it had chosen its master on its own. He remarked that the saying was true. History is always written by the victors, whether they are good or evil. Everyone had been misled for ages, made to believe that a dangerous spirit was trapped under the pillar, but in reality, what lay beneath was an incredibly powerful inheritance from the war god. Filled with joy, Wan Qing exclaimed that the energy was truly extraordinary. All the injuries she had sustained were healing on their own. Lord Mu, watching helplessly, admitted in frustration that the girl had absorbed the energy while she just stood by and did nothing. At that moment, Xuan Yuan intervened, telling her not to panic. He pointed out that rushing into anything would benefit no one. With such a dangerous energy being released, it was certain that people across all three realms would have sensed it by now. All they had to do was send out the heavenly arrows. In response, powerful cultivators from the realms would arrive to enforce justice. Su Qingyi observed silently, thinking that the Zhuan Yuan was surprisingly clever. By summoning the elders of all three realms, he was cleverly positioning himself to profit from the scroll's inheritance later. Soon enough, 3 powerful elders arrived, summoned by the heavenly arrows: Elder Cuckoo from the Zhanlong Holy Land, Elder Tian from the Eternal Dynasty, and the Taiva Demon Lord from the Taizuan Demon Land. Yi Fang noted that it was extremely rare to see the most powerful figures of the 3 realms gathered in one place, but the overwhelming energy being released here had compelled them to come. These elders were no ordinary cultivators. They could defeat even supreme-level cultivators with ease. Su Qingyi acknowledged inwardly that the presence of these 3 would pose some trouble, but reassured himself they weren't powerful enough to kill him. Meanwhile, Zhuan Yuan boasted to Lord Mu, saying she had witnessed how efficiently he had handled the entire situation and told her not to worry. He was confident that the elders would now deliver justice on their behalf. Master Mu, however, thought bitterly to herself that Zhuan Yuan was nothing but a schemer. The people he had called wouldn't help for free, and now the inheritance that should have solely belonged to her would have to be shared with them. Elder Cuckoo observed that the seal over the Heaven Demon Pillar seemed to have been broken. Elder Tian added that a girl had absorbed the energy released from it. Taiva warned that if they tried to forcibly extract that energy from the girl, others would accuse the mighty elders of bullying a mere girl. He asked what the best course of action would be. Elder Cuckoo suggested that absorbing the entire energy of a city was in itself a wicked act. He argued that even if they punished the girl, no one would fault them. As he said this, he launched a deadly attack on Wan Qing. Wan Qing panicked, realizing the attack was too close to dodge. But just then, Su Qingyi appeared and shielded her in time. Seeing this, Elder Tian and the Demon Lord Taivu also began attacking, but Su Qingyi effortlessly blocked all their attacks at once. Wan Qing, overwhelmed, apologized to her master, admitting the entire situation was her fault. Because of her, he now had to fight several powerful cultivators at once. Su Qingyi reassured her, saying there was no need to worry. As long as he was here, not a single strand of her hair would be harmed. Hurting him was out of the question. Suddenly, Wan Qing's body began to glow. Su Qingyi looked on in shock, wondering what was happening to her. From within her body, a spirit slowly emerged. Elder Cuckoo gasped and asked if that was the spirit that had been sealed under the Heaven Demon Pillar all along. The other 2 elders fell to their knees, stunned. Elder Tian, humbled, confessed that they had been complete fools. They had always been told an evil spirit was sealed under the pillar, which is why no one had ever tried to free it. The Demon Lord Taivu added, "Yes, War God, please forgive us. We believed it was an evil spirit emerging, so we came here to protect everyone. We had no idea that what was truly sealed beneath the demon pillar was the soul of a war god. Please punish us for our ignorance." Lord Mu shouted at the 3 elders, asking what they were doing. She reminded them that they had come here claiming they would help her. She declared that she didn't care who this soul was, or where it came from. All she wanted was the inheritance of the god of war, which had been imprisoned in their city. "No one has the right to take our treasure from us, but don't worry, I'll give you a share in return for your help." Just then, Elder Tian attacked and snapped, "You foolish girl, shut your mouth. Do you even realize you're speaking in front of the warlord?" He explained that the spirit before them belonged to their ancient war god, someone who, in her time, was incredibly powerful. "If we had known that the war god was sealed beneath this demon pillar, we would have freed her long ago. You're the ones who lied to us. You told us a dangerous evil spirit was imprisoned here. We spared your life, and that alone should be enough. So don't think you can claim anything here." Lord Mu, barely dodging his attack, thought to herself that if the attack had landed, she would have definitely died. Meanwhile, the war god's spirit began to speak. She said her soul had been imprisoned here for thousands of years, and only a fragment of it remained. She was thankful the girl had released her before she completely vanished. "If she hadn't freed me, the truth of history would have remained buried forever. No one would have known that during ancient times, it was the righteous who lost, and the ones who defeated us were the truly evil ones. I'm sure the history written about us is full of lies." Then Elder Cuckoo stepped forward and said he didn't care whether she had been a good spirit or not. "What matters is the immense power you possess. Your soul is over 1,000 years old, and even if you're powerful, you're no match for me." He went on to say that once he defeated her, he would claim all her power and become the most powerful cultivator of his generation. Watching this, Su Qingyi thought how greedy Elder Cuckoo really was. Despite facing the war god's spirit, he still wasn't hesitating to attack her in an attempt to seize her powers. But today, he'll learn a lesson he won't forget. The war god's spirit responded coldly, "It seems you truly doubt me. Very well, let me remove your doubts." With that, she launched a terrifying attack and charged toward Elder Cuckoo with her weapon. "You must have realized now just how powerful I really am." Falling to his knees, Elder Cuckoo begged, "Forgive me, war god. I was only testing whether you were truly a good spirit or not. I had only heard rumors about a spirit being imprisoned beneath this pillar. Now I'm sure, you are indeed the first female war god in our history." Watching this, the crown prince laughed and mocked Elder Cuckoo. "This guy is such a fraud." The moment he realized the spirit could kill him, he immediately dropped to his knees. "I've seen many cowards, but I've never seen anyone grovel like this before." Demon Saintress stepped in, apologizing on behalf of the crown prince. "Please forgive him. Our crown prince has no control over his tongue and always says whatever comes to mind. If you're angry, take it out on him alone. Our demon clan bears no responsibility for his words." The war god acknowledged that the elders had made a serious mistake and told them they would have to atone for it. Worried, the elders wondered what kind of punishment she had in mind, whether she was planning to kill them. But then, the war god began absorbing their energy. Seeing this, all three elders panicked. "She's absorbing our energy. She's going to kill us for sure, and there's nothing we can do to stop her," they thought in fear. Desperately, they pleaded, "Please forgive us, war god. From this day forward, we'll never interfere in others' matters again." The war god calmly replied, "Don't worry, I don't intend to kill you. However, the disrespect you showed me was a grave offense. Normally, I would have taken your lives for this, but now that I'm just a soul, I no longer wish to kill anyone. Consider this, I've only taken 10 years of your cultivation as punishment. That's a light sentence." She then turned to Wan Qing and said, "You were the one who freed me. That's why I want you to become a war god like me. I'm transferring the 10 years worth of energy from these three elders to you. Whether you can handle it or not depends on you." Overwhelmed, Wan Qing looked to her master and asked, "Master, what should I do? Should I accept this energy?" Su Qingyi reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." Wan Qing believed in her master's words. If master said I'll be fine, then surely I won't face any problem absorbing this energy. With that conviction, she began absorbing the surrounding energy. However, the moment she started, things didn't go as smoothly. The process was proving to be extremely difficult. As Wan Qing struggled, Su Qingyi calmly told her to just focus on managing the energy around her. He promised he would stabilize her inner energy. As Wan Qing continued absorbing, a tremendous burst of energy erupted around her. Witnessing this from afar, Xuan Yuan chuckled and sarcastically wondered what must have happened there. Laughing to himself, he remarked that when fate turns against you, no matter how many treasures you obtain, they end up slipping through your fingers. He ridiculed them further, claiming they had foolishly tried to absorb too much energy at once. Their bodies couldn't handle it, and as a result, they exploded. He found the whole scene hilariously absurd, but War God immediately countered his assumption. She snapped that the real fool wasn't the girl, it's you. She revealed that the ones he was mocking hadn't exploded at all. In fact, they had successfully absorbed the energy. Then, War God pondered over something deeper. She had sensed that this girl possessed the 9 Empress body, a legendary physique that meant Wan Qing was destined to become an empress. Now it all makes sense. So that's how she managed to shatter my pillar. It was destined to happen. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi observed the aftermath with growing awe. He realized that Wan Qing had absorbed all the demons he had sent in the sect. On top of that, she had obtained the War Emperor's scroll, which contained numerous advanced techniques. If she cultivates even a portion of them, she'll become incredibly powerful in no time. Not only that, Wan Qing had just absorbed 10 years worth of energy from 3 powerful elders, all in a single day. She was now closer than ever to reaching the Tribulation Realm. Su Qingyi was certain, among the younger generation, no one could rival Wan Qing's power. And this is only the beginning. Soon, there will be no one across the 3 realms who can stand as her equal. Suddenly, Lord Mu shouted in fury. She accused them of doing something terribly wrong. For the past 1,000 years, her people had protected the war god's inheritance, guarding it with dedication. Yet, when the time came to reap the reward, all the energy had been stolen by outsiders like them. Despite their centuries of effort, they had gained nothing. Lord Mu protested that such injustice couldn't be allowed. Then Yi Fan stepped forward and agreed with Lord Mu. He said the Wan Qing city had just lost its greatest treasure for free. Because of the broken pillar, the city's powerful energy barrier had vanished. Without it, the entire city, home to nearly 100,000 residents, was vulnerable. In response, Su Qingyi challenged them. If you truly believe we did wrong, then go ahead. Take back your treasure. If it belongs to you, it'll come to you. War God intervened and addressed everyone present. She reminded them that the 3 great forces were currently present, and in front of all of them, she made a solemn promise. I will protect the people of this city. The barrier you once had will remain. But let me make one thing very clear, she continued, revealing that the city had once misused her powers for selfish and evil deeds. Even though she had been sealed and unable to act, she had seen everything. Now that she was free, she would help them, but only under one condition. If anyone uses my name to commit any wrongdoing again, I won't hesitate to destroy you. I am here only to protect the city, not to serve as your personal guardian. Remember that. Lord Mu humbly thanked the war god. Her protection meant they were finally safe. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi reflected on the reality of the cultivation world. The best and worst thing about this world is that there are no laws. Right and wrong are defined by whoever holds power. He acknowledged that Lord Mu wasn't necessarily wrong, but because War God was present, she couldn't act out, and honestly, given how much she already said in front of the War God, it's surprising she's still standing. If War God had been even slightly angered, she could have wiped them all out in a second. Just then, Su Qingyi sensed a terrifying energy approaching. When he looked up at the sky, he saw a portal beginning to open. The Crown Prince, visibly shocked, exclaimed that something, or someone, was definitely coming. Wan Qing also sensed it. She agreed, saying whatever was arriving through that portal carried immense power. As the portal fully opened, several strange figures emerged from it. War God's expression darkened. She admitted that she hadn't expected them to make it this far after breaking the world seal. She reminded them of the war they fought thousands of years ago, how she had utterly defeated them back then. But now, I am just a soul with little remaining power. Have they come back to settle the score? Lord Mu was deep in thought, disturbed by the sight before her. Just moments ago, the war god had seemed utterly invincible, but now, ever since the arrival of the mysterious cloaked figures, she appeared visibly shaken, as if they alone had the power to destroy her with ease. The cloaked men spoke coldly. Thousands of years ago, you were a threat to us, but now, your weak soul poses no danger. That's not even why we're here today. Don't flatter yourself. The war god narrowed her eyes and replied, if you're not here for me, then who exactly are you here for? Ignoring her question, the cloaked men stepped forward and began forming a complex formation. Lord Mu watched anxiously. What are they doing? They're surrounding my entire Wangqing city. Su Qingyi, standing beside Wan Qing, muttered with growing concern, something serious is about to happen. The best thing for us would be to leave while we still can. Their power levels are rising rapidly. There's no way we can handle this many powerful beings. Wan Qing nodded in agreement, and said, you're right, master, let's go. Just as they turned to leave, one of the cloaked men suddenly noticed them. He stepped forward, knelt before Su Qingyi, and addressed him with deep reverence. Everyone was stunned. Even the war god was taken aback. He just knelt before him. Why would someone like him do that? The cloaked figure said, Your Majesty, we've completely surrounded the Wangqing city. Whatever decision you make now, we shall follow without question. Su Qingyi was confused. Why are these people calling me emperor? Could it be that this cursed system failed to provide my full memories? Is that why I don't remember anything about this Empress Su? They keep mentioning. Nearby, the crown prince couldn't hide his joy. I always knew my brother Su Qingyi was amazing. Look at this. These guys aren't even acknowledging the war god, but they're kneeling before him. Yi Fan agreed, silently thinking. Even the war god, who was terrified just moments ago, is now silent in front of Su Qingyi. Who is this guy? Then, the cloaked man revealed, your imperial seal. I've been keeping it safe all these years. Please, take it back. Su Qingyi thought to himself, these ancient demons are immensely powerful. If they all believe I'm their emperor, then my past must have been something incredible. If they've already accepted me, then, why shouldn't I accept it too? The man continued, ever since your seal vanished, we've been safeguarding it. It can only be used by you. That's why, once we found you, we returned it immediately. It brings us immense joy to see you again. The war god, now more humbled than ever, admitted, Su Qingyi, you truly are something extraordinary. Even I didn't know you were such a major figure standing among us. Su Qingyi was overwhelmed. Even I don't know how big of a shot I really am. The cloaked figure went on, Your Majesty, we've captured the entire city. The war god's spirit is already fading. There's barely any power left in her. If you wish, we can capture the 3 elders as well. We've heard they dared to attack you. It wouldn't take us even a second to bring them to your feet. Elder Goku snapped in defiance. We're powerful elders. Not some 5-year-old children you can just kneel at anyone's feet. But Elder Tian quickly silenced him, saying, Enough nonsense, Elder Goku. We couldn't even defeat the war god's soul. And now these men, who even she fears, stand before us. We wouldn't stand a chance. Your pointless pride will get us all killed. It's a good thing Su Qingyi turned out to be their emperor, otherwise, we'd be long dead by now. Meanwhile, Lord Mu was quietly processing everything. I had no idea Su Qingyi was such a big shot. Now, everything depends on his decision. My entire city, home to over 100,000 people, is in his hands. As the city lord, how do I protect them? Do I need to win him over? Resolving to act, she stepped towards Su Qingyi, her tone turning soft and flattering. Your Highness, your visit to our city is a great honor. If our greatest treasure ends up with your disciple, it will be our pride. In fact, I believe you shouldn't just accept our treasure, you should accept me as well. She leaned in slightly, her voice seductive. We would be honored to serve you in any way you desire, and I hope you'll consider staying for a few more days. We possess some remarkable cultivation techniques, ones that can only be practiced at night. I was hoping to discuss them with you personally." Su Qingyi was lost in thought, wondering why he was feeling a strange sense of tension, but when he turned to the side, he saw Wan Qing standing there, glaring at him with intense anger in her eyes. Embarrassed, the crown prince chuckled and remarked that the same Lord Mu, who had been acting so elegant and composed in front of everyone, was now behaving completely differently in front of Brother Su. He added that they had no idea Brother Su had women even more beautiful than her, so there was no way they would pay attention to someone like Lord Mu. Still, he admitted he was enjoying watching her act like this. It was genuinely amusing. The crown prince praised Su Qingyi, saying he was a heavenly genius, someone so captivating that women couldn't help but lose control around him. Su Qingyi then turned to Miss Mu and reassured her gently, saying she shouldn't worry. He explained that he had no interest in senseless killing, and promised her that he wouldn't harm any of her people. He vowed that not even a single hair of any citizen of her city would be touched. He declared that the matter would end right there. Regarding the disciples who had been severely injured, Su Qingyi asked her to give them healing pills on his behalf. These pills wouldn't just help them recover faster but would also significantly enhance their cultivation. Hearing this, Lord Mu's face lit up with joy. She sincerely thanked Lord Su and expressed her relief. Now that he had promised not to attack her city, she felt truly at peace. She added that although they already had the city's defenses in place, knowing that even the ancient demons served under him gave her unparalleled confidence. With such powerful beings on their side, she questioned who would dare challenge them. She assured him that her city would never forget his kindness. Just then, Yifan arrived, and with a serious expression, declared that he would never accept protection from demons. Su Qingyi wasn't surprised. He had suspected Yifan would speak up sooner or later. Calmly, he asked Yifan to explain exactly what issue he had. Lord Mu, clearly frustrated, pleaded with Yifan to stay quiet. She reminded him that many of their problems had already been solved thanks to Master Su, and his reckless words could cause new ones. She pointed out that the ancient demons were still here, solely because of Su Qingyi. If he lost his temper, none of them would make it out alive. But Yifan remained defiant. He declared that he was a righteous hero and would never bow before evil demons, even if it cost him his life, or the lives of his people. Lord Mu, now seething internally, thought bitterly to herself that if he was so eager to die, he should do it alone. Why should their people suffer because of his stubbornness? Xuan Yuan tried to reason with him, acknowledging his courage but questioning his foolishness. He pointed out that everyone had already been spared. Nothing wrong was happening, and Yifan's interference was only creating unnecessary trouble for all. But Yifan ignored the crown prince and instead turned to War God. Bowing respectfully, he accused Su Qingyi of colluding with ancient demons and reminded her that demons could never be trusted. If Su Qingyi was working with them, then he couldn't be a good man either. He warned that if someone like her supported such people, it would be a defeat for righteousness. He reminded her that they all saw her as their inspiration, and confessed that watching her side with such individuals was deeply disappointing. Hearing Yifan's bold claims, the surrounding ancient demons were visibly shocked. Then, laughing mockingly, one of them asked aloud how a mere chick like him had the nerve to speak with such arrogance. Another demon then turned to the War God and asked with a smirk, "War God, do you really want to fight us? We only came here for a peaceful discussion, but if you're eager for a fight, we don't mind. In fact, we'd love to have a spectacular battle with our beloved War God." Internally, the War God was growing frustrated. This boy is a complete fool. Because of his big mouth, I'm getting dragged into a pointless mess. Even if I were in my real body right now, facing so many opponents at once would still be difficult, and since I'm only here in spirit form, I won't be able to handle them all. Wan Qing, clearly anxious, turned to her master and asked, "Master, what do we do now?" Su Qingyi replied calmly, "Don't worry, as long as I'm standing here, nothing will happen to you." He then stepped between the two sides and declared, "The War God is my friend, that's why I won't let anyone fight her. And seriously, why are you all so eager to fight over something so trivial?" One of the ancient demons grumbled, "Your Highness, this bastard is speaking too much. Even though he's weak, how dare he stand before us like this? Just give us one chance, we'll show him what real power looks like. Don't worry, we'll make sure your name doesn't lose honor." Su Qingyi, unshaken, spoke with authority, "Seems like none of you are listening to me. I said there's no need to fight, so there won't be one. But if you're all so desperate to brawl, then you'll have to go through me first. Anyone who has the courage come forward and fight me." Hearing his words, the demons immediately faltered, filled with fear. They bowed their heads. "Your Highness, please forgive us. We don't have the courage to stand against you." Watching all this, Lord Mu blushed and thought to herself, just how powerful is Lord Su? These demons could easily destroy an entire city, and yet they are bowing before him. They don't dare lift their heads. If only such an amazing man would choose me, I'd gladly become one of his concubines. As the ancient demons began to leave, they respectfully said, now that Lord Su is here, we no longer have any business remaining. If you ever need us in the future, please call on us, and once again, we sincerely apologize for today's mistake." Turning to Su Qingyi, the war god finally spoke with admiration in her voice. "You looked like just an ordinary person, but I have to admit, your background is truly impressive. You've really impressed me today." Su Qingyi humbly replied, "Even if I do have some powerful connections, you're still our war god, the one who fought long and hard for humanity. We can't forget the great things you've done in the past, and just for one foolish person, why would I let a battle break out among good people?" Then, in a serious tone, the war god said, "I'm passing on all of my inheritance to this girl, but I have one condition and you must all agree to it. This is my emperor body, preserved for many years. Most of my power was used to protect it. For now, you're free to use its power as you see fit. But when the day comes that you all become powerful enough to reach the upper realm, I want you to return this body to my people, the members of the Xiaoyu clan. By then, you'll have no need for it." Su Qingyi nodded respectfully and responded, "It will be done exactly as you say. Since you lost the final battle, your clan never found out what really happened to you. But don't worry, when we return your body, we'll make it clear that even though you were defeated, you fought bravely for your people." The war god smiled faintly and said, "I've carried a deep guilt ever since that loss. I knew that history would be rewritten and no one would ever know the sacrifices I made. But now, I'm truly happy. People will finally know the truth, and my inheritance, every bit of it, is being passed on to someone truly worthy." Looking at Wan Qing and Su Qingyi, she added, "Thank you, both of you, for freeing me." With that, she transferred her entire inheritance to Wan Qing. Then, using the war god's power, Su Qingyi released the seal over the entire city. Su Qingyi said that now that everything here was finally clear, it was time for them to leave. Wan Qing agreed, adding that she had successfully absorbed the power and was feeling much stronger than before. Just then, a sudden sneak attack struck Su Qingyi, causing a powerful explosion in the area. Shocked, Wan Qing exclaimed, wondering who had done this. At that moment, Yifeng appeared in front of Su Qingyi and asked coldly, "Who told you that you could leave? As long as I'm here, you're not going anywhere." Su Qingyi thought to himself that he clearly remembered Yifeng not being this powerful in the past. It seemed the bastard must have obtained some kind of treasure. Upon closer inspection, Su Qingyi realized that Yifeng now possessed 3 extremely powerful spirits, which had drastically elevated his cultivation level. The scene then shifted to a little while earlier, when Su Qingyi was talking with the war god. During that time, Yifeng had noticed 3 elders whispering among themselves, seemingly planning to escape. The elders were worried that the war god was too powerful, and even more so were the ancient demons present. They felt staying in a place surrounded by such strength was dangerous. Thinking no one was paying attention to them, they decided to sneak away. But Yifeng intercepted them, asking politely, "Seniors, where are you heading? There's no need to panic. I actually have a brilliant plan to defeat them." The elders looked at him with disbelief. One of them said, "Child, what nonsense are you speaking? Even if we combined our powers, we wouldn't stand a chance against the war god. Facing them head-on would be a death sentence, and you're still just a kid. Dying here would benefit no one." Yifeng insisted, "Elders, don't assist me directly, just secretly transfer your powers to me. As a holy son, I promise to repay you in the future when I get the chance. I'm asking for your help in secret. No one will ever know you supported me. I'll take all the blame myself, but what you'll receive is pure profit." Elder Tian responded thoughtfully, "Holy sons often have access to extraordinary resources. If he's promising us something in return, it might be worth it." He turned to the others and asked, "Brothers, what do you think we should do?" The other 2 elders agreed that helping secretly posed no problem. One of them told Yifeng, "We're ready to give you our powers, but handling it is entirely up to you." Yifeng began absorbing their energy, saying, "Thanks to the formation I created, no one will ever know that I received your powers." The elders were impressed and said, "Your formation is indeed remarkable. We're placing our hopes in you. Do your best." Back in the present, Su Qingyi finally understood why that bastard Yifeng was the protagonist of this story. No matter what Su Qingyi did or how much he achieved, Yifeng always seemed to stand in his way. He couldn't completely kill him either. Yifeng was somehow tied to his own benefits. If Su Qingyi didn't eliminate him, he'd continue causing trouble. The crown prince suddenly shouted, "Yifeng, you coward! All of you are still alive only because of Elder Su. And yet, you're shameless enough to attack him now. If he hadn't been here, you wouldn't even be standing right now." At this, Demon Saintus yelled, "Crown Prince, if you have so much courage, why don't you go and say all this directly to Yifeng's face? How long do you plan to keep hiding behind me?" Su Qingyi smirked to himself, realizing that the Crown Prince could be useful. He called out, "Crown Prince, come here." The Crown Prince was surprised and said, "Lord Su, are you calling for me? Looks like he's finally recognized my potential. Maybe he's planning to help me now." Su Qingyi leaned in and whispered his plan into the Crown Prince's ear. The Crown Prince's eyes lit up, and he turned to Yifeng, announcing confidently, Yifeng, you're not going to escape today, you messed with the wrong person. Yifeng was thinking to himself that he had become so powerful that he could now fight just by using his thoughts. He wondered if the Crown Prince had lost his mind to stand before him like this. As Yifeng stepped forward to attack the Crown Prince, he thought again that the prince must truly be insane. Despite Yifeng getting so close with his attack, the Crown Prince remained calm and composed. Yifeng mocked his arrogance, thinking that his overconfidence would soon lead to his death. But to his surprise, the Crown Prince effortlessly dodged the attack with incredible speed. Shocked, Yifeng exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how the Demon Crown Prince could possibly be so fast. At that moment, we see that Su Qingyi is controlling the Crown Prince using his threads. Crown Prince said that the only reason he could fight Yifeng was because Yifeng's father was standing behind him to protect him. Acting on Su Qingyi's signal, the Crown Prince launched a fierce attack and began punching Yifeng repeatedly. He laughed as he said that he had never felt this much joy before. Beating Yifeng with his own hands felt incredibly satisfying. Watching everything unfold, Xuan Yuan grew frightened. He hadn't imagined the Demon Crown Prince could be this dangerous. In the next moment, the Crown Prince knocked Yifeng to the ground with a powerful punch, placing his foot on Yifeng's chest. He asked mockingly how Yifeng was feeling now. He wondered if Yifeng felt that he had gone too easy on him during the beating. Yifeng, struggling to speak, warned the Crown Prince to wait. What he had done today was not right, and he would soon face the consequences of his actions. The Crown Prince reminded him how many times Yifeng had beaten him before, at least 1,000, and during all those times, he hadn't even managed to land a single hit. But today, with just one punch, he had turned the tide. He proudly added that it had been quite a remarkable strike. As Su Qingyi turned to leave, he signaled that their work was done. Seeing Su Qingyi depart, the Crown Prince quickly fled the scene too, saying that he hoped they would never meet again in this life. Later, Su Qingyi arrived at the sect, his expression stern. He turned to Wan Qing and said that the situation back there was different, but now she needed to explain herself. Did she even realize what could have happened because of her actions? Falling to her knees, Wan Qing begged for forgiveness. She admitted she had made a grave mistake and was willing to accept any punishment he deemed fit. Su Qingyi responded coldly. If it had been a single mistake, he might have forgiven her, but she had activated spiritual energy inside the sect without permission, absorbed all the surrounding demons, and entered a forbidden area despite being warned countless times not to go there. She had fought alone for the heavenly demon pillar. If he hadn't arrived in time and if the ancient demons hadn't assisted, then disaster could have struck. Now, many people within the sect were questioning their leadership. He declared that her multiple reckless actions could not be forgiven. Wan Qing, trembling, reminded him that he was the one who had said great achievements required great risks, and that one couldn't move forward in life without taking chances. Enraged, Su Qingyi flung her aside. He said she didn't understand the true meaning of taking risks. What if she took even bigger risks next time and got everyone killed? She needed to realize just how serious her mistake had been. Getting back on her feet, Wan Qing asked what she should do now. Su Qingyi, still angry, ordered her to kneel immediately. He scolded her for daring to look him in the eyes even after committing such grave errors. Her punishment would be to kneel in that exact spot for the next 10 days. Without moving, he added that in a few days, he would personally visit Wangqing City to resolve the matter and offer a formal apology. Luck wouldn't always be on their side, and making enemies everywhere was not a wise path. Just then, Wangqing said that she was feeling extremely hot. Su Qingyi, turning back, wondered what was happening to her now. Pulling at her clothes, Wangqing insisted that the heat was unbearable. Su Qingyi realized she had absorbed far too much spiritual energy that day, and her body was now overflowing with power, so much so that she couldn't control it. He knew he had to calm her down immediately or she might lose control and do something terrible. As she reached for him, Su Qingyi quickly pulled his hand back and began stabilizing her energy instead. He thought to himself that it was fortunate Wangqing possessed the phoenix body. Without it, no ordinary person could have survived absorbing that much energy. Anyone else would have exploded by now. It was only thanks to the phoenix spirit within her that she was still alive. Su Qingyi then took out a talisman from his pocket. He looked at Wangqing and said in a calm but serious tone, "In this state, there's not much I can do for you. The best I can offer is to ensure your body doesn't explode from the overload and that the energy within you stays contained." He explained further, "Since you've absorbed such a massive amount of energy in one go, you'll have to endure the pain that comes with it. There's no avoiding it now. The pain you're about to feel is unimaginable, but enduring it and maintaining control is your responsibility now. This is the fate you've chosen for yourself." Wangqing began to fall to the ground, her body trembling in agony. Through gasps, she cried out, "Master, please, it hurts so much, save me, somehow please." But Su Qingyi remained composed. He told her, "I've already done everything I could for you. All I can do now is create a barrier around you to help you withstand the effects. It will also keep your screams from escaping." I hope you can handle this, Wan Qing. As he turned to leave, Su Qingyi thought to himself, she needs to understand that this pain isn't something I'm letting her endure on purpose. The truth is, the cultivation world is dangerous. While cultivation can grant extraordinary power, going beyond one's limits can also drive you mad. If you don't understand the limits of your body, one day, you'll end up destroying yourself. He continued thinking, that's why she needs to learn this lesson now. When she feels this pain alone and recalls my words, she'll understand the mistake she made. Su Qingyi then sat nearby, watching over Wan Qing. He stayed present in case anything went wrong. Days passed 5. To be exact, he remained vigilant the entire time, ensuring nothing would happen to her. By the 5th day, he noticed that her aura had become far more stable than before. She must be feeling some relief from the pain now. Then, after 8 full days, Wan Qing began to condense the energy within her. Slowly but surely, all her pain faded away. Su Qingyi was amazed. He thought, in just 8 days, she managed to regain control of herself. Though she won't be as strong as the war god, absorbing that energy will boost her growth immensely. I can guarantee her cultivation speed will now be 10 times faster than average. Among cultivators her age, there might be no one left who can match her. Just then, Su Qingyi sensed a dangerous surge of energy from the other side of the sect. Alarmed, he muttered, what kind of energy is this? It's so intense. As he was about to investigate, Lily appeared and stopped him. Lord Su, are you going toward that energy? Please be careful, it's far more dangerous than it looks. Su Qingyi reassured her. Don't worry, whoever it is, I'll handle it. I won't let any threat come near our sect. But Lily looked troubled. She said, something strange is happening. I don't know why, but I feel like I know the person who released this energy. It feels that familiar, even my spiritual energy is reacting to it. Su Qingyi was taken aback. He thought to himself, Lily's spiritual energy is reacting? Could it be someone from the Ji family? But that's impossible. There's no one in the lower realm that powerful. I know the entire Ji family well, none of them could release such immense energy. A sense of unease grew in him. What if someone from the upper realm has entered the lower realm? I'm not powerful enough yet to challenge someone like that. Still, Su Qingyi kept his expression calm. He told Lily, don't worry, just wait for me inside. I'll be back soon after dealing with this. Lily looked at him with concern. Please return safely, Lord Su. I have a terrible feeling about this. Su Qingyi nodded confidently. I told you nothing will happen. If I've said everything will be alright, then it will be. You can trust my words. Once Lily left, Su Qingyi's expression turned serious. He admitted to himself, even though I told her not to worry, I'm afraid too. Anything could happen now. He looked toward the barrier where Wan Qing was resting. Thankfully, she's protected. If anything goes wrong, I'll be the one to face it, not her. He felt somewhat relieved knowing that Wan Qing had both Phoenix's soul and the war god's soul within her. With such powerful souls protecting her, no one in the lower realm can harm her. Su Qingyi was deep in thought, suspecting that this master in front of him hadn't arrived in her real form. It seemed more like a powerful cultivator had sent a shadow instead. But even the shadow didn't feel ordinary, it felt connected to time itself. As the scene grew tense, Su Qingyi respectfully said, Senior, welcome to my territory. The figure responded, I've come to show you the future, so you can correct the mistakes you're about to make. Shocked, Su Qingyi thought to himself, a time-controlling technique? That's already incredibly dangerous in itself. But why does this senior want to show me the future? And where even am I now? Just moments ago, I was standing near the cliff beside the sect. This place is completely different. Suddenly, a girl attacked him from the side. Caught off guard, Su Qingyi exclaimed, Lily, why are you attacking me? But Lily angrily snapped, how dare you call me that name? The Lily you knew died many years ago. Su Qingyi was stunned. Since when did Lily become this powerful, and why is she attacking me without any reason? Lily continued her assault without pause. Su Qingyi, while dodging her strikes, thought, in the present, no one even dares to lay a finger on me, and Lily, she's definitely not stronger than me. This must be a Lily from the future. That would explain why she's able to land attacks so easily. However, her attacks didn't seem to be injuring him. That confirms that this must be a shadow projection too. Just like the senior, he speculated that the senior had used her powers to send his soul 10 years into the future. Everything he was experiencing now, this confrontation, this pain, was all from a future timeline. Lily stepped closer and said coldly, you did something unforgivable. That's why you have to die here today. Su Qingyi, bewildered, asked, what did I do? What mistake are you talking about? Lily, still furious, replied, do you think sweet words can save you now, after what you did to me? I will never forgive you. Desperate to understand, Su Qingyi said, at least tell me why you want to kill me. As far as I remember, everything was fine between us. Lily's eyes filled with hurt as she said, 10 years ago, I was your Lily. I trusted everything you said without question. For me, you were everything. But I guess I was nothing to you. That's why you abandoned me to die alone. And now, you deserve to die for it. She added bitterly, you don't care about anyone, whatever you're doing now this act it's meaningless. Su Qingyi finally understood. She's talking about something that happened 10 years ago, an event I haven't experienced yet. That confirms that this is definitely the future. In the present, I barely even know Lily, which means this version of her has lived through something terrible because of me. He wondered, what could I have done in these 10 years to make her want to kill me so badly? He looked at her and said softly, I might be someone capable of letting you go, but I know you're not someone who could ever truly leave me. You're too kind-hearted. I know you couldn't bring yourself to pierce my neck with that sword. But Lily's face was cold. You're living in a delusion, Su Qingyi. Do you remember when the people from Shenlin came? You handed me over to them without even saying a word. If you had fought for me, if you had protected me, this day would never have come. Su Qingyi's thoughts raced. Shenlin's people? That must mean, sometime soon in my present timeline, those people are going to come and demand Lily. And because I'm a villain, I won't protect her. That's the mistake. That's why she comes back 10 years later to kill me. And that's what the senior wanted me to see. In the future, Lily launched a final attack and fatally struck Su Qingyi. With pain and sorrow in her voice, she whispered, I never wanted to kill you. I once dreamed of living a peaceful life with you. But Su Qingyi, why did you have to be so cruel? As his consciousness faded, Su Qingyi's soul returned to the present. The senior from earlier appeared again and said, now that you've seen the future, I hope you realize how serious your mistake was. I came from 10 years ahead just to show you this and give you a chance to change everything. Grateful, Su Qingyi said. Thank you so much for helping me. If you hadn't come, I might have made the same mistake again. The senior nodded and said, as far as I know, today is the day the people from Shenlin arrived to take Lily. She's my disciple. I've watched her grow strong. But I also noticed, becoming powerful was never her dream. Her entire life turned into one of regret because of you. She continued, to be honest, I never wanted my disciple to live such a life. That's why I came here 10 years into the past so you could change everything. Looking straight at him, she said, Su Qingyi, you are intelligent and incredibly powerful. You already know how to change the future. But let me make one thing clear today. You're not just changing your fate and Lily's. Your one right choice will change the destiny of the entire world. I believe in you. Fix this. Su Qingyi promised with determination. Senior, I won't make any more mistakes. His thoughts echoed that promise. No matter what it takes, I will change this future, even if I have to sacrifice everything to do it. Su Qingyi returned to his sect. As he entered his room, he noticed Lily deep in cultivation. He found it strange. She usually never cultivates so seriously. As he approached her, he was suddenly thrown back by a surge of power. Opening her eyes, Lily exclaimed, finally, I've had a breakthrough. I never thought I'd reach supreme level so soon. Then she noticed Su Qingyi lying on the ground due to the force of her breakthrough. I'm so sorry, she said apologetically, but Su Qingyi thought, there's no need for her to apologize. Honestly, I'm used to getting hit by her now. He chuckled and said, Lily, I saw you just a short while ago, and I had no idea you were on the verge of a breakthrough. How did it happen so fast? Lily explained, after you left, a master visited. It was thanks to the power she gave me that I was able to begin cultivating seriously. Su Qingyi was shocked. A master? Does that mean they have already arrived here? Before he could process it further, a woman suddenly appeared and restrained him. It was none other than Master Baizhu. She looked at Su Qingyi and said, so, you're Su Qingyi, Lily's partner? To be honest, partners tend to become obstacles in the cultivation world. That's why, for Lily's progress, it's crucial that you die. Su Qingyi calmly responded, Senior, it seems you've come here for Lily's sake. But let me make something clear. If you kill me, Lily will never follow your path. Baizhu replied coldly, maybe not right now, but once she becomes powerful by following my teachings, she'll understand that everything I did was for her own good. Eventually, she'll forget about you completely. Lily pleaded, please, Senior, don't do anything to him. But Baizhu said with disdain, Su Qingyi is like a frog in a well. He has never seen the world outside. He doesn't understand true strength, and as long as he's alive, he'll hold you back from reaching your potential. Believe me, once you come with me to the 9th heaven, you'll realize how insignificant he really is. There, you'll meet people far stronger than him. Lily interjected, even if I meet thousands of others, none of them will be Su Qingyi. Her voice was firm, and I told you, if you hurt him, I won't spare anyone here. As she said this, she unleashed her awakened powers. Baizhu was shocked. She awakened her bloodline, just to protect an ordinary person. For a cultivator, awakening a bloodline is extremely difficult, yet Lily did it just to save him. Following Baizhu, Lily said coldly, I respected you because I thought you were kind, but if you lay a hand on my people, I won't forgive you. With those words, she launched a powerful attack and defeated Baizhu. Su Qingyi recognized the move she used. That's the same move she used on me earlier. There's no doubt now, she really is Lily. Suddenly, the real Baizhu emerged from the shadows. Impressive, you really are the true heir to our Shenling bloodline, you destroyed my clone so effortlessly, she admitted. I thought this boy would hinder your cultivation, but it's the first time I've seen someone grow stronger because of their partner. Since you care so much about him, I won't kill him, she continued. You must have sensed it by now. We share the same bloodline. If you come with me, I can help you become incredibly powerful. In just 10 years, you could become the clan queen, one of the most powerful beings in the universe. I guarantee, no one would dare stand in your way. Your future could be extraordinary. So, what do you say? Will you come with me? Lily looked at Su Qingyi without saying a word. Baizhu, irritated, said, don't tell me you're refusing just because of this one man. If that's the case, then I have to kill him. Su Qingyi quickly stepped in. Please, calm down. Why are you in such a hurry to kill me? Just give me one night. I promise I'll convince Lily. Later, Lily and Su Qingyi shared a spicy moment together. Lily admitted, the master wants to take me away, but honestly, I don't want to leave you. Su Qingyi replied, look at Wan Qing, how hard she's working. She possesses the 9 Empress body and has even obtained the War God inheritance. Even after achieving so much, she continues to cultivate relentlessly. He looked at Lily and added, tell me honestly, compared to Wan Qing, what are your chances? Lily admitted that although her powers had grown significantly compared to before, she still wasn't strong enough to face someone like Wan Qing. Hearing this, Su Qingyi reassured her, saying that it wasn't true at all, that he felt happy distancing himself from her. If anything, it hurt him more than she could imagine. Slowly, he was becoming more powerful, and as a result, so were the people around him. Su Qingyi explained that the stronger he became, the more enemies he would attract. He reminded Lily how last time, that scoundrel Yifan had abducted her, and in his absence, she hadn't been able to defend herself. If she had been powerful enough back then, Yifan would never have gotten away with it. That's exactly why he wanted her to go train under their master. He believed that staying with the master would help her grow much stronger, and once she became strong, nothing, not even enemies, would be able to separate them. He acknowledged that 10 years was a long time, but insisted it wasn't enough to forget someone you truly care about. In fact, he added, 10 years felt too short to him. He told her sincerely that he was willing to wait 100 years, or even longer, if that's what it took, but he never wanted her to suffer because of his enemies. Lily, with teary eyes, asked if he would really wait for her. Su Qingyi smiled and asked if she really thought he looked like someone who'd lie. Hugging him tightly, Lily told him he truly was a good person. The scene shifted to the next day. Senior had opened a portal. As Lily cried, she told Su Qingyi that it was time for her to leave. Su Qingyi told her not to worry. If he ever got the chance, he'd definitely come to 9 Heaven, and they would meet again. As she walked away, Lily said, Lord Su, the next time we meet, I'll be much more powerful than before. I promise, you won't be disappointed by my progress. Until then, just wait for me. Su Qingyi reflected to himself that last time, he must have sent Lily away with the senior without saying a word. He'd probably said she didn't matter to him and that he didn't even know her. But things were different now. This time, knowing everything, he'd given Lily a proper farewell. And now, he believed that 10 years from now, she wouldn't return to kill him. Because of the way he'd treated her, they'd never become enemies. Still, he reminded himself that the people from the 9 Heavens were incredibly powerful. If he wanted to stand a chance against them, he'd have to become unimaginably strong, stronger than anyone could ever imagine. The scene shifted again. We now saw Wan Qing, who had managed to absorb all of the power within just 10 days. Overjoyed, she exclaimed that she had never felt such incredible energy before. She said she had been in too much pain earlier to feel anything, but now that the pain was gone, she could sense how magnificent this energy truly was. Just then, Su Qingyi arrived and said, finally, you're awake. Excited, Wan Qing told him that she had successfully absorbed the energy and had grown immensely powerful. Su Qingyi playfully smacked her on the head and said it was good she had recovered, but warned her not to take such risks again. Wan Qing nodded and promised that she'd never do something like this again, and if she ever needed anything, she'd ask first. While Su Qingyi and Wan Qing were speaking, Yavlin appeared. She commented that it seemed the disciple was spending a lot of time with his master. Wan Qing smiled and told her that she looked completely different now, like someone who had fully mastered the dragon transformation technique. She added that Yavlin looked even more stunning and powerful than before. Yavlin, impressed by Wan Qing's progress, said that her body was overflowing with incredible energy. With such strength, there were hardly any people left who could match her in battle. Wan Qing replied that she could feel Yavlin's power too. Her body was now 10 times stronger than before and radiated dangerous strength. She added that she could only imagine how powerful Yavlin's dragon form must be compared to her current one. At that moment, Su Qingyi joined them and remarked how fascinated they both were with each other's power. He suggested they hold a friendly competition. It would help them understand their own abilities better. Yavlin agreed, saying it was a great idea. Ever since transforming into a dragon, She hadn't had the chance to fight properly. She was excited to finally meet a worthy opponent like Wan Qing. Wan Qing added that there was nothing better than having a real fight after so long, and said that facing Sister Yavlin was going to be thrilling. The two girls prepared for battle. Su Qingyi, watching them, thought to himself that he had asked them for a friendly match, but judging by their expressions, this was not going to be friendly at all. He began to wonder if suggesting this fight had been a mistake. Just then, Wan Qing unfurled her wings and warned Yavlin to be careful. She was no longer weak. Yavlin responded that along with the phoenix's soul, Wan Qing also had a war god's soul, which explained how she had become so powerful in such a short time. But Yavlin wasn't fazed. She revealed that she had a trump card too, her dragon form, which was 10 times stronger than her human form. And now that Wan Qing was this powerful, she would also fight using her full strength. As she said this, Yavlin transformed into her dragon form. Both Yavlin and Wan Qing charged at each other, fully powered up and ready to unleash their might. Yavlin was deep in thought, realizing just how powerful Wan Qing had become. She admitted to herself that she had never expected anyone to handle her powerful attacks so effortlessly. At the same time, Wan Qing was also thinking about how strong Sister Yavlin had become. Only now did she begin to understand why the master favored Yavlin so much. She thought to herself that Yavlin was the strongest woman in his circle. If she wanted to be someone special to the master, she had to become stronger, because she knew exactly what the master did with the weak. Sooner or later, just like the others, he would cast her aside. Determined not to face that day, she decided she would do whatever it took to grow stronger and remain by the master's side forever. Meanwhile, Yavlin was also thinking to herself, Wan Qing, you're truly amazing, but the problem is, you're still a junior, and I cannot afford to lose to you. With renewed determination, both girls launched themselves toward each other, preparing to unleash powerful attacks once again. Just then, Su Qingyi interrupted them, scolding, I told you, this is supposed to be a friendly fight. But neither of you is holding back. If this continues, you'll both end up seriously injured. To punish them, Su Qingyi suddenly struck both of them with a punch. Wan Qing, though bruised, could only think in awe of how powerful the master still was, despite everything they had done. Yavlin, however, grumbled to herself, this scoundrel, he said not to hurt each other, and yet he ends up punching us. Su Qingyi, laughing and satisfied, said, that was fun. There's nothing more satisfying in the world than this. Later, Su Qingyi and Yavlin were seen on a mountain. Yavlin was playfully attacking Su Qingyi again. Su Qingyi, laughing, said, you know, I forgot to ask, why did you come to the sect in the first place? Did you have something important to do? Pausing, Yavlin replied, yeah, I did, but honestly, I'd been sitting alone on the mountain for so long that I started feeling bored. Then I thought, why am I bored when you are right here? Su Qingyi looked confused and asked, what do you mean by that? Yavlin smirked and said, you'll find out soon enough. Saying this, she summoned her spear. Su Qingyi, surprised, said, wait, I remember this, that's Long Tang's spear. But why are you showing it to me? Are you trying to fight? Yavlin shook her head. No, it's not for a fight. This spear belongs to our demon clan and is only passed down to the strongest among us. I never cared about clan affairs before, so it stayed with Long Tang. But now that I've become the leader, the spear rightfully belongs to me. I've made up my mind. I'll use this spear to rebuild my dragon clan. She continued, once, we dragons were the strongest beings, but due to certain events, we lost all our glory. Now that their fate is in my hands, I will change everything. I will rebuild a powerful dragon clan. But before that, let me share a spicy moment with you. I've been bored sitting alone, and that's the real reason I called you here. She then formed a boundary around them, and the spicy moment between Su Qingyi and Yavlin began. The scene then shifted. We saw Elder Bai, clearly upset, saying, the Shura Palace has become too arrogant. Even though they're just a demon sect, they show no fear and completely disregard the rest of the righteous sects. That's why I personally feel so much anger toward them. If it were up to me, I'd destroy them. Fourth Elder replied calmly, Elder Bai, I understand your frustration. Yes, the people of Shura Palace are arrogant, but the truth is, they've never directly messed with us. As long as they don't provoke us, why should we fight them? A pointless fight wouldn't benefit us either. Just then, a few disciples arrived to greet the elders. Fourth Elder continued, look, Sister Bai, I agree, our Master Su is extremely powerful. He might even be strong enough to destroy the entire Shura Palace on his own. But there's also a chance that Shura Palace is stronger than we think. If something goes wrong because of us, we could all be wiped out. So as long as things are peaceful, why create unnecessary trouble? If problems arise, we'll deal with them. But inviting danger serves no purpose. Suddenly, someone stabbed the fourth elder on the back. Shocked, he turned and asked, why did you do that? But then he realized that the disciple was under someone else's control. Elder Bai, clearly furious, questioned who had the audacity to use the disciples of Cloud Immoral Sect as puppets. She explained that controlling someone's mind required a forbidden technique, and whoever was behind it had used such a technique on their disciples. At that moment, the possessed disciple charged toward Elderby and used the soul-capturing technique on her. As a result, Elderby herself fell under demonic control. It was then revealed that the one using the soul-capturing technique was none other than Ifan. Ifan confessed that although he had tried his best, he had no other way to defeat his enemy. That's why he had resorted to the wrong path, joining forces with the demonic faction. He firmly believed that this time, his enemy would be defeated. Ifan addressed a senior figure, claiming that he had fulfilled his part of the deal. The senior had told him that in order to revive the Empress, they needed a perfect body, and Ifan believed he had delivered exactly that. He was confident that the body would be ideal for the Empress's revival. In return, he asked for help in eliminating that bastard, Suchingi, since as long as that person lived, the Empress could never be revived. The senior assured Ifan not to worry, acknowledging that Ifan had greatly helped the demonic sect. He promised that they would keep their end of the deal. It was then revealed that this senior was none other than Zhuan Tianhong from the Taizuan Demon Cave. Tianhong declared that no one from the Cloud Immortal sect would survive. He vowed that every single person present would be killed. He also praised Ifan's choice of the host body, saying he hadn't expected someone from the righteous side to possess such an incredible physique. He believed it would suit the Empress perfectly. Ifan asked if this meant that the most powerful Empress of the demon sect, the Demon Spirit Empress, would be taking over the body. He admitted he hadn't imagined that this body could handle such a powerful presence. Just then, the possessed Elderby grabbed Ifan's hand. In a cold voice, she declared that the body was now hers, belonging to the Demon Empress, and warned him not to even think about touching her. Saying this, she launched a powerful attack on Ifan. The attack left Ifan severely injured. He begged for forgiveness, claiming he hadn't known that the Empress had already possessed the body. He insisted he would never have behaved so casually had he known. The Demon Empress acknowledged that while Ifan was the one who had found the body, that didn't give him any authority over it. Now that it belonged to her, it deserved the respect due to the Demon Empress. She warned him to remember that the next time he laid even a finger on her body, she wouldn't hesitate to destroy him. Terrified, Ifan promised not to repeat his mistake. Meanwhile, the rest of the sect members were in complete panic. They wondered what was going on, and how such a powerful demonic presence had infiltrated their sect. Some even speculated that they were under full-scale demon attack. With Master Suchingi not present, they feared they would be unable to defend themselves. Just then, the Demon Empress unleashed a terrifying black lightning meteor attack. Tianhong declared in awe that this was the power of their Empress. He hadn't seen black rain in years, and now, with her return, it had resurfaced. He said that for 100 years, demons had bowed to humans, but now the tables would turn. He was sure the humans would soon realize just how powerful the demons truly were. The sect members were horrified, as the black mist attached itself to their bodies, paralyzing them. Unable to move, they watched helplessly as the Demon Empress turned all of them into her puppets. The Empress remarked that the sect had raised quite a few talented disciples. Now, those very disciples would become her personal army, ready to die at her command. Ifan shouted into the air, demanding where Suchingi was hiding. He claimed, "I've already destroyed your lover, and now, it's your sect's turn to be wiped out. If he didn't show up soon, everything he valued would be annihilated." Elsewhere, Yavlin addressed Suchingi, saying she had thoroughly enjoyed their recent encounter. She invited him to come visit again when he had time. Then she turned and walked away. Suchingi, watching her go, thought to himself that she had become much more powerful than before. If she continued advancing in her dragon cultivation, it would be a huge advantage for her. He also noted that it had been a long time since he had returned to the sect, and he felt a strange sense of unease, as if something bad had happened there. Meanwhile, Ifan asked the Demon Empress what she intended to do with the disciples of Cloud Immortal sect. He claimed there was no benefit in keeping them alive. "We should just kill all these bastards. If we don't, people might think our reputation and power are fading." But the Demon Empress snapped back, calling him a fool. She admitted that she had finally understood why, despite all their efforts, they had never been able to defeat Suchingi. "Yes, these disciples are weak and useless to us. They can't contribute anything worthwhile. But to Suchingi, they're important. If any harm comes to them, people will say he couldn't even protect his own disciples. That's exactly why he'll do anything to keep them safe. If that bastard shows up here, we can use them to threaten him. I can guarantee he won't dare attack us because of them." Suddenly, the Demon Empress darted behind Ifan, using him as a shield. Shocked, Ifan asked, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Just then, Wan Qing appeared and launched a deadly attack straight at Ifan. As he blocked the blow, Ifan realized what was happening. The Demon Empress isn't hiding behind me for safety. She's using me as a shield, so that if Wan Qing's attack lands, it hits me instead of her. Wan Qing slashed with her sword and flung Ifan aside. "You bastard. Every time you show up, You bring trouble to our sect. This time, I won't let you go. She kicked Ifan aside and turned her fury toward the Demon Empress. You've crossed the line. Return our Elder Bai's body immediately. The Demon Empress smirked and replied, such a little girl, I admit you've got talent, but you're still not qualified to give orders to the Demon Empress. With a flick of her threads, she bound Wan Qing in place. Just like your Elder Bai, you two will soon belong to me. You'll serve in my demon army as a commander. Demon Tianhong, pleased with what he was seeing, laughed and said, this is great. The Demon Empress truly is extraordinary. But Wan Qing wasn't fazed. I thought you'd be more powerful, she said coldly. To be honest, seeing your power is a disappointment. Then, unfolding her wings, Wan Qing unleashed a devastating attack, destroying the surroundings. The Demon Empress chuckled. It's been years since I had a real fight. Finally, someone worthy of my strength. She used her threads to form a sharp weapon and advanced toward Wan Qing. By fighting you, I'll also learn how to better use this body. As their battle intensified, Demon Tianhong observed from a distance. I must admit, this sect is full of strong women. That girl's probably your age, Ifan, but she's giving our queen a proper fight. Then again, it's true, our queen only recently took over that body. It'll take some time to fully control it. Once she does, she'll be able to unleash her full power with ease. Meanwhile, Ifan was growing anxious. Where the hell is Su Qingyi? Everything I did here was to lure that bastard out. But after all this, he still hasn't shown up. If things keep going like this, my entire plan will fall apart. Back on the battlefield, Wan Qing launched another furious attack, slicing the Elder Bai's body in half. You were boasting just a moment ago, and now you can't even withstand a simple attack? The Demon Empress laughed. Please, that attack was nothing to me. Why should I bother dodging it? She then used her threads to stitch the Elder Bai's body back together, and launched a vicious counterattack on Wan Qing. You're strong, girl. If we'd met 20 years later, maybe you could have defeated me, but with your current level of cultivation, you don't stand a chance. Once I finish you off, I'll make this body even more powerful. The Demon Empress moved in to devour Wan Qing, but at that moment, the Elder Bai began to regain control of her body. As a result, the Empress's attack weakened. Grabbing her head in frustration, the Demon Empress growled, stay quiet, girl. This body is mine now. You can't break free. Wan Qing realized what was happening. This must be Elder Bai. She's trying to take back control of her body. With tremendous effort, the Elder Bai finally seized control of her mind and shouted, Wan Qing, this is your chance. Attack me now. End me while you can. If I die, the demon inside me dies too. There's no time to think. Strike now. Wan Qing said, Elder Bai, how can I attack you? If I kill the Demon Empress here, you'll die as well. But Elder Bai interrupted, saying that there was no time for such nonsense. She urged Wan Qing to attack her and finish off the Demon Empress. She insisted, you won't get a better chance than this. I'm already struggling a lot, and I might not be able to regain control over this body. Wan Qing hesitated for a moment but finally agreed. All right, Elder Bai, I'll do as you say. Just as Wan Qing was about to launch her attack, Demon Tianhong appeared. He warned her, as long as I'm here, you can't lay a finger on my empress. At the same time, Ifan attacked and pushed Wan Qing far away from the Elder Bai's body. He said, I admit, I can't defeat you, but at the very least, I can stop you. Meanwhile, Tianhong moved forward, and sealed Elder Bai's soul. He said, I knew it. Controlling Elder Bai's body for the Empress wouldn't be easy. That's why I made all the preparations in advance. As the Demon Empress regained control of the body, she muttered in frustration, this girl is so stubborn. Just suppressing her is stopping me from using half of my powers. Once I'm back in control, the first thing I'll do is destroy her soul. Only then can I fully utilize this body's powers. But before that, I have to kill Wan Qing. Her interference has caused far too many problems. Meanwhile, Wan Qing was fighting and thinking to herself, there are too many powerful people here. If Ifan were alone, I might be able to fight him, but defeating the Demon Empress inside Elder Bai is completely impossible. Just then, Su Qingyi arrived and landed a devastating kick on the Demon Empress. Wan Qing, visibly relieved, exclaimed with joy, Master, you finally returned. Su Qingyi responded confidently, Wan Qing, there's no need to be afraid anymore. Your master is about to put all these people in their place. Releasing his energy, Su Qingyi looked at Ifan and said, Ifan, you're never going to change? Every time you have nothing better to do, you come to me looking for trouble. But this time, I won't let you off so easily. Ifan could barely move his body. He thought to himself, what kind of monster is this man? Just the release of his energy has paralyzed me. If I had come alone to face him, he would have killed me for sure. Su Qingyi looked around and said, you've grown far too bold. You dared to take over my beloved Elder Bai's body, and held my disciples hostage. It seems I was too lenient with you the last time. But this time, I'll make sure there are no loose ends. With that, Su Qingyi launched a powerful attack on both Tianhong and the Demon Empress. He then ordered, Wan Qing, go take care of that scummy fan. I'll handle these too. Wan Qing grinned and replied, "It would be my pleasure, master. I've been itching to beat that jerk up anyway." Su Qingyi reminded her, "One more thing. Don't kill him. It's very important for us that he stays alive." Following his command, Wan Qing unleashed a furious assault on Yifan. Seeing Su Qingyi's power, Demon Tianhong also transformed into his demon form. He growled, "Even top cultivators couldn't withstand this form. So Su Qingyi, what do you think you'll do against it? No one escapes the grip of my 8 hands." Su Qingyi replied calmly, "You're right. As long as you have 8 hands, fighting you is troublesome. That's why I'll need to reduce that number." With a swift strike of his sword, Su Qingyi destroyed several of the demon's hands. Seizing the opportunity, the demon empress tried to attack Su Qingyi from behind, but he turned swiftly and sliced her body in half with his blade. Advancing forward, Demon Tianhong roared, "How dare you destroy my hands? I spent years perfecting my Azura form, and you've shattered it in seconds." Su Qingyi released a surge of energy that sent Tianhong flying backward, but the moment Su Qingyi glanced around, he realized he was now trapped inside a barrier. He scoffed and muttered that they really thought such cheap tricks could defeat him. He questioned what people even gained by using such pathetic tactics. Just then, the demon empress addressed him, warning him not to underestimate the barrier. She said that if she were to be honest, this wasn't just any ordinary barrier, it was her domain. From the outside, it was so powerful that even a god couldn't destroy it, and from within, it was completely indestructible unless she herself willed it to be broken. She continued, telling him that the biggest problem he now faced was that inside this barrier, he couldn't summon help by releasing his energy. Her domain had the ability to seal energy, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect energy from within. Su Qingyi asked, in a surprised tone, if she meant that even if he released his full energy inside the barrier, the warriors of the 9 heavens wouldn't be able to sense it. The demon empress laughed confidently and replied that yes, even those from the 9 heavens wouldn't be able to detect anything happening within her barrier. No one could. Hearing this, Su Qingyi grinned. He told her that she had unknowingly dug her own grave. Inside this barrier, no matter what he did, no one would be able to identify or trace it back to him. The demon empress frowned, clearly annoyed, and asked if he had gone mad. She reminded him that he was imprisoned within her barrier. How could he be so pleased about that? Inside her domain, no one could defeat her, but Su Qingyi wasn't fazed. He used the next 5 minutes to restore his energy. In his thoughts, he admitted that because of the 9 heavens, he had never unleashed his full strength. He had always kept his cultivation level suppressed by 2 entire stages. But now, thanks to this barrier, he could finally use his complete power freely. He considered it a blessing to be able to tap into his full energy at last. He noted that 5 minutes was more than enough to put the demon empress in her place. With that, Su Qingyi began to release his true aura. The demon empress was visibly shocked. She exclaimed, trying to make sense of the sudden surge, asking how his cultivation level had risen so drastically. Launching an attack, Su Qingyi told her that he had heard about her remarkable regeneration abilities. No matter how much damage her body suffered, she would always heal. But now, he wanted to see just how long she could keep healing inside this barrier. He said that fighting her today would be quite entertaining. He then launched a series of punches at her, taunting that although her regeneration ability was indeed impressive, and killing her wouldn't be easy, it didn't mean she was immune to pain. He vowed to cause her so much pain, that she would lose the will to live, that she'd never dare to revive again. Crying out, the demon empress said he was a cruel man. She had encountered many wicked people before, but none as terrifying as him. She admitted that even demons weren't as heartless. She reminded him that he couldn't kill her, not without consequences. If he did, the real owner of the body she possessed, Elder Bai, would also die. And from what she understood, Elder Bai meant a lot to him. She was confident he would never kill her with his own hands. Su Qingyi admitted she was right. Elder Bai was indeed important to him. But there was something even more important, his disciples and the rest of his sect. He knew they were outside, fighting for their lives, possibly struggling without his support. If he didn't return to help them, they could all be wiped out. He confessed that while he would never willingly harm Elder Bai, he wouldn't hesitate to do so if it meant saving everyone else. He believed Elder Bai would understand, and even sacrifice herself willingly if it meant saving the others. In his mind, Su Qingyi knew that the demon empress was clever. She wouldn't let herself die so easily. He realized that his best chance was to convince her that he wouldn't hesitate to kill her, that he was completely serious. That way, she would have no choice but to abandon Elder Bai's body and escape, and if she didn't, then so be it. He would never let one person's survival come at the cost of everyone else. Looking at her weakened state, Su Qingyi offered her 2 choices. First, he could kill her right here and now. He acknowledged that doing so would also kill Elder Bai, and he was mentally prepared for that. The second option was for her to leave Elder Bai's body. That way, both she and Elder Bai could live, her soul could still survive, and find a new vessel to inhabit. but if she continued to cling to Elder Bai, she'd die along with her. Realizing he was serious, the Demon Empress suddenly shouted, begging him to wait. She agreed to all his conditions, but in her mind, she was shocked. She had expected him to fall to his knees and beg her not to harm his loved ones, to plead for their lives, but instead, he'd proven to be her worst nightmare. He hadn't hesitated once. She now realized she had entered the body of someone surrounded by truly dangerous people. Su Qingyi, meanwhile, mocked her. Did she think he was some servant her father had hired, who'd obey her orders? He told her she had spoken too late. There were no options left. He was done negotiating. Her only path now was death. Frightened, the Demon Empress began separating from Elder Bai's body. In her mind, she thought, I have no desire to die. If I stay in this body, he'll definitely kill me. I need to escape while I still can. But as she tried to flee, Su Qingyi noticed her escape attempt. A smirk crossed his face. Finally, the fish has entered the trap. Without wasting a moment, Su Qingyi used a soul extraction technique to grab hold of her fleeing spirit. He thought to himself that he couldn't let her escape. Who knew whose body she might possess next? If, by chance, she captured Wan Qing's body, who was already incredibly powerful, and the main character of this story, it would be disastrous. He wouldn't even be able to stop her then. As her soul was forcefully pulled out, Elder Bai collapsed, unconscious from the ordeal. Su Qingyi used soul suppression to capture the soul of the Demon Empress, and infused it into Elder Bai's soul. At that moment, he thought to himself that Elder Bai needed exceptional healing, and if it was about healing power, no one compared to the Demon Empress. He believed that if Elder Bai consumed a pill made from her soul essence, he could guarantee her swift recovery. As soon as Elder Bai took the pill, she began to heal rapidly. Within moments, she was completely restored. Meanwhile, outside, Wan Qing was engaged in a fierce battle with Demon Tianhong and Yifan. Tianhong couldn't help but be impressed. Despite her young age, she was fighting both him and Yifan at once, and doing it without showing signs of struggle. He admitted to himself that no one in this sect was ordinary, not Su Qingyi, not even the body that housed the Demon Empress, and certainly not this girl. Wan Qing declared confidently that her master would be coming out soon, and when he did, their enemies wouldn't stand a chance. She warned them that the moment her master appeared, he would tear them apart without even giving them the opportunity to fight back. They aren't just opponents to him, they are like insects he can crush at will. Looking toward the sealed domain, Wan Qing silently prayed, hoping her master was safe. She had full faith in him, and believed he was surely alright. Inside the domain, Elder Bai finally regained consciousness. Seeing her torn clothes, she blushed deeply. Embarrassed, she asked when everything had happened, and how Su Qingyi had arrived there. Su Qingyi, flustered, quickly tried to explain that she shouldn't misunderstand. Her clothes were torn because the Demon Empress had possessed her body. There had been a long battle, but he had defeated her. He swore he hadn't done anything inappropriate. Blushing, Elder Bai teasingly asked why he hadn't done anything. She said she had expected him to have taken full advantage of the situation by now. Tell me, how could you not do anything when such a beautiful woman, your future wife, is lying in front of you? She questioned whether he didn't find her attractive, or if he simply didn't like her at all. Su Qingyi tried to keep calm, saying he was only trying to be respectful. He didn't realize she expected anything more. Elder Bai chuckled and told him this was a rare opportunity. With the domain still active, no one could see them from outside. Didn't you hear the legends of the Demon Empress? No one can peek inside when the domain is sealed. She leaned closer and said, tell me, do you think we'll ever get a better chance than this? Su Qingyi hesitated, replying that Wan Qing was still outside fighting, and he could sense she was struggling. But Elder Bai reassured him that Wan Qing was an exceptionally capable disciple. She was confident that Wan Qing could handle the situation a bit longer. There's no need for you to worry about the battle. Focus your attention on where it really matters. That's when a spicy moment sparked between Su Qingyi and Elder Bai. Meanwhile, outside, Wan Qing was indeed struggling to hold her ground, but she steeled her resolve, thinking, no matter how tough this gets, I won't lose. My master is inside, fighting an even tougher battle for all of us. If he can fight so hard, then I can't afford to give up either. Inside the domain, Su Qingyi was also giving his all. Wan Qing muttered to herself, I won't bring shame to my master's name. Even if I have to go beyond my limits, I'll do whatever it takes. Then, both Wan Qing and Su Qingyi, in their respective places, shouted with determination, today, we'll show you our true power. You will see just how much stamina we possess. Back inside, Elder Bai looked at Su Qingyi with curiosity and asked, there is one thing I still don't understand. Why did you suppress the Demon Empress's soul, and place it inside my body? What good could possibly come of having her soul within me? Su Qingyi looked surprised and asked if she truly didn't know. He had assumed she would have figured it out by now. He explained, I embedded the Demon Empress's soul into your body for two reasons. First of all, your body was severely injured. Without the Empress's healing abilities, you might not have survived. That's why I used her essence to restore you, but there's more to it than that. He went on to say that the Demon Empress was incredibly powerful. Having her soul fused with Elder Bai's body wasn't just a coincidence, it was a tremendous opportunity. To reach the level of the Demon Empress, you would have needed at least 50 years of cultivation. But with her soul inside you, you've instantly become as powerful as she once was. He told her that he had sealed the Empress's consciousness carefully, while her awareness was locked away. Her powers were still accessible. That means you can break the seal anytime, and use her abilities, and she will never be able to seize control of your mind. Su Qingyi explained that, over time, Elder Bai would be able to absorb all of the Empress's cultivation as her own. Her progress would increase 100-fold. You don't have access to her full powers yet. If she had been able to use her complete strength, even I would have struggled to defeat her. Fortunately, because your body was weak, she couldn't go all out. But now, those powers are yours. Cultivate well, and make her strength your own. From now on, you can be Elder Bai, or you can become the next Demon Spirit Empress. He looked her in the eyes and said, the name Demon Spirit Empress was once enough to make even the 9 heavens tremble. And now, that power belongs to you. You decide what you become, Elder Bai said. Do you want me to pretend to become the Demon Empress in front of everyone, enter the demon realm, and seize control of the entire realm? That way, we would have an enormous and powerful demon army at our disposal, and in the future, you'd be able to use the full might of the demon forces for yourself. Su Qingyi responded with a smirk. I must admit, you're incredibly clever. I don't even need to explain anything to you. Elder Bai continued, now, you need to cooperate with me and act as if I'm still the Demon Empress. When you open the domain, we'll pretend to fight. That way, it'll appear to the outside world as if neither of us could win. Then, you can take Yifan and the others away from here. From this point on, your journey will be long and far-reaching. She added with a mischievous smile, before I leave, I still have plenty of time, and I know exactly how to spend it. Outside, the domain began to shatter. Demon Tianhong exclaimed, look, our Empress has won. She only breaks the domain when her opponent is defeated. I told you, no matter who it is. Not even Su Qingyi can defeat her. Yifan cautioned, don't celebrate just yet. Let's wait and see who actually comes out. We can't underestimate that bastard Su Qingyi. I have already made that mistake before. Wan Qing said with determination, I have faith in Master. He is the one who will come out victorious. Just then, Elder Bai and Su Qingyi emerged from the domain together. Yifan was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. How could Su Qingyi, a mere cultivator, possibly be on par with the Demon Empress? Isn't this the same Demon Empress who injured me severely with just one attack? And yet Su Qingyi entered her domain, fought her, and returned unharmed? If even the Demon Empress can't kill him, then who in the world could? Suddenly, Su Qingyi attacked Elder Bai and knocked her back. Playing along, Elder Bai acted injured and said, my demonic powers haven't fully recovered. This body is still weak, which is why I can only use a fraction of my strength. She turned to Su Qingyi and said, let's call this fight a draw for now. We'll meet again soon and settle this once and for all. Su Qingyi replied calmly, I have no problem with that. There's no need for either of us to die over this today. Wan Qing observed quietly, my master never backs down from a fight. If he agreed to stop here, it must mean the battle was incredibly difficult for him. Worried, she asked, Master, are you all right? Su Qingyi reassured her, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Then Elder Bai mocked him, you'll survive. But what about your disciples? Just look at their innocent little faces. Even I would feel terrible killing them, so I'm giving you one chance to save them. Su Qingyi replied, all my disciples are under your control. I know they are of no use to you. What exactly do you intend to do with them? Elder Bai said coldly, I will be leaving soon. But I know that as I grow stronger, so will you. That's why I don't want you to stay here in the north. In fact, I want you to leave the northern region altogether. If you don't, I will kill every single one of your disciples. So you have two options, leave the sect, or watch them die. Furious, Wan Qing shouted, Master will never abandon the sect. As long as I'm here, I won't let evil win. Su Qingyi turned to her and said gently, Disciple, please try to understand. This is about our entire sect. We can't let everyone die. Elder Bai snapped, Girl, when adults are talking, children shouldn't interrupt. You have no right to speak here. Meanwhile, Elder Bai thought to herself, I know Wan Qing is deeply attached to her master. She'd never want to be separated from him. But now that Su Qingyi has told me to do this, I'll gladly go through with it. Su Qingyi addressed her again. Wan Qing, calm down. It's not like I'm being killed here. I just won't be returning to the sect for a while. But in return, everyone will be safe. Besides, I was already planning to leave for a while. There's a serious problem in my clan, and they have asked for my help. This condition that I stay away from the sect for a few days fits perfectly. He looked around and said, just make sure everyone trains well while I am gone. Become stronger, much stronger. Inwardly, Su Qingyi reflected, on one hand, there's Lily, who's training in the Shenling. I know she will become queen of her clan in the next 10 years. and possess extraordinary power and a mighty army. On the other hand, Elder by now has the power of the Demon Empress. I am sure that within 10 years, she will fully possess that power, and command the Demon Realm's army. While I can still grow stronger here, I won't be able to create an army as powerful as theirs if I remain a sect leader. That's why I must leave, and form my own force. When the time comes to face Yifan in our final battle, I want there to be no chance of defeat. With tears in her eyes, Wan Qing pleaded Su Qingyi not to leave. She asked if she could go with him instead, but Su Qingyi gently explained that Elder Bai's body had already been possessed by the Demon Empress. To fulfill her demands, he had no choice but to leave. He added that their fourth elder had been severely injured, and only Wan Qing could now protect everyone else. If she left too, the rest of the group would be helpless. He reassured her not to worry, promising that he would finish his work for the clan soon, and return to her. Wan Qing, crying, agreed to wait for him, and promised to look after everyone in his absence. Then, filled with fury, she turned toward the Demon Empress and Yifeng, vowing that they had made a grave mistake. She warned them that if they ever crossed paths again, even by accident, she would show no mercy. Her anger surged, and her aura left everyone around her in shock. Yifeng, visibly shaken, thought to himself that Wan Qing's killing intent was terrifying. He acknowledged that she truly had the potential to possess a phoenix body. Realizing the danger, he admitted he would need to become much stronger, and fast, because if they ever met again, she would surely kill him without hesitation. At that moment, Demon Tianhong opened a portal and commented that no one could predict the future, but for now, they had gained significantly. They had found the perfect body for the Demon Empress, and within a few years, she would return to her peak strength. Once that happened, no one would be able to stop their clan from rising. Tianhong added that as a result of this event, Su Qingyi, the most powerful among them, would now be forced to leave the east. Without access to the resources he once had, he would grow weaker, while their empress would continue to grow stronger. The next time they met, Tianhong was confident that they would be the ones to win. After that, Tianhong and the rest of his group left. Elder Bai, watching Su Qingyi as he departed, silently thought to herself that they would meet again, only next time, both of them would be at the peak of their powers. As she left, Elder Bai released all the disciples she had held captive. Su Qingyi turned to Wan Qing and said that now that their enemies were gone, and had kept their word, it was time for him to leave. He told her to remember one thing: no matter what, never stop cultivating. In this world, the only rule was power. With strength, she could achieve anything. He warned her not to stray from the path of cultivation, and since he wouldn't be around, he asked her not to take unnecessary risks. The last time, she had created a dangerous situation. If he hadn't been there, she could have died. In his absence, she must avoid doing anything reckless. With that, Su Qingyi said his goodbyes, assuring her that one day they would meet again. He expressed hope that when they did, she would be even stronger than him, and together, they would walk toward the 9 heavens. Wan Qing cried out, begging him to stay, but by then, Su Qingyi had already left. The scene shifted to the southern region, Mystic City. There, the 9-tailed fox confronted Su Qingyi, accusing him of forgetting about her entirely. She said that the Shura Palace had grown too powerful, and she had been struggling to handle it alone. She thought he would never return, but finally, he remembered that he still had a 9-tailed fox companion. She questioned why he had left the northern region, and come to a place that had no connection to them. To her memory, this city had nothing to do with them. Su Qingyi smiled and replied, "Little fox, no one knows who I really am, but today, I'll tell you everything." He explained that the world knew him as Su Qingyi, the sect master of the Cloud Immortal sect, the most powerful righteous sect in the northern region, but in secret, he was also the demon head of the Shura Palace, the most powerful evil force in the entire region. Only she knew both of his identities. He even admitted that he had a third identity, an emperor form. He himself didn't fully understand. If he were to be honest, he didn't really know who he was anymore. He straddled both sides, righteous and demonic, and trying to manage everything left him with no time. As a result, some people failed to gain power and were left behind by him. He reminded the 9-tailed fox that this world didn't belong to them. In the lower realm, they could only stay temporarily, until they regained their true powers. Once they did, they would return to the 9 heavens, and that's when their real story would begin. He had already started preparing for that journey. He warned her that the Mystic Pavilion in Mystic City was an extremely dangerous place. In the future, it would aid someone who would become their greatest enemy, an enemy capable of doing anything to destroy them, and so, they had to deal with this place immediately. If they delayed, it might become too late. Shocked, the 9-tailed fox asked, "How do you even know about the future? Do you have the power to see it?" Su Qingyi calmly responded, "No. I just believe that this place is going to cause us serious trouble. Besides, Any place that supports our enemies should be destroyed. Weakening this location means weakening our enemies, that's why we must act. As he explained, the nine-tailed fox transformed into her real form. Confused, she said, "What are you even talking about? I don't understand any of this, and to be honest, I don't really care about your future theories. I don't think I have anything to do here anyway, so I'm going to sleep. If there's something important for me to do, wake me up." With that, she lay down and went to sleep right there. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi stepped forward and muttered to himself, "Mystic Pavilion, I'm coming." As he attempted to open the door, he found it wouldn't budge. Puzzled, he wondered why it wouldn't open. "Looks like I'll need to use force," and began pouring his power into the door. Despite using a significant amount of strength, the door remained closed. Su Qingyi frowned, thinking, even with my superpowers, this door isn't opening, there must be a formation protecting it. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly found himself transported to a different place. Looking around in surprise, he thought, the door was right in front of me, and now I'm inside? This place must be filled with formations. Suddenly, a group of beautiful women surrounded him. They all greeted him warmly, saying, "Young master, thank you for coming. We're all here to give you the warmest welcome." Delighted, Su Qingyi chuckled and said, "Wow, the Mystic Pavilion really knows how to make an impression. I didn't expect to be welcomed by such lovely ladies." But then, one of the women transformed into a snake and tried to devour him. Observing from a distance, the nine-tailed fox frowned. Su Qingyi knows this is an illusion, so why isn't he doing anything? She immediately used her powers to shatter the illusion. She scolded him, "What were you doing? Don't tell me you actually got trapped in such a weak illusion." Su Qingyi quickly replied, "No, I wasn't trapped, I was just enjoying the illusion, that's all." The nine-tailed fox rolled her eyes and muttered, "Men, they're all the same. The moment they see a pretty face, their brains stop working." Just then, Jiang Zhu appeared before Su Qingyi and asked, "Young master, may I know why you've come to my sect? As far as I remember, you weren't invited." Su Qingyi looked at her thoughtfully. He remembered her well. This girl, later, she'll end up helping that bastard Yifeng when he comes begging for help. She'll even open the secret path to the sealed domain, allowing him to obtain Mystic Emperor's seal. With that seal, Yifeng will unify the entire region, and his power will grow tenfold. That will be the moment he surpasses me. No matter what, I have to stop that from happening. Su Qingyi thought grimly. Right now, Yifeng doesn't have that power, yet he's already causing problems. If he gains it, fate will side with him, and things will turn terrible for me. I must destroy this future before it's too late. Speaking out loud, Su Qingyi told her, "Honestly, your Mystic Pavilion doesn't give a very good welcome. If I'm being truthful, I didn't like it at all. Were you trying to scare me with such cheap illusions? Even a 5-year-old wouldn't be afraid of that, and you expect to intimidate me with such weak tricks?" Angrily, Jiang Zhu retorted, "No one has ever insulted our techniques like that before. If you think our powers are that worthless, then let me show you what we really have." With that, she summoned her army. Su Qingyi recognized it instantly. So this is the Heavenly Mystic Army. Jiang Zhu may only be the pavilion head now, but using this army, she'll conquer the entire region. Eventually, the entire continent will fall under her control. He narrowed his eyes. If I destroy this army now, her power will weaken significantly, and I already know exactly what I have to do to stop her. Just then, Zhu Du appeared in front of Su Qingyi, addressing Miss Zhu. He said he couldn't understand why she had summoned the entire army just to fight a weak little boy. Zhu Du questioned the decision, wondering what people would think if the mighty mystic army launched an attack on a single child. He boasted that he alone was enough to deal with such a weakling, and claimed he could easily tear the boy into two, and crush his bones to show him how strong they truly were. But as he was speaking, Zhu Du suddenly noticed the nine-tailed fox beside Su Qingyi. He remarked with surprise that even in today's world, finding a nine-tailed fox was incredibly rare, and yet this worthless human possessed such a marvelous item. Zhu Du decided that once he killed the boy, the nine-tailed fox would belong to him. However, he paused, realizing that a nine-tailed fox only accepted a master with great difficulty. If he killed the fox's master in front of it, it might never accept him. So, he offered Su Qingyi a deal. If Su Qingyi handed over the nine-tailed fox willingly, Zhu Du would spare his pathetic life. Otherwise, he would kill him right in front of his little fox. Feigning fear, Su Qingyi begged Zhu Du not to attack him. Zhu Du laughed and admitted that he loved seeing fear on the boy's face. He knew the boy could sense death approaching, and repeated his offer, warning that he wouldn't get a second chance to save his life. He ordered him to hand over the fox immediately. The nine-tailed fox, however, was furious. She wondered why Su Qingyi wasn't doing anything, while this fool continued rambling. Annoyed, she decided to teach Zhu Du a lesson herself. In an instant, she created a gaping hole in Zhu Du's body, coughing up blood. Zhu Du was shocked and questioned how such a small fox could move so fast. He hadn't even seen her attack. The nine-tailed fox, looking disgusted, complained that she had to dirty herself unnecessarily. She scolded Su Qingyi for not acting sooner, saying she wouldn't have had to intervene if he had done something. Su Qingyi calmly told him that he had warned Jue Du not to provoke her. He reminded him that his fox had a terrible temper, and anyone who misbehaved in front of her would face the consequences, just like Jue Du, who now lay dead. Seeing their commander fall, the entire army was stunned. Soldiers whispered in disbelief that Commander Jue Du had been killed. Jian Zhu, trembling, demanded if Su Qingyi knew who he had just killed. She revealed that Jue Du was the prince of the Blood Demon clan, and warned that his death would not go unpunished. She insisted that the entire clan would rise to take revenge, and against such power, he wouldn't stand a chance. But Su Qingyi dismissed her concerns. He said he had fought members of the Blood Demon clan before, and found them weak. One of them had just died before him, and he declared that if the entire clan came after him, he would wipe them all out. He vowed to erase that pathetic clan from existence and, with that, launched an attack on everyone around him. Surprised, the soldiers began shouting that they thought they were about to die, but nothing had happened to them. They were confused, wondering what kind of attack this even was. They had never seen anything like it. Su Qingyi then calmly told them that he was sending them to a very special place, a place where they could reflect on their actions. With that, he teleported the entire army to another world. Jiang Zhu was left in shock, watching the army she had built with so much effort vanish before her eyes. Trembling, she pleaded with Su Qingyi for forgiveness, saying she hadn't known who he truly was. If she had known, she swore she would never have dared provoke him. She begged him not to destroy their weak mystic pavilion, insisting it wouldn't benefit him. She offered to do anything he asked. Su Qingyi replied that he wished she had said all this a little earlier. Her people might still be alive. He told her he was well aware of their goals. He knew they wanted to rule this entire region, and he said he had no problem with that, as long as she agreed to one simple condition. If she accepted it, he would gift her the whole region. Later, Su Qingyi was seen wandering around the pavilion. The nine-tailed fox remarked that his condition was quite dangerous, and asked if he really thought Jiang Zhu would agree. Su Qingyi confidently replied that, as far as he knew, she had no reason to reject the offer. Her main goal was to conquer the region, and since he offered it as a gift in exchange, she would definitely accept the deal. Just then, a spiritual butterfly flew towards Su Qingyi and exploded on contact. Surprisingly, he remained completely unharmed. He quickly realized it wasn't an attack, it was simply someone trying to grab his attention. Judging by the situation, it seemed that person had been waiting for him for a long time. Su Qingyi thought to himself that the people in this realm were certainly strange. Their way of welcoming guests was unlike anything he'd seen before. Following the butterfly, Su Qingyi arrived at a house. He noted that the door wasn't ordinary, it was crafted from spiritual energy. To pass through it, one would need to suppress their energy. The room beyond was sealed in such a way that no one could use their energy inside. What the fools guarding the place didn't know was that Su Qingyi's energy wasn't ordinary. He was a supreme cultivator, and for someone like him, entering was child's play. Confidently, Su Qingyi moved forward, but as soon as he reached the barrier, it stopped him in his tracks. Shocked, he wondered aloud how even with his supreme level power, he couldn't bypass the gate. Examining the power of the gate, Su Qingyi concluded that whoever created it wasn't from this world. He suspected someone powerful, perhaps 9 heavens was behind its construction. He decided that if brute force wouldn't let him in, he'd simply suppress his powers and enter without them. Saying this, Su Qingyi passed through the gate. On the other side, he was greeted by a girl who welcomed him with a smile. She said, "Young Master Su, you really took your time getting here. I thought you would have figured out the gate's mechanism a lot sooner." Su Qingyi immediately recognized her. He thought to himself that she was Enkinder, the one who would eventually become the empress of this realm. According to the story of this world, she would go on to control the entire myriad immortal dynasty. Even Wan Qing, in her prime, would have to show respect to her, because Enkinder would possess an army no one could defeat. However, Su Qingyi noticed that she hadn't awakened her powers yet. Introducing herself, she told him that her name was Enkinder, and that she was the 3rd daughter of the En family. She admitted she had heard a lot about him, which was why she had invited him here. Su Qingyi responded that he had already figured out the reason she summoned him. He mentioned the spiritual butterflies hovering around her. They looked impressive, but he pointed out that they weren't made from her own energy. In fact, she didn't have the spiritual energy needed to create them. He explained that the butterflies were created and maintained by the people in her clan to protect her. Since she had no spiritual root within her body, that meant she was incapable of cultivating, no matter how much she wished to. Outside the house, Her clan had erected a powerful formation that forced anyone entering to suppress their energy. The clan knew very well that without spiritual power, the butterflies wouldn't respond to intruders, so the barrier was meant to keep them effective. Kinder smiled and said Su Qingyi truly was as intelligent as people claimed. She admired how quickly he had grasped what was happening after arriving. She confirmed what he had said. She had been born without a spiritual root, which caused everyone in her clan to look down on her. But she revealed a secret. What no one knew was that she possessed a unique physique, one that the immortal dynasty was very interested in. Because of this, they were arranging her marriage with their eldest prince. However, Kinder admitted she didn't want to rely solely on others. Her whole life, she had been told she couldn't survive on her own. Everyone believed that without help, she was nothing, and now, she was tired of living that way. Su Qingyi was visibly shocked. He muttered in disbelief, "Myriad Immortal Dynasty? That means, you heard about me from the third prince?" Kinder nodded and confirmed it with a calm tone. She explained that the third prince Xuan Yuan had visited her just a few days ago. During his visit, he told her everything. How Su Qingyi's disciple destroyed the heavenly pillar, and how, despite all that, Su Qingyi still protected her. She said that after hearing the prince, she had realized Su Qingyi was truly extraordinary. In her heart, she knew that if anyone in the world could help her, it was him. But Su Qingyi immediately raised his hands and stepped back. He told her that he had no intention of getting involved in matters related to the immortal dynasty. He explained that the dynasty already disliked him, and helping her would only lead to more enemies, trouble he had no desire to attract. With that, he turned to leave, saying, "All right, Miss Kinder, I'm going now." But before he could walk away, Kinder stopped him. Su Qingyi paused and thought to himself that if he agreed to help her too easily, she'd never understand the true value of his assistance. He needed to show her that gaining his help came at a cost, that it was no small favor. Kinder looked at him and spoke sincerely, "Young Master Su, if you help me now, I promise, once I'm married and gain power, I will definitely repay your guidance, and if you ever need anything from me, just say the word. Kinder, will always be ready to help you." Still cautious, Su Qingyi replied that no matter what she said, he didn't want to get entangled in unnecessary problems with her dynasty. For that reason, he couldn't help her in any way. Blushing slightly, the princess looked away and said, "If that's how you feel, then I only have one last thing to offer. If you accept, I'll give it to you as a price." Before she could finish, the nine-tailed fox, enraged, struck Su Qingyi and shouted, "Haven't you already seen enough? Isn't that sufficient for you? I know you're going to help her, so stop pretending." Su Qingyi admitted she was right. He did plan to help Kinder, but first, he needed to be sure that she would truly repay him in the future. The nine-tailed fox scoffed and asked, "Isn't everything you've already seen enough proof for you?" Su Qingyi waved her off and said, "Fine, I'll stop her." Turning back to Kinder, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll help you. But let me be clear, what I'm about to do is no small favor, and it won't be free." Kinder's eyes lit up with hope. She smiled and replied, "I understand, young Master Su, and I promise to repay you generously." Su Qingyi explained, "You have no spiritual root in your body, and in this entire world, there's no known technique that can help grow a spiritual root from nothing, except for what I have." He revealed a pill from his sleeve. "This is the spirit nurturing pill. Once it enters your body, it will react with your dormant power, and awaken a spiritual root within you. Within a short time, you'll be able to cultivate just like everyone else. With this, you can quickly reach the golden core realm, but how far you go beyond that will depend entirely on your own efforts." Without hesitation, Kinder took the pill and swallowed it. Su Qingyi narrowed his eyes and warned her, "Remember, this pill was not free. You took it without asking what I wanted in return. Shouldn't you have at least asked the price first?" Kinder responded firmly, "Whatever the price is, it doesn't matter to me. I'm willing to accept any condition in exchange for this pill." Su Qingyi was impressed. This girl has guts. She accepted without even knowing the cost. That takes real courage. He laid out his terms. "My first condition is this. Within 1 year, you must reach the Earth level. If you can't even do that, I don't think you'll be able to work with me in the future." His tone grew more serious. "Second, whenever I ask something of you, you can't say no. Don't worry, I'll never ask for something impossible, but if you fail even one of my requests, I'll take back the spirit nurturing pill." He gave her one final warning: if that pill is ever removed from your body, it will completely destroy your spiritual essence. Kinder bowed slightly and replied, "You've helped me more than I can express. You have no idea how long I've dreamed of having a spiritual root. Don't worry, I swear I'll never betray your trust. This Kinder will never let you down." Satisfied, Su Qingyi nodded and agreed to help her begin her cultivation immediately. But he added with a smirk, "There's one more thing you'll need to do to speed up your cultivation, and I think you already know what I mean." Kinder blushed and replied softly, "Yes, young Master Su, I understand." In the background, the nine-tailed fox growled in frustration and muttered, you really are the worst. She didn't need to do that to cultivate. That's when a spicy moment sparked between Su Qingyi and Kinder. The scene shifts to Wan Qing in the middle of an intense cultivation session. The warlord nearby called out, "Stop right there, you've cultivated enough for today. Any more in your body might not be able to handle it." But Wan Qing, clearly frustrated, slashed a nearby stone in anger. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "It's been so long since I received the inheritance, and I still haven't fully absorbed it. If I can't even manage this, how am I supposed to face my opponent? Last time, because I was too weak, I couldn't do anything. My master had to leave because of me. And if I run into those people again, who's going to save me now? I don't even have my master anymore." The war god looked at Wan Qing and gently said, "Wan Qing, nothing in this world comes overnight. I understand you're angry because your master isn't around, but there's nothing we can do about that right now." She reminded Wan Qing that she had already absorbed the souls of many demons, but hadn't taken the time to refine them properly. Instead, she had rushed straight into battle in Wan Qing City. Then, she obtained the war god's inheritance, and now her body was overflowing with raw power. The war god warned her, "All that energy still needs time to be refined. If you try to force it, things might go wrong. I know it takes longer, but if you cultivate properly, your strength will grow exponentially." But Wan Qing couldn't hold back her anger. She lashed out, attacking the war god in frustration. None of it mattered to her. She shouted, "I don't care about any of that. I'm furious. I'm too weak, and because of that, my master is no longer with me." Clenching her fists, she continued, "If I had done anything that day to help him, maybe he'd still be by my side." Suddenly, something caught her eye. A token she carried began to glow brightly. The war god noticed too and asked what it was. Wan Qing explained, "This was given to us by the city lord of Wan Qing City. Because of me, their protective array was destroyed, so master promised to protect the city in return. That's why the city lord gave us these tokens. If the city ever came under threat, the token would light up on its own." The war god's expression turned serious. "That means the city's in danger. If you made a promise to protect it, then you need to hurry. Who knows what kind of threat they're facing?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Qing rushed off toward the city. Despite the urgency, a smile appeared on her face. The war god followed and remarked, "Just moments ago, you were furious. Now you're smiling while heading into danger? You don't even know how strong your enemy is. So why do you look so happy?" Wan Qing replied with a hopeful gleam in her eyes, "My master has the same token. If mine is glowing, then his must be too. That means he'll return to help. I'll get to see him again." She looked up, her voice filled with emotion. "You have no idea how good it feels just thinking about seeing him again." The war god watched her and thought, "This girl, she's destined to become the empress someday. Her speed is already beyond my own, and she faces deadly threats without even flinching. She's growing stronger at a terrifying pace." Elsewhere, Su Qingyi's token had also begun to glow. Kinder noticed it and asked, "Young Master Su, why is that token shining?" Su Qingyi replied calmly, "Something's wrong. I need to go immediately." Before leaving, he advised her, "Just keep cultivating as I taught you. How powerful you become now, that depends on your own determination." Kinder bowed and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Young Master Su, you've helped me more than I can ever repay. I'll never forget what you've done, and I'll be waiting for your future orders. Whenever you need something, please remember me." Without another word, Su Qingyi turned and left. Kinder stood silently, watching him go, thinking to herself, he didn't even look back once before leaving. The scene shifted to Wan Qing City. Completely destroyed, Su Qingyi arrived at the scene and murmured to himself, "Looks like I got here too late." Just then, he sensed something. He turned and saw 5 figures approaching from the 9 heavens. Su Qingyi narrowed his eyes and thought, 5 heavenly supremes from 9 heaven? Why would they show up here? One of them stepped forward and accused him harshly, "You're human, but what you've done here is something not even demons would do. You annihilated an entire city. Don't you feel any shame? For such a crime, punishment is inevitable." Su Qingyi stood his ground. "You showed up and immediately assumed I'm responsible, without asking a single question. Looks like you're here because of me." Another heavenly supreme scoffed, "We don't investigate, we deliver judgment. And this time, we believe you're the one responsible, so now, you'll be punished." Su Qingyi didn't wait. In a flash, he moved with blinding speed, caught one of them off guard, and unleashed a powerful purple lightning strike that instantly reduced the supreme's body to ashes. The remaining 4 stared in shock. In a single move, he took down a heavenly supreme. Do people in the lower realms actually possess this kind of power? What he just did, even our hall master couldn't manage that. Fear started creeping in. "We need to stay away from him." Su Qingyi stood silently and thought, "To be honest, I used all my strength in that single strike. I know I can't take on all 5 at once. That's why I had to kill one of them so brutally, to scare the others into running away. There's no point fighting them head on. If they retreat, that's the best outcome for me." He looked at the 4 and said coldly, "Your companions' remains are still here. Collect them, and leave. You're lucky I'm in a good mood right now." but if I lose my temper, none of you will survive. Inwardly, Su Cheng was praying, please leave now. I've already used up all my power. If any of you attack, I won't be able to fight back. He then spoke aloud, hoping his message was clear. I hope you all understood what just happened. If you don't want to end up like him, then get out of here before I count to 10. Honestly, I'm in a great mood today. I don't really feel like killing anyone, but if that changes, none of you will walk out alive. Internally, Su Chenyi was silently pleading with them to leave. He had no energy left to fight such a group. One of the men stepped forward and said, we've heard many stories about you, Lord Divine King. We knew you were powerful, but we didn't expect you to still be this strong after all these years. We won't make the mistake of being careless. We'll fight you with everything we have. Even if we die, our clans will forever remember our names. Su Chenyi was stunned. He had assumed that his show of force would make them retreat, but instead, their fighting spirit had only grown. He wondered why they were trying so hard to act cool. Didn't they care about their lives at all? The man continued, Lord Divine King, we hope you won't be disappointed by our strength. Su Chenyi scoffed inwardly. I'm already disappointed. I would have been much happier if you had just run away. Suddenly, a powerful attack came from behind, targeting one of the warriors. The others were shocked. Wait, are there more enemies? We thought Lord Divine King was the only one here. Su Chenyi, equally surprised, noticed the attack had come from a strange tree-like entity. The other supreme beings voiced their confusion. What is this thing? We've never seen anything like it. Another man growled. I don't care what it is. We cannot let it get close. If it does, it will absorb all of our power. One of them warned the others not to scatter. Stay together. If we stay united, the tree can't harm us. But if you run, you'll fall into its trap. But his teammates didn't listen. They broke formation and tried to flee. Within moments, the tree struck again, killing them instantly. Enraged, the last man shouted, how dare you attack us? You've clearly underestimated us. He then charged at the tree, initiating a fight. Just then, Su Chenyi interrupted. You've forgotten about me, haven't you? You said you'd fight me, so don't expect me to sit back. The man turned, realizing it was Su Chenyi, and said, Your Lord Divine King, I've heard that cultivators as powerful as you have great respect for martial ethics. But Su Chenyi launched an attack and shouted, screw martial ethics. You're my enemy. If I don't kill you, you'll definitely try to kill me. So I'm doing what must be done. At that moment, the tree caught one of the remaining warriors and declared, Lord Divine King, all of these intruders are from the Darkness Hall. They're nothing more than small fry. Killing them won't be difficult. Then the tree chuckled and added, I must say, you haven't changed at all in the last 1,000 years. You still enjoy toying with others. Honestly, it's good to see you again. I'm glad we've reunited. The scene shifted. We saw Lord Mu, who was being treated with medicine by Wan Qing. She told him, it's a good thing I reached you in time, otherwise, saving you and your men would have been nearly impossible. She recalled receiving a divine inheritance of war god from within Lord Mu's city, and had promised herself back then that she would protect her. And as you can see, I've kept that promise. She admitted that the men in black robes were incredibly strong. Taking on all 5 of them at once would have been far too difficult. That's why I chose not to fight but to bring you here instead. She added that she had created a powerful protective barrier around the area, and believed it would keep them safe for now. Lord Mu thanked her and then said, Miss Wan Qing, please come with me. After walking a short distance, Wan Qing asked cautiously, may I ask, why exactly did you bring me here? Just then, Lord Mu turned to Wan Qing and said, there's something I wanted to show you, that's why I brought you here. But Wan Qing stepped back and shook her head. No, I don't want to see anything. I'm not interested in whatever it is. Lord Mu gently insisted, you're misunderstanding me. What I want to show you is this mirror. War God's eyes widened as she recognized it immediately. That's the mystic mirror, an ancient and incredibly powerful weapon. You do realize this mirror is split into 2 parts, the Yin mirror and the Yang mirror. The Yin mirror defends against enemy attacks, while the Yang mirror delivers immensely destructive strikes. It's one of the most legendary artifacts from ancient times. It's shocking that something this powerful is in your possession. Lord Mu nodded. You're absolutely right, War God. This is indeed the mystic ancient mirror. My family has safeguarded it for generations, and because Miss Wan Qing saved my life, I want to give this mirror to her as a token of my gratitude. Wan Qing quickly declined. No, I've already received so much from you all. I don't need your mirror. Your family protected it for centuries. It rightfully belongs with you. But Lord Mu pressed on. Miss Wan Qing, I don't think you understand. Do you know why I lost to those people despite having this powerful weapon? It's because I never truly learned how to use its full power. Or perhaps, my cultivation level is simply too low to wield it properly. In my hands, this amazing artifact would go to waste. That's why I want you to have it. In my entire lifetime, I don't think I'll ever master it, but I hope that, by giving it to you, we can strengthen our bond of friendship. War God agreed. Wan Qing, Lord Mu is right. You should accept this mirror. It will help you immensely on your cultivation journey. And once you reach the Saint Realm, you'll be able to unlock its full potential. Lord Mu is offering it to you sincerely. Take it. But instead of accepting it, Wan Qing sealed the mirror back into Lord Mu's body and said firmly, your family put generations of effort into protecting this artifact. It came into your possession because of that legacy. And today, because of that mirror, you were able to fight back against your enemies. If I took it and couldn't reach you in time during another attack, we wouldn't even know what might happen to you. That's why you should keep it. I'll grow powerful enough on my own. I don't need any artifact. War God frowned. Wan Qing, you're truly strange. Sometimes, you're willing to destroy so much over something trivial, and now when you're offered a priceless ancient weapon, you're refusing it. Honestly, the previous user of the Nine Empress body was far more disciplined than you. She was always dedicated to gaining more power, and never missed opportunities like this. Wan Qing's expression hardened. I'm not a puppet following the old Empress's ways. I'll do whatever I want, and remember this. Don't bring up the Empress in front of me again. If you do, I'll make sure you never leave this body. Lord Mu silently watched her and thought, Miss Wan Qing truly is remarkable. I had assumed she'd only help us if we gave her something in return, but she didn't accept anything. She promised to protect our city, and she came to our aid based on that promise alone. Wan Qing, meanwhile, was thinking to herself, Master must have reached the city by now. I should go and meet him. Elsewhere, the tree was deep in thought. It's been 1,000 years since I last met the Lord Divine King. Back then, there was a devastating attack on my clan. Everyone was slaughtered, but the Lord Divine King risked his own life to save mine. If it weren't for him, I would have died that very day. A whole millennium has passed since then, and now I finally get to see him again. Lord Divine King, it truly feels wonderful to meet you once more. Suddenly, Su Qingyi stepped forward and stopped the tree. Before anything else, tell me who you are. I don't think we've ever met before. The tree chuckled softly and said, Lord Divine King, to be honest, I haven't had any news for the last few hundred years. No one even knew if you were still alive. But seeing you now, it's honestly amusing. Compared to before, you've become so much weaker. If you appear like this in front of the 9 heavens, your enemies will never let you go. But I'm sure of one thing, you could never forget about me. Just as the tree was about to say more, Wan Qing launched an attack directly at it. Wan Qing shouted angrily, demanding, how dare you come this close to my master? You have no right to be near him. Without hesitation, she launched a powerful flurry of attacks on the tree girl, blocking the strikes. The tree girl thought to herself, who is this girl? I can already tell her future holds immense strength. Even now, fending off her attacks is no easy task. In a flash, Wan Qing appeared behind the tree, moving with incredible speed. The tree girl acknowledged her agility inwardly but remained unfazed. She's fast, sure, but she doesn't realize that her speed means nothing against my defense. With that thought, the tree extended her vines and entangled Wan Qing. But Wan Qing smirked. Do you really think trapping me is that easy? The tree girl furrowed her brows. Someone from the lower realm shouldn't be this powerful. Where exactly is she getting all this energy from? Just then, Wan Qing summoned her full strength and effortlessly shattered the vines. The tree girl was startled. So that's it. She possesses the 9 Empress body. That kind of physique only appears once in several centuries. No wonder she's so powerful compared to ordinary cultivators. Wan Qing launched a devastating attack toward the tree, but the tree countered immediately, blocking it with another swift defense. Shocked, Wan Qing thought, that was my full force strike, and it didn't even leave a scratch. Su Qingyi, observing from a distance, silently evaluated the situation. I don't know where this tree girl came from, but she's clearly powerful. Thankfully, she isn't our enemy. Otherwise, she could have destroyed us with ease. With our current strength, we wouldn't be able to touch a single strand of her hair. Meanwhile, the tree girl noticed the impact from Wan Qing's attack had cracked the surrounding barrier. She turned to Wan Qing and said, I have to admit, it's been a long time since someone actually managed to damage even a hair on my body. If you keep growing like this, your future potential will be extraordinary. Wan Qing, still shocked, thought, just one strand of hair, that's all I could manage with all my strength? This girl is far beyond what I imagined. If she were to turn hostile, defending myself would be nearly impossible. Just then, Su Qingyi stepped in and stood beside Wan Qing. The tree girl looked at him and introduced herself. I'm Lu Zi, from the Lu clan, Lord Divine King. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. And 9 Empress, I sincerely apologize for troubling you. I had no intention of causing you any disturbance. Seeing Lu Zi behave so respectfully left both Su Qingyi and Wan Qing surprised. Lu Zi continued, 9 Empress, I have something for you. The previous 9 Empress left a special key with our Lu clan. She said it would be essential for helping future successors grow stronger. Since then, I've been waiting for you, and now that you're here, this key rightfully belongs to you. Wan Qing accepted it curiously and asked, what kind of key is this? It's radiating such an incredible energy. The atmosphere around me suddenly feels so much clearer. As she held the key, Visions from the previous empress began to surface in her mind. Wan Qing thought, she was just like me, but her techniques were far more refined, truly amazing. Su Qingyi, noticing Wan Qing's expression, silently reflected, it's a blessing that the former empress was so remarkable. She left behind her inheritance for Wan Qing. Judging from this, Wan Qing is on the verge of becoming incredibly powerful once again, but judging from her current condition, I can also say this, absorbing all this knowledge and energy won't be easy. Lu Zi turned to both of them and added, there's something I've been meaning to tell you both. The people of the 9 heavens have been waiting for a very long time. After the two of you vanished, all those who once stood by your side were suppressed. Many powerful families and hidden forces in the 9 heavens are still waiting for your return. We believe that you both will return soon, and when you do, you'll show the entire world what you're truly capable of. Su Qingyi observed quietly, sensing that Lu Zi's energy was rapidly diminishing. He thought to himself that her time in the lower realm was almost up. He turned and said, before we return, remember one thing. No one should know that we're still in this world. All the major families who've been waiting for our return must not find out that we're back yet. Lu Zi hesitated but responded, but, Lord Divine King, those people need you, and they believe in you deeply. Su Qingyi replied firmly, that's exactly why I said this. Make sure no one finds out about me. I hope you remember this after you return. Wan Qing spoke up then, voicing her discomfort. Master, something feels really strange here. Before she could say more, she suddenly began to lose consciousness. But to her surprise, Su Qingyi didn't move forward to catch her. As she fell, Wan Qing sobbed, Master, I was collapsing right in front of you, and yet you didn't even try to help me. Su Qingyi stared at her and responded coldly, I've been watching you for days. You've become too reckless. I think you've grown spoiled because I care too much. But always remember, your master won't always be around to protect you. There will be times in life when you're completely alone. You'll have to learn how to survive those moments on your own. War God joined in, explaining calmly, you've absorbed a lot of the previous empress's memories. Because of that, your body has inherited a great deal of power. It's natural that it will take time to fully integrate all that energy, so don't panic, stay calm. Suddenly, Su Qingyi slapped War God. He said sharply, you don't need to explain things around me. Do you think I didn't notice your spirit earlier? War God, shocked, asked, you saw me? Wan Qing, watching everything, thought to herself, I guess I can't hide anything from Master. I wasn't able to fully absorb War God's energy, and some of it must have leaked out. Su Qingyi turned to Wan Qing and said, you couldn't even absorb the energy from last time, and now you've already taken in a new set of energy. If I'm being honest, you're testing your body's limits. If I had known earlier that you hadn't stabilized the previous energy, I would never have let you absorb the new one. If you don't balance it all soon, your body will explode. And if you don't believe me, ask War God. War God nodded solemnly, your master is absolutely right. In her thoughts, War God admitted, I concealed my energy very well, and yet, he still saw through it with ease. Now I understand, this man truly is worthy of the title Lord Divine King. He's on another level. Suddenly, War God's spirit spoke up, revealing, lately, one of the evil sects has been growing extremely powerful. I've heard they possess an item that can absorb an unlimited amount of energy without damaging the user. If Wan Qing gets her hands on it, she'll be able to absorb everything perfectly, and her body won't suffer any side effects. That sect is known as the Azura Palace. Su Qingyi's eyes widened. I had completely forgotten. I actually have something similar, an item that could help Wan Qing right now. With resolve in his voice, he thought to himself, it's time to finally make use of the Azura Palace. What happens next will be revealed in the next episode. Thank you for watching and stay tuned.